Imagine standing in a narrow street in Cusco at dusk. The light at this altitude, at more than 3,000 meters above sea level, in the thin air of the high Andes, has a specific quality that painters have struggled to capture and that photographs only approximate. It is clean and hard and slightly cold, even in the late afternoon, and it gives everything it falls on a specific clarity that lower altitude light lacks. The buildings along the street cast sharp shadows. The stone of the walls glows a warm ochre in the last of the direct sunlight before the shadow of the surrounding mountains reaches the city. And the walls themselves. This is the thing that stops you the first time you see them, and the second time, and the 10th, are not what you expect of walls in a city founded 500 years ago by a colonial European power. They are not brick. They are not regular coursed stone of the kind that the Spanish built their churches and their government buildings from in the centuries after the conquest. They are something older and something stranger. The lower courses of the walls that line the narrow streets of the old city of Cusco are Inca. They were placed here precisely without mortar, without any binding agent between the stones, before Francisco Pizarro arrived in 1533, before the Spanish conquest, before the European world knew that the Americas existed. The walls are made of large, irregular polygonal stones, fitted together with a precision that is difficult to understand even when you are looking directly at it. Each stone is a different shape. Each stone fits against its neighbors with almost no gap, with joints so tight that in many places a sheet of paper cannot be inserted between them, let alone a knife blade. These walls have outlasted the colonial buildings that were constructed on top of them. In the earthquake of 1650, the Spanish structures that the colonizers built above the Inca foundations crumbled. The Inca walls below did not. In the earthquake of 1950, again, the buildings above were damaged and some were destroyed. The Inca walls below remained standing. In the centuries between, every significant earthquake that has struck this seismically active region of the Andes has tested the walls, and the walls have held. This earthquake resistance is not accidental. It is a product of the specific engineering of the polygonal masonry system, an engineering that the Inca understood, even if they did not describe it in terms that we would recognize as engineering analysis. The stones are fitted so precisely that they distribute seismic forces through the wall without the catastrophic point failures that cause mortared masonry to crack and collapse. The wall moves slightly as a unit and returns to its position as the shaking passes. This is earthquake engineering of a sophistication that the Spanish colonial architecture built on top of it did not possess. My name is Arthur, and tonight we are going to sit with one of the most genuinely puzzling questions in the archaeology of the Americas. Before we go further, hello to whoever is listening right now. I don't know what time it is where you are. I don't know whether you've been here from the beginning of this series or whether tonight is your first visit. Either way, welcome. If you want more videos like this, please click subscribe to show your support. A great deal of effort goes into making these videos, and simply subscribing genuinely makes a difference in keeping this channel going. And leave a comment if you feel moved to tell me where you are and what time it is. Now. The puzzle of Inca stonework is not a mystery in the sense that we have no idea how it was done. We have a reasonable understanding of the general principles. The Inca used human labor, ropes, levers, wooden sledges, earthen ramps, and the patient organization of enormous numbers of workers under a system of state-directed labor obligation called the mita. These methods are sufficient in principle to explain the movement and placement of the stones we see. What we do not have is a complete and detailed account of how specific stones at specific sites, the 270-ton blocks at Sacsayhuaman, the massive pink granite monoliths at Ollantaytambo, the precisely fitted curved walls of the Qorikancha temple in Cusco were actually moved and fitted with the specific precision that they display. The gap between the general principle and the specific achievement is real and is genuinely not fully bridged by the experimental archaeology that has been done. This is not the same as saying that the Inca must have had lost technology or alien assistance or access to an Atlantean heritage. The gap does not require any of these explanations. It requires more careful investigation of the specific methods that the Inca used. Investigation that has been ongoing and that has made genuine progress, but that has not yet produced a complete account. What the gap does is keep the question alive, and alive questions in the small hours of the night with the specific quality of Andean darkness outside are worth sitting with. The walls of Cusco are standing in the dark as you listen to this. They have been standing in one form or another for approximately 500 to 800 years, depending on which part of the construction sequence you are looking at. They survived the conquest. They survived the earthquakes. They survived 5 centuries of being built upon and built around, and partially quarried for Spanish construction material, and walked past, and photographed, and studied. And the question of exactly how the craftspeople who built them managed to fit stones of irregular polygonal shape together with the precision visible in every joint. This question is still open, not wide open, not mysterious in the way that tabloid archaeology pretends it is mysterious, but genuinely open in the way that good scholarship keeps questions open until the evidence is sufficient to close them. Tonight, we are going to work through what we know and what we do not know, carefully and honestly. The walls are waiting. The Andean night is very clear at this altitude, and the stars overhead, many more stars than are visible from most places in the world, in the thin, cold air above 3,000 meters, are the same stars that the Inca watched and mapped and gave names to, and built their agricultural and ceremonial calendar around. Let us begin. Let me stay with the walls a little longer before we go anywhere else, because they deserve more time than the opening allowed. Cusco sits in a valley in the Peruvian Andes at an elevation of approximately 3,400 meters, more than 11,000 feet above sea level. This altitude shapes everything about the city's character. The air is thin enough that visitors from lower elevations typically feel the effects, the mild breathlessness, the headaches, the specific slowness of thought that altitude sickness produces. The Quechua people who have lived in these highlands for millennia have physiological adaptations to the altitude: larger lungs, denser blood, a specific ability to extract oxygen from thin air that lowlanders lack. The city occupies the junction of 2 rivers, the Huatanay and the Chunchal, in a valley surrounded by mountains that rise to over 4,000 meters on all sides. The mountains are not decorative. They are the defining fact of the landscape, shaping the climate, the agriculture, the communications, and the cosmological understanding of the people who live here. The Inca called the mountains Apus, divine beings, sacred presences, sources of water and protection, and sometimes danger. Cusco was the capital of the Inca Empire, Tawantinsuyu, the 4 quarters of the world, which at its maximum extent stretched from what is now southern Colombia in the north to central Chile in the south, and from the Pacific coast in the west to the edge of the Amazon basin in the east. This was an empire of approximately 2 million square kilometers, making it the largest empire in pre-Columbian American history and one of the largest empires in the world at the time of its existence. The construction of the city of Cusco, its palaces, its temples, its administrative buildings, its religious complexes, was the specific expression of this imperial power in stone. The Inca did not build in the same way that other ancient civilizations built. They did not use fired brick, as the Mesopotamians did. They did not cut their stone to a regular rectangular shape and stack it in horizontal courses, as the Egyptians did for most of their construction. They used a different system, the polygonal masonry system, that produced walls of a completely different character and a completely different structural behavior. The specific character of polygonal masonry is this. Each stone is cut to a unique shape, with multiple faces that each bear against the faces of neighboring stones. The stones are not stacked in horizontal courses. They are fitted together in a three-dimensional interlocking pattern in which each stone is held in place, not by gravity alone, but by the pressure of the stones around it, pressing inward from multiple directions. The result is a wall that behaves more like a single continuous mass than like a stack of separate pieces. The fitting of the stones is what stops people when they first see it. The joints between the stones in the finest examples of Inca polygonal masonry at Sacsayhuaman above Cusco, at the Qorikancha temple in the city, at Ollantaytambo in the Sacred Valley, are essentially invisible. Not invisible in the sense of being well hidden, but invisible in the sense of being so narrow that they cannot be detected by normal visual inspection from a few meters away. Only when you approach the wall and look carefully at specific joints can you see the fine, dark lines that indicate where one stone ends and the next begins. This fitting precision is not merely aesthetic, it is structural. The specific reason that the Inca developed this fitting system was the specific geological environment of the Andes, one of the most seismically active regions on Earth. The Andes sit above the subduction zone where the Nazca tectonic plate dives beneath the South American plate, generating the earthquakes and the volcanic activity that are constant features of Andean life. Cusco and the surrounding region experience frequent earthquakes. The construction system the Inca developed was a response to this seismic reality. The specific structural advantage of polygonal masonry in seismic conditions is the distribution of forces. In mortared masonry, in brick or in regularly coursed stone with mortar filling the joints, the mortar is the weakest element. When seismic forces move the wall, the mortar cracks, and once cracked, the wall's integrity is compromised. In polygonal masonry, without mortar, the movement is distributed across the dry joints between stones. Each stone can move slightly relative to its neighbors, absorbing and redirecting the seismic energy, and when the shaking stops, the stones settle back into their fitted positions. The Spanish, who built their colonial city on top of and beside the Inca walls, did not understand this. They used mortared masonry in the European tradition, squared stone with lime mortar, the same technique that had built cathedrals across Europe. Their buildings looked more regular and more sophisticated than the Inca walls below them, and their buildings fell in the earthquakes, while the Inca walls held. This pattern, the colonial building collapsing while the Inca wall it was built upon remained standing, has been observed repeatedly in the earthquake history of Cusco. The most dramatic modern example was the 1950 earthquake, which significantly damaged the cathedral and other colonial structures in the main plaza of Cusco. The Inca walls that formed the lower courses of those same buildings, and the Inca walls visible in the surrounding streets, remained largely intact. The local Cusqueños have a specific way of describing this. They say that the walls are alive, that the stones breathe, moving slightly with the earth and returning to their position. This description is not literally accurate in the physical sense, but it captures something real about the dynamic behavior of the polygonal masonry system under seismic stress. The walls do move. They are designed to move. And the movement is what saves them. Now let me describe what you see when you walk through the specific streets of the old city of Cusco and look at these walls up close, because the description matters for understanding what the puzzle is and why it is genuine. The streets in the oldest part of Cusco, the streets closest to the original Inca city plan, are narrow, sometimes so narrow that two people cannot pass side by side. The walls on both sides rise to 2 or 3 meters before the colonial additions begin. The lower sections of these walls are made of the distinctive Inca polygonal stonework. The stones vary in size. Some are small, the size of a human torso, manageable by 1 or 2 people. Some are large, the size of a car, requiring the concerted effort of many people to move. The largest stones at Sacsayhuaman above the city are in a different category altogether, the size of small houses, requiring an engineering analysis that goes well beyond what any individual person can intuitively grasp. What all the stones share is the fitting. However large or small, each stone is fitted against its neighbours with the same extraordinary precision. The faces of the stones, the surfaces that bear against each other, are not flat. They are subtly curved and angled to match the corresponding surface of the neighbouring stone. The joint is not a gap, but a mating surface. One stone's face fitting into the corresponding contour of the next stone's face. Achieving this fit required a process of repeated trial fitting, bringing the stone to its position, lowering it, observing where the high spots are, removing it, grinding down the high spots, bringing it back, and trying again. This process, which experimental archaeologists have confirmed through practical trials, is both simple in principle and demanding in practice. It requires patience, skill, and the sustained ability to read the stone's surfaces accurately enough to know which spots need to be reduced. The puzzle is not that this process is impossible. It is not. The puzzle is that the Inca applied this process to stones weighing tens and sometimes hundreds of tons at altitude, without iron tools, without wheeled transport, and apparently within the specific time constraints of the Inca imperial expansion, which was remarkably rapid by historical standards. That is the puzzle. Not magic, not aliens, but also not something we can fully account for with what we currently know. The walls are in the dark. The question is with us, and we have 17 more parts to sit with it. Let me close this opening with a thought about what it means to encounter something made by human hands that you cannot fully explain. Most of the built environment that surrounds us is explicable. We understand how it was made, the machines, the materials, the methods. We can visit a modern construction site and watch the cranes and the concrete trucks and the steel fixers, and we understand in principle how the building goes up. The explanation may be complex in detail, but it is not mysterious. The Inca walls are not like this. You can visit them, touch them, measure them, photograph them. You can understand in broad outline the process by which they were made, the quarrying, the transport, the trial fitting. But the gap between the outline and the specific achievement, the gap between what the methods can in principle produce and what the walls in front of you actually are, produces a specific sensation that is hard to name. It is not quite awe. It is not quite confusion. It is something more specific. The feeling of standing in the presence of a capability that you respect and that you cannot fully account for. The feeling of knowing that the people who built this were fully human, no more intelligent or capable in the abstract than any person alive today, and yet achieved something that the full resources of modern experimental archaeology have not been able to completely replicate at scale. That feeling is the beginning of the question, and the question is worth taking seriously. The walls are here, the craftspeople who built them are gone. What they knew is encoded in the stone. and we are still, patiently and carefully, trying to read it. Let me tell you who the Inca were. The word Inca is itself worth clarifying before we go further, because it is used in several different ways that can cause confusion. In the most precise sense, Inca referred to the ruling lineage, the specific noble class descended from the founding dynasty, whose head was the Sapa Inca, the divine emperor, the son of the sun. The empire that this ruling class governed was called Tawantinsuyu, the Quechua term meaning 4 quarters together, referring to the 4 administrative regions into which the empire was divided, meeting at their common center at Cusco. The people who lived within the empire, the enormous diversity of ethnic groups, language communities and cultural traditions that the Inca incorporated through conquest and alliance over the course of approximately a century, were not all Inca in the strict sense. They were subjects of the Inca Empire, governed by the Inca administrative system, required to provide labor to the Inca state, integrated into the Inca economic network. But they maintained their specific local identities, their specific local traditions, and their specific local languages, alongside the Quechua, that served as the administrative lingua franca of the empire. The speed of the Inca imperial expansion is one of the most remarkable facts in the history of South American civilization. The Inca state began as one of many competing polities in the Cusco Valley region around 1400 CE. Within roughly 100 years, a period ending with the Spanish conquest in 1532, it had expanded to control a territory stretching from what is now southern Colombia to central Chile, and from the Pacific coast to the Amazon basin. This is an expansion rate that has few parallels in the history of pre-industrial empires. The speed was made possible by a combination of factors that were themselves remarkable achievements of political and administrative organization. The Inca road network, the Capacñan, or Royal Road, was approximately 40,000 kilometers in total length, connecting the furthest corners of the empire to the capital at Cusco through a system of carefully graded and surfaced roads, bridges, rest stations, and relay runners. Chasqui, trained relay runners who could pass messages and small goods at speeds of up to 240 kilometers per day, gave the Inca state a communications capacity that was extraordinary for its era. The road system was not a feature that the Inca added to the empire after they built it. It was the instrument of empire building. Roads preceded conquest. They were built in advance of military campaigns, supplying armies with food and equipment from the state storehouses that were positioned at intervals along every major road. The logistics of Inca military expansion were as sophisticated as the military campaigns themselves. The specific administrative system that the Inca used to govern their enormous territory is worth understanding in detail because it illuminates the social organization that made the construction projects possible. The empire was divided into 4 suyus, quarters, each administered by a senior official appointed by the Sapa Inca. Below this level, the population was organized into units based on the decimal system. Units of 10 households, of 100, of 1,000, of 10,000, each with its own designated administrator. This decimal organization allowed the state to track, account for, and mobilize the population with a precision that was unusual in the pre-literate world. The Inca did not have a writing system in the conventional sense. They had quipu, knotted cord devices that could record numerical information through specific knot types, positions, and cord colors. The quipu were used for accounting, for tracking population, tribute, stored goods, military personnel, and the many other categories of information that the Inca state required to function. Quipu Kamayoks, quipu keepers, were trained specialists who could read and create these devices, and they formed an essential part of the administrative apparatus of the empire. Recent research has suggested that some quipu may have encoded narrative information as well as numerical, that there may have been a phonetic dimension to the system that has not yet been fully deciphered. If this is correct, the Inca may have had a form of writing that was fundamentally different from any other ancient writing system, and that has not yet been read. This is one of the genuinely open questions of Andean archaeology. The economic foundation of the Inca state was a specific form of labor obligation called the mita. Every adult male in the empire owed a certain number of days of labor per year to the state. This labor was not compensated in cash. There was no cash economy in the Inca world, but was reciprocated in food, drink, equipment, and the specific prestige goods that the state distributed to workers during their period of service. The mita was used for everything: road building, military service, agricultural work on state lands, and, crucially for tonight's subject, the construction of the monumental buildings and public works that the Inca state required. The workforce that built Sacsayhuaman, the Qorikancha, the road network, and the many other major construction projects of the empire was not slave labor. It was the legally obligated labor of the empire's subjects, organized and directed by state administrators, fed and equipped by the state storehouses. The specific logistics of the mita construction system were sophisticated. Workers came in rotations, different communities providing their obligation at different times of the year, with the overall construction project continuing through the transitions. Skilled craftspeople, the stonecutters, the masons who did the final fitting, the surveyors who laid out the building plans, were probably specialists who worked full-time or near full-time on construction, supported by the larger rotating workforce that handled the heavy lifting and transport. The Inca calendar divided the year into specific agricultural, ceremonial, and administrative seasons, and the timing of construction work was integrated into this calendar. Major construction activities may have been concentrated in the dry season, from May to October in the Peruvian highlands, when agricultural demands were lower and the workforce could be directed to state projects without disrupting food production. The social and cultural context of the Emita is also important for understanding how these construction projects were motivated and sustained. The mita was not experienced purely as an obligation by the people who performed it. It was also a ritual and a social act, a participation in the collective enterprise of the empire, a contribution to the projects of the Sapa Inca, who was himself a divine being, the son of Inti, the sun god. Working on the construction of a royal palace or a sun temple was not just labor. It was a form of religious observance. The specific quality of Inca architecture reflects this dual character, functional and sacred simultaneously. The buildings that the Inca built were not purely utilitarian. They were designed to express specific ideas about cosmology, about the relationship between the Inca dynasty and the divine order, about the specific organization of space and light that Inca religious thought required. The orientation of buildings, the specific rooms within them, the specific materials used for different parts of the structure. All of these carried meaning that was understood within the Inca cultural framework. The agricultural context of the Inca Empire is also essential for understanding the scale of the construction projects. The Inca state was built on an agricultural surplus, on the ability to grow more food than was needed for immediate consumption, to store that surplus in the state storehouses that were distributed across the empire, and to use that stored food to supply the workforce that built the roads and the temples and the cities. The specific agricultural technology that produced this surplus was the terrace, the Andeans that terraced the steep Andean hillsides into productive agricultural land, controlling erosion and creating microclimates suitable for crops that could not grow on the open slopes. The Inca did not invent terrace agriculture. It had been developed by earlier Andean cultures over many centuries, but they expanded and systematized it on a scale that was new, creating the agricultural foundation for an empire of unprecedented size. Understanding the Inca Empire in these terms, as an extraordinarily sophisticated administrative, logistical, and social machine, built on a foundation of agricultural surplus and directed labor, gives the construction projects a specific context. The impossible stonework of Sacsayhuaman and Ollantaytambo was not built by people with mysterious lost technology. It was built by a state with the organizational capacity to mobilize and direct thousands of workers, the logistical infrastructure to supply them, and the cultural framework that gave the work its meaning and its motivation. The question is not whether the Inca had the social organization to build what they built. They demonstrably did. The question is the specific technical methods by which the most extraordinary features of their stonework were achieved. And that question, as we will explore, is more interesting and more genuinely uncertain than the alternative history tradition suggests. Let me develop the Inca religious cosmology more fully, because it is essential for understanding what the construction projects meant and why the Inca invested in them at the scale they did. The Inca understanding of the cosmos was structured around a set of fundamental oppositions: upper world and lower world, masculine and feminine, day and night, dry season and wet season. At the center of this cosmological structure was Cusco, the navel of the world, the point from which the four Suyus radiated like the four limbs of a great body. The Inca understood their empire not as a political entity built from military conquest, but as a cosmological organization, the correct ordering of the world according to the principles that had governed it since the beginning. The Sapa Inca, the emperor, was not simply a political ruler. He was the son of Inti, the sun god, and the specific link between the human world and the divine order. His persons was sacred. His bodily waste was collected and burned to prevent it from being used in sorcery. His clothing was worn only once and then burned. He ate from golden vessels. His palaces were maintained by thousands of servants, some of whom had dedicated their entire lives to the service of the royal household from childhood. When the Sapa Inca died, his body was mummified and maintained as a living presence in the court. The mummy continued to receive food and drink, to attend ceremonies, and to be consulted on important matters. The palace and lands of the deceased emperor continued to be administered by his descendants, called the Panaka, on his behalf, not transferred to his successor, who was required to build his own palace and accumulate his own wealth. This system, called split inheritance, meant that each new Sapa Inca was strongly motivated to build and to conquer, since the only way to accumulate the resources of imperial rulership was through new acquisition. The split inheritance system is one of the most interesting structural features of the Inca Empire, and it helps explain the extraordinary rate of construction. Each new emperor needed new buildings, a new palace, new temples, new administrative structures, to house the court and the ceremonial apparatus of his reign. The existing buildings of his predecessors were maintained and used, but they could not be appropriated. The result was a building program that was essentially continuous throughout the period of Inca imperial expansion, driven by the structural need of each new ruler to create his own physical legacy. The specific orientation of Inca buildings was not arbitrary. It was determined by the astronomical and cosmological significance of specific directions. The rising and setting points of the sun at the solstices and equinoxes, the positions of specific stars and constellations, that were important in the Inca calendar. The Qorikancha, the Temple of the Sun in Cusco, which was the most sacred building in the empire, was oriented to capture the light of the solstice sunrise through specific windows, causing golden panels on the walls to blaze with reflected light at specific moments of the agricultural and ceremonial calendar. This integration of astronomy and architecture is not a mystery requiring alien assistance. It reflects a sophisticated tradition of naked-eye astronomical observation that was developed over many generations in the Andean highlands. A tradition as rich, in its own way, as the Babylonian astronomical tradition we discussed in the context of the Anunnaki videos. The Inca had specific names for the dark areas of the Milky Way, the dark cloud constellations formed by the patches of interstellar dust that absorb starlight. And they used these dark constellations for agricultural prediction in a way that was unique to Andean astronomical culture. The Seki system of Cusco is another expression of the same cosmological thinking applied to the physical organization of the city. The Sekes were 41 imaginary lines radiating outward from the Qorikancha in specific directions, along which were distributed approximately 328 sacred sites, huacas, including springs, rocks, hills, and specific buildings. The Seke system integrated the astronomical, the calendrical, the ritual, and the administrative functions of the capital into a single spatial organization that was simultaneously a religious map, a calendar, and a social structure. Understanding the Seke system gives you a sense of how completely the Inca integrated what we would separate as religion, administration, and engineering into a single unified framework. The walls that they built were not buildings in the modern sense of functional containers for human activity. They were cosmological objects, specific materializations of the divine order that the Inca Empire represented. This cosmological character of Inca architecture is relevant to the question of how it was built, because it means that the motivation for achieving the highest possible quality of workmanship was not aesthetic, but religious. The tighter the joints in the stonework of a temple, the more perfectly it expressed the divine order that the temple was meant to embody. The craft of the stone fitter was not just a technical skill, it was a form of devotion. The specific stones used for different types of building in the Inca world were not chosen randomly. Different types of stone carried different symbolic and cosmological significance. The andesite used for the major structures at Cusco came from specific quarries that were themselves considered huacas, sacred sites. The act of quarrying was preceded by ritual. The movement of the stones was accompanied by ceremony. The stone itself was understood as a living presence, as a waka, a spiritual being inhabiting the physical form of the rock. This animistic understanding of stone, the Inca belief that stones were inhabited by spiritual presences, is directly relevant to the question of how the stones were moved and fitted. In the Inca understanding, the work of construction was not simply a physical operation. It was a negotiation with the spiritual presence of the stone, a process of persuading the stone to move, to be shaped, to be fitted. The specific rituals that accompanied construction were not ceremonial additions to the practical work. They were integral parts of the work itself. We cannot fully recover these rituals from the physical evidence. We can infer them from the accounts of Spanish chroniclers and from the surviving oral traditions of Andean communities. But the specific combination of practical skill and ritual understanding that produced the walls of Sacsayhuaman and the Qorikancha, this combination is almost certainly beyond the reach of any purely technical analysis. The Inca were not just skilled stoneworkers. They were skilled stoneworkers who believed they were doing something sacred. And in that belief, in the specific quality of attention that comes from understanding your work as a form of devotion. There may be part of the explanation for the extraordinary precision that the walls display. Not a supernatural explanation, but a specifically human one. The devotion of people who believed that the quality of their work was a reflection of the divine order they were trying to embody. Let me close this part with a thought about the specific relationship between the Inca Empire's administrative sophistication and the quality of its stonework. There is a temptation in the alternative history tradition to see the sophistication of Inca stonework as evidence that the Inca must have had access to knowledge or technology beyond what we attribute to them. The stones are so precisely fitted, the blocks so enormous, the construction so durable that it seems to require an explanation beyond ordinary human capability. But the Inca Empire, properly understood, was not a primitive society that somehow stumbled into extraordinary stonework. It was one of the most sophisticated administrative and logistical organizations that the pre-industrial world produced. A state capable of mobilizing tens of thousands of workers, supplying them across enormous distances, tracking and directing their labor through a decimal bureaucracy, and sustaining this effort across many decades of continuous construction. When you put that level of organizational sophistication behind a specific technical problem, how do you fit these stones together with maximum precision? You should not be surprised that extraordinary results are achieved. The Inca stonework is the product of an extraordinary state. The state is the explanation, not the mystery. Let me describe Sacsayhuaman. The site sits on a hill above the northern edge of Cusco, approximately 2 kilometers from the main plaza of the city. You reach it by climbing a steep path from the city, a climb that takes about 30 minutes at altitude, longer if you are not acclimatized, and that leaves you breathing hard by the time you crest the ridge, and the full extent of the site becomes visible. What you see when you arrive is difficult to process at first. The human mind is good at scaling objects against familiar references, a building against a person, a tree against a house. But Sacsayhuaman disrupts these references. The stones are so large that the human figures walking along the base of the walls look like children. The walls themselves are so long. The main zigzag wall runs for approximately 360 meters. That you cannot see the full extent from any single viewpoint. You have to walk the length of the site, gradually accumulating a sense of what is there. The most distinctive feature of Sacsayhuaman is the 3 zigzag terraced walls that form its primary defense on the northern side. These walls are not straight. They run in a stepped pattern, projecting outward in a series of sawtooth angles that gives the defensive walls a specific military advantage. Attackers approaching the wall directly would be exposed to flanking fire from the angled sections on either side. The zigzag geometry is not arbitrary. It is the physical expression of a sophisticated understanding of defensive architecture. The 3 walls rise in terraces one behind the other, each slightly higher than the one in front, creating a total height of approximately 18 meters from the base of the first wall to the top of the third. The platforms on top of each terrace were the foundations for buildings, towers, storage structures, and the various ceremonial and military facilities that the site served. The specific scale of the stones in the lowest terrace, the outermost wall, which faces the approach from the north, is the feature that has astonished observers since the Spanish conquest. The largest stone at Sacsayhuaman is commonly cited as weighing approximately 270 tons and measuring roughly 8.5 meters in height. This is an extraordinary object. For comparison, the typical weight of a large modern lorry is about 40 tons. This stone weighs approximately 7 lorries. The typical weight of a residential house is about 100 to 150 tons. This stone weighs almost twice that. moving this stone from its quarry, located at Rumicolca, approximately 35 kilometers from Cusco, to its current position required an engineering solution that would challenge a modern construction company with contemporary equipment. That it was accomplished by a pre-industrial society without wheeled vehicles, without draft animals capable of such loads, and without iron tools is the specific fact that makes Sacsayhuaman so astonishing. The other stones in the lowest terrace are not as large as the largest, but they are not small either. Stones weighing 50, 100, and 150 tons are present throughout the lowest course. These are not the stones of a quarry wall roughly piled together for functional purposes. They are precisely fitted, with the characteristic polygonal form and the tight joints of the finest Inca masonry. The second and third terraces use progressively smaller stones, still large by any ordinary standard, but decreasing in scale as the walls rise. This is consistent with the practical logic of construction. The largest and heaviest stones are placed at the base, where the foundation of the structure is built, and the work proceeds upward with progressively lighter materials. The platform behind the three terraced walls, the large flat area on top of the hill, was the site of three towers, now entirely demolished. The towers were described by Spanish chroniclers who saw them before their destruction. The largest, called Muyu Marca, was described as circular, standing on three concentric circular foundations and rising to a height of approximately 30 meters. It contained a system of interlocking rooms and had a series of water channels that supplied fresh water to the interior. The other two towers, Pauca Marca and Salak Marca, were rectangular and were used for military and storage purposes. The destruction of the towers is one of the tragedies of the Spanish conquest. In the decades following the conquest, the Spanish systematically dismantled the upper structures of Sacsayhuaman to use the stone for colonial construction in Cusco. The cathedral in the main plaza of Cusco was built partly from Sacsayhuaman stone. The administrative buildings that surrounded the plaza were built from Sacsayhuaman stone. The Spanish understood the site as a convenient quarry, not as a monument to be preserved. What they could not destroy, what was simply too large and too difficult to move, were the lower terraced walls with their enormous stones. The upper courses were taken. The massive polygonal stones of the lower courses remain. The name Sacsayhuaman is Quechua and is sometimes translated as satisfied falcon or variegated head, though the precise etymology is disputed. The site was understood by the Inca as both a military fortress and a sacred space, a place where the sun was celebrated, where the annual Inti Raymi festival was held, and where the sacred military ceremonies of the empire were conducted. The distinction between military and religious function that is instinctive to modern observers did not apply in the same way to the Inca understanding of the site. The Inti Raymi, the festival of the sun, was one of the most important ceremonies of the Inca calendar, celebrated at the winter solstice in the southern hemisphere, which falls in June. This is the moment when the sun is at its lowest point in the sky over the Andes. The point at which Inti, the sun god, is most distant and most in need of being called back. The ceremony at Sacsayhuaman was a massive communal celebration involving the entire population of Cusco and the surrounding region, with the Sapa Inca playing the central ritual role as the intermediary between the human world and the divine. The Spanish suppressed the Inti Raymi in the 16th century as part of the broader colonial project of eliminating Inca religious practice. The ceremony was revived in a theatrical form in the 20th century and is now celebrated at Sacsayhuaman every year on June 24th, drawing thousands of visitors. This modern version is partly reconstruction and partly performance, a revival of a tradition that was interrupted for 4 centuries. but it preserves the essential structure, the gathering of the community at this specific place, at this specific season, in relationship with the sun. Now let me describe the specific experience of being at Sacsayhuaman, of standing in front of the largest stones and trying to understand what you are looking at. The stones are not cut to a standard shape. This is the first thing that needs to be stated clearly, because the alternative history tradition sometimes presents Inca stonework as if it involves stones cut with machine-like precision to geometric forms. This is not what you see. The stones at Sacsayhuaman are irregular polygons, each one a different shape with between 5 and 12 or more faces, none of them flat in the geometric sense, each one fitting the specific contours of the stones around it. The specific technique that produces this fitting, the technique we will discuss in detail in Part 4, involves a process of iterative trial and adjustment that produces the tight joints visible in the final wall. But the starting point is not a precisely cut block. It is a roughly quarried stone whose natural shape is modified by selective grinding to produce the fitted surfaces. Standing in front of the largest stone at Sacsayhuaman, which rises above your head to more than twice your height, you are standing in front of something that a human being placed here. A human being, or more precisely, a team of human beings working under human direction, using human tools and human methods, moved this stone from a quarry 35 kilometers away, over rough Andean terrain, at altitude, and placed it here with sufficient precision that it has not moved significantly in perhaps 500 years. That specific achievement is what deserves your sustained attention. Not the fantasy of alien visitors, not the speculation about lost technology, but the actual accomplishment of actual people in actual historical time with the specific resources they actually had. That is more interesting and more extraordinary than any of the alternatives. Let me describe the construction history of Sacsayhuaman as recorded in the Spanish Chronicles, because the accounts are specific enough to be illuminating even where they are incomplete. The construction of Sacsayhuaman is attributed primarily to the reign of the Sapa Inca Pachacuti, who ruled from approximately 1438 to 1471 CE, and his successors Topa Inca Yupanqui and Huayna Capac. Pachacuti is the Inca ruler most associated with the transformation of Cusco from a regional center to an imperial capital. It was under his direction that the city was redesigned on the plan that the Spanish encountered, and that the major construction projects of the imperial period were begun. The Spanish chronicler Cieza de Leon, writing in the 1550s based on his own observations in Peru and on conversations with surviving Inca witnesses, provides one of the most detailed accounts of Sacsayhuaman's construction. He describes the workforce as numbering 20,000 men working continuously. He describes the enormous difficulty of moving the stones, the ropes breaking, the stones sliding, hundreds of men crushed in accidents. He describes the time required as many decades. The site was still under construction when the Spanish arrived and was never completed according to the Incas' original plans. The specific workforce figure of 20,000 is difficult to verify independently, but it is consistent with what is known about the scale of Mitiya mobilizations for major Inca construction projects. The Inca state had the administrative capacity to organize workforce mobilizations of this scale. The decimal administrative system we discussed in Part 2 was specifically designed for this kind of large-scale human resource management. Pedro Sarmiento de Gamboa, another Spanish chronicler, provides additional detail. He describes the stones being dragged on wooden sledges, a method consistent with what experimental archaeology has confirmed as plausible. He describes the use of levers and ropes and the organized effort of large numbers of people pulling in coordinated unison. He does not describe any technology that is inconsistent with what was available in the Inca world. The Inca oral tradition, as recorded by Garcilaso de la Vega, who was himself part Inca, being the son of a Spanish conquistador and an Inca princess, and who had access to the oral traditions of the Inca nobility through his maternal family, provides a more culturally specific account. Garcilaso describes the construction of Sacsayhuaman as an event so astonishing that the Inca themselves regarded it as a miracle, as something that could not have been accomplished by human effort alone, but required divine assistance. This specific claim, that even the Inca themselves attributed the construction to supernatural assistance, is sometimes cited in the alternative history tradition as evidence that the stonework was beyond Inca capability. But this misreads the cultural logic of the claim. In the Inca world, divine assistance was not an alternative explanation to human effort. It was the framework within which all significant human effort operated. The Sapa Inca, as the son of the sun god, carried divine power into every enterprise he undertook. The construction of Sacsayhuaman was miraculous in the Inca understanding, not because it was technically impossible, but because it expressed the specific intersection of human devotion and divine favor that characterized all the greatest achievements of the empire. This is the same logic that led medieval Europeans to attribute the construction of great cathedrals to divine inspiration. Not because they believed the human builders were incapable, but because the achievement was understood as expressing a relationship between human effort and divine will that exceeded ordinary human calculation. The specific archaeological investigation of Sacsayhuaman has produced detailed information about the construction sequence, the quarrying methods, and the specific logistics of stone transport. The site was first systematically investigated by the Peruvian archaeologist Luis A. Pardo in the 1930s. Subsequent investigations by the Instituto Nacional de Cultura and by various international research teams have produced increasingly detailed data about the site's construction. One of the most significant findings of the archaeological investigations is the presence of unfinished construction work at the site. Several stones at Sacsayhuaman show tool marks, unfinished surfaces, and positioning inconsistent with their intended final placement. These unfinished elements are consistent with the Spanish Chronicles' description of Sacsayhuaman as still under construction at the time of the conquest, and they provide specific evidence of the construction process at specific stages. The unfinished stones are particularly valuable because they preserve evidence of the specific tools and techniques used in the construction process. Marks consistent with stone-headed hammers and bronze chisels, both of which were available in the Inca world, are visible on surfaces that were still being worked when construction was interrupted by the conquest. Marks consistent with abrasive grinding, using harder stones against softer ones to smooth and shape surfaces, are also present. The specific quarry at Qorikancha, from which much of the andesite stone for Sacsayhuaman was obtained, has also been extensively investigated. The quarry site preserves evidence of Inca extraction methods. Channels cut into the rock face, wedge slots used to pry blocks free, abandoned partially extracted stones that show the progress of the extraction operation at the moment it was interrupted. The specific distance from Qorikancha to Sacsayhuaman, approximately 35 kilometers, and the character of the terrain between them are important for assessing the plausibility of the transport. The route from the quarry to the site descends from the highlands to the Cusco Valley and then rises again to the hilltop above the city. The gradient changes are significant. Moving a 270-ton stone over this terrain required engineering solutions for controlling the stone's movement on slopes, both preventing it from sliding too fast on descents and providing enough mechanical advantage to move it at all on the ascents. The specific terrain challenges of Inca stone transport are among the genuine areas of uncertainty in the scholarly account. The general principles, ropes, sledges, levers, earthen ramps, organized labor, are established. The specific solutions to specific terrain challenges, how exactly a 270-ton stone was controlled on a specific slope, what the specific arrangement of ropes and people and wooden elements looked like, these remain the subjects of investigation and debate. This specific uncertainty is worth sitting with, because it is the kind of genuine, evidence-grounded, technically specific uncertainty that deserves more attention than the grand claims of alternative archaeology. We know the stones were moved. We know the approximate methods. We do not know all the specific details. And the specific details, the exact arrangement of ropes, the exact sequence of operations, the exact solution to each specific terrain challenge, were carried in the hands and minds of the craftspeople who did the work. Those craftspeople are gone, but their work is still here, on this hill above Cusco, in the dark. Let me close this part with a thought about the specific scale of the destruction that the Spanish wrought at Sacsayhuaman, and what that destruction means for how we understand what the site originally was. The 3 terraced walls that survive are impressive. They are among the most impressive structures in the pre-Columbian Americas. But they are not the full site. The towers that once rose behind them, Muyumarca, Paucamarca, Salakmarca, are gone. The extensive buildings that covered the platform behind the walls are gone. The specific sacred and functional spaces that gave the site its full character are gone. What survives is the hardest part to destroy, the enormous lower stones that no 16th century technology could easily move. Everything above them, lighter stones, more manageable stones, stones small enough to be quarried by colonial building projects, was taken. The Sacsayhuaman we see is the base of a much larger structure. The full structure was destroyed by people who understood it as a source of building material. This is not a mystery requiring alien origins. It is a straightforward historical tragedy. The greatest monument of one of the greatest civilizations in the Americas was dismantled to build a colonial city on top of it. And what was left, what was simply too hard to move, is what we have. It is enough to be extraordinary, but it is not the whole of what was. Let me describe the polygonal masonry technique in detail. To understand what makes Inca polygonal masonry distinctive, it helps to start with the alternatives, with the other ways that stone buildings can be constructed, and to understand why the Inca chose the approach they did. The simplest form of stone construction is rubble masonry, stones of irregular shape and size, stacked without mortar or with mud or lime mortar filling the gaps. This is structurally adequate for low walls in stable ground conditions, but provides little resistance to seismic forces, since the mortar filling the gaps fails quickly under dynamic loading, and the irregular stones have no interlocking geometry to maintain coherence without the mortar. The next step up in sophistication is ashlar masonry, stones cut to regular rectangular shapes, often called ashlars, laid in horizontal courses with consistent joint widths, and with the vertical joints in each course offset from the course above and below. This is the form of stonework used in most ancient civilizations that could afford the labor of stone cutting. Egyptian temples, Greek monuments, Roman walls, medieval European cathedrals. Ashlar masonry is structurally stronger than rubble because the regular geometry means every stone bears on the course below it consistently, distributing loads evenly. But ashlar masonry has a specific weakness in seismic conditions. The mortar that fills the joints between the rectangular stones, even high-quality lime mortar, has a limited tensile strength. Under the dynamic forces of an earthquake, the mortar joints crack. Once cracked, the coherence of the wall depends entirely on the friction between the stones and the gravity holding the courses together. In severe shaking, the courses can slide against each other, and the wall can fail catastrophically. Inca polygonal masonry addresses this weakness through a different strategy. Instead of cutting stones to a standard shape and relying on the mortar to hold them together, the Inca cut each stone to a unique shape that interlocks mechanically with its neighbors. The faces of each stone are not flat. They are subtly curved and angled to match the corresponding faces of the stones around them. The result is a system in which the stones are held in place not by mortar, but by their own geometry. By the specific three-dimensional fit between each stone and the stones pressing against it from multiple directions. In seismic conditions, this mechanical interlocking system behaves very differently from mortared ashlar masonry. When the ground shakes, the forces are transmitted through the wall as a whole, rather than being concentrated at the mortar joints. Each stone can move slightly relative to its neighbors, absorbing and redirecting the seismic energy through the contact surfaces between them. When the shaking stops, the stones settle back into their fitted positions. The same geometry that held them in place before the earthquake still holds them in place after it. This is not merely theoretical. The earthquake performance of Inca polygonal masonry has been observed directly and repeatedly in the earthquake history of Cusco, as we discussed in Part 1. But it has also been studied analytically by structural engineers who have examined the specific mechanics of how the walls behave under dynamic loading. The analytical studies confirm what the historical record shows. The polygonal masonry system is significantly more resistant to seismic damage than conventional mortared masonry. The specific characteristics that produce this resistance, the absence of mortar, the mechanical interlocking of the stones, the three-dimensional nature of the fitting, are all features of the Inca construction system that were clearly designed, whether consciously or through empirical refinement over generations, to produce exactly this outcome. Now let me describe the specific process by which the polygonal fitting is achieved, because this is the most technically demanding aspect of the Inca construction tradition, and the aspect that has attracted the most attention and the most speculation. The process begins at the quarry. The stone is extracted from the rock face in a roughly shaped block, not the final shape, but a rough approximation of the intended shape, with the excess material still present as a margin for the subsequent fitting process. The extraction itself requires significant skill. The quarry workers needed to identify the natural fracture planes of the rock, the directions along which it would break cleanly rather than crumbling, and to exploit these planes to produce blocks that were close to the intended shape without wasting material. Once extracted, the roughly shaped stone was moved to the construction site, a process that we will discuss in detail in later parts of tonight's journey. At the construction site, the stone went through a process of progressive refinement. The faces that would be visible in the finished wall, primarily the outer face of the stone, were ground and polished to produce the smooth, slightly convex surface characteristic of Inca stonework. The faces that would bear against neighboring stones were shaped to match the specific contours required by the stone's position in the wall. The fitting process is the most technically demanding step. Each stone had to be shaped so that its bearing faces matched the contours of the stones already in position. The stones below it, to the sides of it, and sometimes above it if the upper stones were placed before the lower ones in specific sequences. This matching required repeated trial fitting, bringing the stone to its intended position, lowering it to observe the contact pattern, raising it again, modifying the high spots, and repeating the cycle until the contact was uniform across the entire bearing area. The specific tool used for this modification was primarily the stone hammer, a handheld piece of harder rock used to pound down the high spots on the stone being shaped. Harder stones, granitic rocks, quartzite, were used to work softer stones, while softer abrasive materials were used for final polishing. Bronze chisels were also used for more precise shaping work, particularly on the visible outer faces of the stones where a sharp, clean edge was required. The time required for this iterative fitting process depends on the specific size of the stone, the complexity of its position in the wall, how many faces it needs to fit against, and the specific precision required. For the largest stones at Sacsayhuaman, which needed to fit against 5 or more neighbouring stones across contact surfaces of several square metres, the fitting process would have required days or weeks of concentrated work by skilled craftspeople. There is a specific architectural classification of Inca masonry that Peruvian and international archaeologists use to describe the range of stonework quality found at Inca sites. At the lowest level is the pirca, rough fieldstone construction used for agricultural terraces and utilitarian walls, where structural precision is more important than aesthetic refinement. Above this is the cellular or coursed polygonal style, in which polygonal stones are fitted in roughly horizontal courses with reasonable precision. At the highest level is the imperial polygonal style, the finest masonry of the great ceremonial buildings of Cusco and the royal estates, where the fitting precision is essentially perfect and the joint widths are invisible at normal viewing distances. The distribution of these masonry styles across Inca sites is itself informative. The highest quality imperial polygonal masonry appears consistently at the most ritually significant sites: the Qorikancha in Cusco, Sacsayhuaman, Machu Picchu, Ollantaytambo. Lower quality work appears at administrative and agricultural facilities. The quality of the stonework was a direct expression of the ritual and political significance of the building. This graded quality is important for understanding the alternative history claims about Inca stonework. The alternative history tradition often focuses on the finest examples of Inca masonry: the perfectly fitted joints of the Qorikancha, the enormous stones of Sacsayhuaman, and presents them as evidence that the Inca could not have produced such work by ordinary methods. But the same sites show a continuous gradation from the finest work to much cruder construction. The finest work is not a different category from the rest. It is the highest expression of the same tradition, produced by the most skilled practitioners using the most refined version of the same techniques. Now let me describe the specific distribution of polygonal masonry across the Sacred Valley and the wider Cusco region, because the range of sites shows both the consistency of the tradition and its specific variation across different contexts. The Qorikancha, the Temple of the Sun in Cusco, is the finest example of Inca stonework in the city itself. The curved outer wall of the Qorikancha, which curves around the southern end of the temple complex, is one of the most photographed walls in the Inca world. It consists of a single course of large andesite blocks, each fitted to the next, with joints that are essentially invisible, curving in a smooth arc that is both structurally elegant and visually extraordinary. The curve is not a simple arc, it changes radius slightly along its length, producing a subtle compound curve that is far more demanding to execute than a simple circle. The walls of the streets in the old city of Cusco, the streets of the Inca city plan that still form the core of the historic center, show a range of quality from good practical work to exceptional refinement. The variation reflects the specific status of the buildings these walls served. The higher the ritual and political significance of the building, the more refined the masonry. The polygonal masonry technique is not unique to Sacsayhuaman and Cusco. It appears at sites throughout the Sacred Valley and beyond, at Pisac, at Chinchero, at the royal estate of Moray with its famous circular agricultural terraces, at Machu Picchu. Each site shows the same technique adapted to the specific stone available and the specific functional requirements of the site. The widespread distribution of the technique, appearing consistently across different sites, different stone types, and different functional contexts, is one of the strongest arguments for the conventional explanation that it was a developed craft tradition, transmitted through the Inca administrative system and applied by skilled craftspeople trained in the same methods. It is not the work of a single mysterious craftsperson with access to unknown tools. It is the work of a tradition, a specific, learnable, teachable, transmissible tradition. That produced extraordinary results because the people who practiced it were extraordinarily skilled and because they had sufficient motivation and sufficient time to do it right. Let me develop the seismic engineering of Inca polygonal masonry more technically, because the specific mechanics are fascinating and they demonstrate that the Inca solution to the earthquake problem was not intuitive or accidental, but reflected a sophisticated empirical understanding of how stone structures behave. When an earthquake strikes, it sends waves through the ground in multiple directions, up and down, back and forth, side to side. A standing structure responds to these waves by being pushed and pulled from its base. The failure mode of most masonry structures in earthquakes is not the dramatic Hollywood collapse where everything falls at once. It is the progressive cracking of the mortar joints as the masonry elements try to move independently of each other, followed by the progressive loosening of individual stones or whole sections, and eventually, if the shaking is severe enough, catastrophic collapse. The key variable in this process is the behavior of the joints. In mortared masonry, the joint is rigid when intact and absent when cracked. There is no middle ground. The mortar either holds the stones together or it does not. In Inca polygonal masonry, the joint is a mating surface, a three-dimensional contact between the shaped faces of adjacent stones. This contact surface has friction, which resists relative movement between the stones, and has geometry, which constrains the directions in which relative movement is possible. The geometry of the polygonal joint is particularly important because each stone fits its neighbors in a specific three-dimensional configuration. The only way for the stones to separate is for them to move in the specific direction that separates them, which is usually upward against gravity, requiring the seismic force to overcome both the friction of the joint and the weight of the stone. This is much more difficult than simply pulling a stone out of a mortared wall horizontally, which requires only overcoming the relatively weak tensile strength of the mortar. The result is a wall that has a specific property that structural engineers call ductility, the ability to deform under load without failing catastrophically. When an earthquake strikes an Inca polygonal wall, the wall deforms slightly. The stones move fractionally in response to the seismic forces, but the geometric constraints of the joints prevent any stone from moving far enough to lose contact with its neighbors. When the shaking stops, the stones return to their resting positions under gravity and friction. This ductile behavior is essentially what modern earthquake-resistant construction tries to achieve through engineered systems. Flexible connections, energy-absorbing materials, carefully designed structural joints. The Inca achieved the same effect through a much simpler system, just the specific geometry of fitted stone. But the underlying principle is the same. There is one additional feature of Inca stonework that contributes to its seismic performance: the bosses. Many Inca stones, particularly the larger ones, have small projecting knobs, bosses, on their surfaces. These bosses were used during construction as attachment points for the ropes used to move and position the stones. Once the stone was in place, the bosses were sometimes ground off, particularly on visible outer faces where the finished surface was important. But on some stones they were left in place. The bosses also have a structural function that is sometimes overlooked. On the lower faces of large stones where the stone rests against the stone below it, a projecting boss on the lower stone, fitting into a corresponding recess on the upper stone, creates an additional mechanical interlock, a keyway in engineering terms, that further constrains the relative movement of the stones under seismic loading. Whether the Inca designed this interlock intentionally or discovered it empirically, it adds another layer of earthquake resistance to the system. The specific combination of features that gives Inca polygonal masonry its extraordinary earthquake performance. The shaped mating surfaces, the absence of mortar, the three-dimensional interlocking geometry, the bosses and keyways, was not invented overnight. It was developed over many generations of empirical refinement in a region where earthquakes were a constant reality and where the consequences of construction failure were catastrophic. Now let me say something about the acoustic properties that are sometimes attributed to Inca stonework, because they are real and are sometimes misrepresented in the alternative history tradition. The fitted stone surfaces of Inca polygonal masonry do produce specific acoustic effects. A wall of this kind, with its dry joints and its densely fitting stone, reflects sound differently from a mortared wall. Researchers who have tested the acoustic properties of sites like Sacsayhuaman and Chavin de Huantar, an earlier Andean ceremonial site, have found that the stone constructions produce specific resonance effects that may have been used intentionally to create particular sonic environments for ritual purposes. The specific acoustic research at Andean archaeological sites is a genuinely interesting field, one that has revealed that the builders of these sites had a sophisticated practical understanding of how stone and space affect sound. The corridors and chambers at Chavin de Huantar produce specific standing waves and reverberation effects that would have created a powerful and unusual acoustic experience for the participants in the rituals conducted there. Similar effects have been identified at other Andean sites. This acoustic dimension of Inca stonework is real and is worth taking seriously, but it has nothing to do with the alternative history claim that the stones were shaped using sound vibrations, or that Inca construction methods involved some form of sonic technology. The acoustic properties of the walls are a consequence of the physical fitting of the stones, not a technique used to produce the fitting. The claim confuses the acoustic product of the stonework with a hypothetical acoustic process of construction. The walls do produce interesting acoustic effects. The walls were not made by acoustic effects. These are two entirely different claims, and the difference between them is the difference between an interesting observation about a real phenomenon and a fantasy about lost technology. The real phenomenon is more interesting because it connects the Inca construction tradition to a broader Andean tradition of acoustically designed ritual spaces that is only beginning to be understood. And that understanding, built carefully from the actual evidence, will produce genuine insight into how the Inca and their predecessors understood the relationship between architecture, sound, and sacred experience, without the distraction of sonic technology that never existed. Let me close this part with a reflection on what the polygonal masonry technique reveals about the specific quality of Inca engineering intelligence. The polygonal masonry system is not the simplest solution to the problem of building in earthquake country. Ashlar masonry with thick mortar would have been simpler to execute and would have produced serviceable buildings in most conditions. The polygonal system is harder. It requires more skill, more time, more iterative refinement at each stage of construction. The Inca chose the harder system. They chose it presumably because the empirical experience of their ancestors, generations of construction in a seismically active region, had demonstrated that the harder system worked better. The specific knowledge that drove this choice was not theoretical. It was practical. Buildings of this type survived earthquakes that destroyed buildings of other types. This is a specific form of engineering intelligence, not the formal, analytical intelligence of modern structural engineering, but the empirical, accumulated, embodied intelligence of a craft tradition that learned from its failures and refined its practice over many generations. The walls of Cusco are the physical expression of this intelligence, and they are, in their own way, as sophisticated as anything that modern engineering has produced, just differently sophisticated, in the specific way of a tradition that learned from the earth directly. Let me take you to Ollantaytambo. Ollantaytambo lies approximately 60 kilometers northwest of Cusco, in the Sacred Valley, the Urubamba River valley that descends from the highlands toward the Amazon basin, and that was one of the most agriculturally productive and strategically important corridors in the Inca Empire. The name comes from the Quechua words meaning shelter or resting place of Ollanta, the legendary Inca general whose story forms the basis of the famous Inca drama Ollantay, one of the few pre-Columbian texts to have survived in its original form. The town of Ollantaytambo is one of the few places in the Andes where you can still walk through streets laid out on the original Inca grid plan. Blocks of residences organized around the canchas that were the basic unit of Inca urban planning. The site has been continuously inhabited since Inca times, and the occupation has preserved rather than destroyed the original street plan. Walking through Ollantaytambo is as close as you can get in the contemporary world to walking through an Inca town. Above the town, on a series of terraced hillsides that rise steeply from the river valley floor, is the fortress and temple complex that is the subject of this part of tonight's journey. The site has two distinct components. The lower component is the fortress, a series of massive defensive terraces on the hillside with multiple levels of stonework in a variety of styles, ranging from utilitarian to exceptionally fine. The upper component, still higher on the hillside, is the incomplete Sun Temple, the part of the site that was clearly intended to be the most sacred and most finished, and that was abandoned in mid-construction, preserving the process in a way that is unique in the Inca world. The Sun Temple at Ollantaytambo is defined by 6 enormous pink granite monoliths. The so-called Portada del Sol, or Gate of the Sun, though this name is somewhat misleading since the monoliths were the wall of the temple building rather than a freestanding gate. The monoliths are massive, standing approximately 4 meters tall and weighing between 50 and 70 tons each. They are not the polygonal fitted stones of Sacsayhuaman, but long rectangular blocks, placed side by side to form the outer wall of the temple enclosure. These 6 monoliths were not quarried near Ollantaytambo. They came from Qorikancha, a quarry site approximately 6 kilometers away, on the opposite side of the Urubamba River Valley, near the village of Qorikancha on the slope of the Pink Wiluna Mountain. The quarry is still visible today with dozens of partially extracted stones, transport roads, and evidence of the working methods still intact in the landscape. The logistics of moving the monoliths from Qorikancha to their current position at the top of the terraces at Ollantaytambo are worth tracing carefully, because they illustrate the specific challenges of Inca stone transport at its most demanding. The route from the quarry to the site required crossing the Urubamba River, a substantial river, particularly in the wet season, with strong currents and a width of approximately 30 to 40 meters at the relevant crossing point. The Inca bridged many rivers with suspension bridges made from twisted plant fiber. remarkable structures capable of supporting the weight of heavily loaded pack trains. But a suspension bridge capable of carrying 50-ton monoliths was beyond the technology available. The stones almost certainly crossed the river during the dry season, when the river level was lower and the current less powerful, either on a causeway of stones or on log rafts. From the river crossing, the route continued across the valley floor and then began the ascent to the temple site. The valley floor section was probably the easier part, relatively flat terrain suitable for sledge transport on a prepared surface. The ascent was the challenge. The terraces at Ollantaytambo rise approximately 130 meters above the valley floor, and the route from the valley to the temple site is steep. The specific logistics of getting a 60-ton stone up this slope without mechanical advantage beyond ropes and levers and human muscle are genuinely demanding. And the specific solution that the Inca used is not entirely clear. The most widely accepted hypothesis involves a combination of earthen ramps, used to reduce the effective gradient of the ascent, and levering, using timber levers to inch the stone upward in small increments. This combination of methods has been demonstrated to work in experimental archaeology at smaller scales. But the most remarkable evidence at Ollantaytambo is not the finished monoliths. It is the unfinished ones, the stones that were quarried, transported part way, and then abandoned when the Spanish conquest interrupted the construction. On the valley floor between the quarry and the site, and on the slopes leading up to the terraces, there are numerous abandoned stones in various stages of transport and preparation. Some have been moved only a short distance from the quarry. Some are midway between the quarry and the site. Some are at the base of the terraces, clearly intended to be placed on the temple, but never raised to their intended position. These abandoned stones are one of the most valuable pieces of evidence in the entire Inca world for understanding the construction process. They are, in effect, a snapshot of the construction program at the moment of its interruption, a frozen record of work in progress. The positions of the abandoned stones allow archaeologists to trace the transport route from the quarry to the site, to identify the specific points where the transport was most challenging, and to observe the specific preparation stages that the stones went through at different points along the route. Some stones show evidence of being prepared at the quarry, rough shaping, extraction of the natural form. Some show evidence of further preparation midway, smoothing of surfaces, removal of excess material. Some show evidence of preparation at the site itself, the final fitting work that would have been done just before placement. The abandoned stones also include what are sometimes called tired stones, large blocks that slid off their transport sledges or off the prepared transport road and came to rest in awkward positions that made continued transport difficult or impossible. These stones were abandoned in place, too heavy to right and too expensive to work around. They sit where they stopped, testimony to the specific accidents and difficulties of a massive and technically demanding construction operation. The unfinished state of the Ollantaytambo Sun Temple is significant in another way. It shows what the completed version would have looked like. The 6 monoliths that were placed before the conquest show the intended form of the wall. Massive granite blocks side by side, separated by narrow spandrel stones that fill the small gaps between them. The quality of the fitting on the placed monoliths is very high. The joints between the main blocks and the spandrel stones are tight. The surfaces are smooth. The overall impression is of the confident mastery of a mature craft tradition working at full capability. The spaces between and alongside the placed monoliths show the intended positions of the stones that were never raised to their positions. The template of the finished wall is clearly visible. The stones that would have completed it are visible on the slopes below, still waiting at various stages of their interrupted journey. This specific quality of Ollantaytambo, the coexistence of the completed and the incomplete, the finished work and the abandoned work, the evidence of the process alongside the product, makes it uniquely informative among Inca sites. Most ancient monuments show you only the result. Ollantaytambo shows you the result and the process simultaneously. And what the process shows is this: an organized, systematic, technically sophisticated construction operation interrupted mid-task by a historical contingency, the Spanish conquest, that was not anticipated by the builders. They were not building in a hurry. They were not building with methods beyond their technology. They were building with the methods they knew, the methods they had developed over generations, the methods that were producing results that can still be seen in the placed monoliths above. And then the conquest came, and the building stopped, and the abandoned stones on the valley floor have been telling the story of how the work was done ever since. If you know how to read them, let me develop the town of Ollantaytambo itself more fully, because it is one of the most remarkable living archaeological sites in the world, and it illuminates the specifically Inca approach to urban planning. The town is organized around a system of canchas, the basic unit of Inca residential planning. A cancha is a rectangular compound enclosed by a perimeter wall containing several individual buildings arranged around a central courtyard. The cancha was designed for extended family occupation. The perimeter wall separated the household from the street. The courtyard provided a shared outdoor space for the family's activities, and the individual buildings within the compound house the different members of the household. The blocks of the town are each a single cancha, a single rectangular compound, and they are arranged in a grid pattern that reflects the specific Inca approach to urban geometry. The streets run in straight lines parallel and perpendicular to each other, with a consistent orientation that aligns roughly north-south and east-west. The grid is not perfectly regular. It adapts to the terrain and to the water channels that run through the town. But the underlying geometric logic is consistent and clear. 2 water channels run through the town of Ollantaytambo, carrying water from higher in the valley down through the streets. These channels, stone-lined, carefully engineered to maintain a consistent flow, are still functioning today, still carrying water through the same streets where they were built 500 years ago. The maintenance of the channels represents the continuity of a specific craft knowledge, the knowledge of how to keep a stone-lined water channel clean and functional that has been passed down through the generations of Ollantaytambo residents. This continuity of occupation and of traditional knowledge is one of the things that makes Ollantaytambo particularly valuable as an archaeological site. The residents of the town are the descendants of the people who built and occupied it. Their knowledge of the site, where the water comes from, where the channels go, how the cancha boundaries relate to the original Inca layout, is not just oral tradition preserved at a distance. It is lived knowledge, embedded in the daily practice of maintaining a community in the same place where it has always been. Now, let me describe the military history of Ollantaytambo, because the fortress aspect of the site, and specifically the battle that was fought here in 1537, is one of the most interesting episodes in the history of the Spanish conquest, and it reveals something important about the Inca understanding of defensive strategy. After the initial Spanish conquest of Cusco in 1533, the Inca resistance did not simply collapse. In 1536, Manco Inca, who had initially collaborated with the Spanish and been installed as a puppet ruler, rebelled and launched a massive military campaign against the Spanish forces in Cusco and across the empire. The siege of Cusco in 1536 to 1537 involved an Inca force that some Spanish accounts estimated at 200,000 warriors, though these numbers are almost certainly exaggerated. When the Spanish forces at Cusco managed to break the siege and push Manco Inca's forces back, he retreated to Ollantaytambo, which he made his military base. The fortress terraces and the defensive walls of the site were modified and reinforced for the resistance. Water channels on the hillside above the site were diverted to fill the lower terraces as a water barrier against Spanish cavalry. In January 1537, a Spanish force under Hernando Pizarro attacked Ollantaytambo. The battle that followed was one of the very few Inca military victories against Spanish forces during the entire conquest. The terrain, the defensive architecture of the site, the water barriers, and the effective use of slings and spears by the Inca defenders combined to inflict significant casualties on the Spanish force. Hernando Pizarro was forced to withdraw. The victory at Ollantaytambo was short-lived. The Spanish returned with reinforcements, and Manco Inca was eventually forced to retreat further into the jungle at Vilcabamba, where the Inca resistance continued until 1572. But the battle demonstrated that the Inca defensive architecture was not merely ceremonial or symbolic. It was functionally effective when deployed by a motivated and well-led defense. The specific defensive features of Ollantaytambo, the terraces that provided multiple levels of defensive position, the water barriers, the narrow approach paths that constricted the movement of horses and organized formations, reflected a sophisticated understanding of the military uses of terrain and architecture. The Inca had developed their military architecture through centuries of warfare against other Andean polities, and the specific features of Ollantaytambo reflected hard-won practical knowledge about how to defend a hillside position against a determined attacker. This military sophistication is relevant to the question of Inca construction methods because it demonstrates the same quality that the stonework demonstrates: a sophisticated practical intelligence, developed through experience and refined over generations, that produced results of genuine excellence without requiring any explanation beyond the capabilities of a mature and well-organized pre-industrial society. Let me also say something about the astronomical orientation of the Ollantaytambo complex, because like Sacsayhuaman and the Qorikancha, the site was designed with specific astronomical alignments that reflect the Incas' integration of astronomical knowledge into their architectural practice. The main gateway of the principal terrace at Ollantaytambo is aligned to the June solstice sunset, the winter solstice in the southern hemisphere, the shortest day of the year in the Andes. On this day, the sun sets in a notch in the mountain ridge on the western horizon that is visible from the gateway, and the setting sun illuminates the gateway and the principal terrace in a specific way that is not replicated on other days of the year. This alignment is consistent with the astronomical orientations found at other Inca sites, and with the importance of the June solstice in Inca ceremonial life. The Inti Raymi, the festival of the sun, was celebrated at the June solstice, and the specific alignment of the Ollantaytambo gateway suggests that the site was designed to function as a solar observatory and ceremonial space, as well as a fortress and administrative center. The integration of astronomical alignment into the architectural design required knowledge of the sun's movement at the specific latitude of the site, knowledge that could only be acquired through years of careful naked eye observation at the site itself. This kind of accumulated astronomical knowledge is another expression of the same empirical intelligence that produced the engineering solutions of the polygonal masonry. The Inca did not have telescopes. They had patience, attention, and generations of accumulated observation. And from those simple resources, they built sites that aligned with astronomical events with a precision that still works today. The gateway still frames the solstice sunset, 500 years after it was built, and 100 years after the conquest interrupted the construction that would have surrounded it. Let me close this part with a thought about what Ollantaytambo as a whole, the town, the fortress, the unfinished temple, the abandoned stones on the valley floor, tells us about the Inca approach to the relationship between the built environment and the natural landscape. At Ollantaytambo, unlike at most European or Near Eastern ancient sites, the buildings do not dominate the landscape. They are integrated into it. The terraces of the fortress follow the natural contours of the hillside rather than imposing a regular geometry on them. The buildings are built of stone from the local geology, the pink granite of the monoliths, the grey andesite of the terrace walls that matches the colours of the surrounding mountains. The water channels carry the same water that flows through the mountains above the site, bringing it into the town without interrupting its natural flow. This integration of human construction with the natural landscape is characteristic of Inca architecture at its finest. The Inca did not see the landscape as something to be overcome or transformed in the European tradition of architecture. They saw it as something to be worked with, to be understood, honored, and participated in. The specific Inca concept of the Apu, the mountain spirit, reflects this understanding. The mountains are not neutral geological features, they are presences, building in the shadow of the mountains, aligning buildings with the mountains' ridgelines and with the astronomical events visible through the gaps in the mountains, using the stone of the mountains to build structures that express the specific qualities of that stone. All of this is a form of relationship with the landscape, not domination of it. Ollantaytambo embodies this relationship, and the abandoned stones on the valley floor, the ones that never reach their destination, are part of the relationship too. They are still there, still in the valley, still telling the story. Let me describe the quarries. Understanding where the stones came from is not simply a matter of geological identification. It opens onto a series of questions about selection, logistics, and cultural meaning that illuminate the full character of the Inca construction enterprise. The choice of specific stone types from specific quarries was not purely practical. It reflected the Incas' understanding of stone as a culturally and spiritually significant material, with different stone types carrying different meanings. The primary stone used for the major ceremonial buildings of Cusco and Sacsayhuaman is a green-grey andesite from the Rumicolca quarry complex, located approximately 35 kilometers southeast of Cusco on the edge of the Luca Basin. Rumicolca, which means stone bridge in Quechua, was not a quarry in the conventional sense of a single extraction face. It was a complex of multiple quarry areas spread across a hillside, with evidence of extraction activity at several different points and periods. The andesite at Rumicolca is a fine-grained volcanic rock with specific properties that made it ideal for the finest Inca masonry. It is hard enough to hold a sharp edge when cut, making the precisely fitted joint faces possible. It is consistent enough in its internal structure to be worked predictably. The quarry workers could anticipate how the rock would fracture and shape it accordingly. And it has a specific color and texture that the Inca associated with the highest quality construction. The archaeological investigation of Rumicolca has revealed a rich record of Inca quarrying practice. The quarry faces show evidence of the specific extraction methods used. Natural vertical fractures in the rock were exploited to free blocks from the face. Horizontal cuts were made to define the base of each block. Wedge slots were drilled into the rock along the intended cut line, and wooden or stone wedges were driven in to split the rock along the desired fracture plane. At Rumicolca and at other Inca quarries, archaeologists have found the specific stone tools used in the extraction process. Hammerstones, roughly shaped spherical cobbles of very hard rock, used to pound against the andesite face to create cuts and to drive wedges, are found in significant numbers at quarry sites. These hammerstones show the specific wear patterns characteristic of intensive pounding use. Flattened, striking faces, edge spalling from impact, and sometimes the specific groove or hollow produced by extended use as a percussion tool. The specific hardness relationship between the hammerstone and the worked stone is important. The Inca worked andesite, a hard stone, with even harder stones such as quartzite and diorite, which have a hardness on the Mohs scale higher than the andesite they were shaping. This hardness differential meant that repeated pounding with a harder stone against a softer one would gradually wear away the surface of the softer stone, producing the shaped surfaces visible in the finished stonework. The presence of abundant hammerstone debris at quarry sites and at construction sites confirms that this was the primary tool for the heavy work of shaping. The specific time required to shape a large stone by this method, pounding with handheld cobbles, is considerable. Estimates based on experimental trials suggest that shaping the fitted surfaces of a large Inca stone could require weeks of sustained work by skilled craftspeople. For the largest stones at Sacsayhuaman, the shaping time alone would have been measured in months. Now let me describe the Qorikancha quarry complex at Ollantaytambo more fully, because it is the best preserved Inca quarry in the Andes, and it provides the most detailed picture available of the full quarrying and transport system. The Qorikancha quarry is located on the Pinkwiluna mountain, above the village of Qorikancha, on the south side of the Urubamba River Valley, directly across from the Ollantaytambo fortress. The quarry is at an altitude of approximately 3,900 meters, about 300 meters above the valley floor, and the pink granite that was extracted there had to travel approximately 6 kilometers from the quarry face to its final position at the top of the Ollantaytambo terraces. The route from the quarry to the site is one of the most studied Inca transport corridors in the archaeological literature. It descends from the quarry to the valley floor, crosses the Urubamba River, crosses the valley floor, and then ascends the terraced hillside to the temple site. Along this entire route, the archaeological record preserves evidence of the Inca transport infrastructure: prepared roads, rest platforms, the positions of abandoned stones, and the remains of earthen ramps used to manage gradients. The prepared roads at Qorikancha are particularly interesting. The Inca built specific transport roads for the quarry operation, not the standard Kapak Nyan road network, designed for human foot traffic and llama pack trains, but wider, more heavily reinforced roads designed for the transport of heavy stone blocks on sledges. These roads show evidence of surface preparation. Large flat stones laid to create a smooth surface, drainage channels on the sides to prevent erosion, and in some places the remains of wooden elements that would have served as rails or guides for the sledges. The descent from the quarry to the valley floor involved managing the gradient carefully to prevent the heavy stones from gaining momentum and becoming uncontrollable. Evidence of the braking systems used for this, anchor posts, drag ropes, and the specific wear patterns on road surfaces consistent with controlled descent, has been identified at several quarry sites in the Andes. The Urubamba River crossing at Ollantaytambo has been the subject of particular investigation because it is one of the most technically demanding elements of the transport route. The river is substantial, and the monoliths that needed to cross it weighed up to 70 tons. The most widely accepted hypothesis is that the crossing was accomplished during the dry season, when river levels are lower and current is reduced, using either a temporary stone causeway built across the shallows or log rafts. Evidence for the causeway hypothesis has been identified in the riverbed itself. Large stones in positions consistent with a deliberate crossing structure, though subsequent flooding and river course changes have made interpretation uncertain. Evidence for the raft hypothesis comes primarily from the logistical analysis. The specific weight and dimensions of the monoliths are within the load capacity of large timber rafts constructed from the species available in the valley. At the valley floor level, the transport route crossed agricultural land, irrigated terrace fields that were among the most productive in the empire. The transport of large stone blocks across active agricultural land required either the temporary removal of crops and infrastructure or the routing of the transport around the fields. Evidence in the landscape suggests that specific stone transport routes were established that minimize disruption to the agricultural system, a detail that reflects the sophisticated logistical planning of the construction program. The ascent from the valley floor to the temple site was accomplished using a series of earthen ramps. Temporary earthen structures that reduced the effective gradient of the climb, allowing the sledges carrying the stones to be pulled up a manageable incline rather than directly up the steep hillside. These ramps were a standard element of Inca heavy construction logistics, and evidence of their use has been identified at multiple sites. The ramps were constructed of earth and stone, built to a sufficient height and with a sufficient angle to allow the specific stones being transported to be raised to their intended position. Once a stone was in place, the ramp was extended or modified to allow the next stone to be brought to its position. When the construction was complete, or when it was interrupted, the ramps were removed, though they sometimes left traces in the landscape that can be identified by archaeologists. One of the most interesting aspects of the Qorikancha quarry investigation is the evidence it provides for the scale of the workforce. The specific volume of stone extracted from the quarry, combined with estimates of the extraction rate achievable by known methods, allows a rough calculation of the total person days of labor required. This calculation, combined with the evidence from the transport route for the organization of the transport system, gives a picture of an operation that was not haphazardly organized, but was planned and managed at a level of sophistication consistent with the broader administrative capabilities of the Inca state. The quarries are not mysteries. They are evidence of a specific, organized, technically sophisticated stone extraction and transport operation, carried out by a state with the administrative capacity to plan and execute operations of this scale. And the evidence is still there, in the quarry faces, in the abandoned stones, in the prepared roads, in the wear patterns on the tools, telling the story of how the walls were built, stone by stone, from the mountain to the city. Let me say more about the cultural significance of different stone types in the Inca construction tradition, because the choice of materials was not purely practical, and understanding the cultural dimension illuminates why certain stones were transported enormous distances when adequate stone was available closer to hand. The Inca recognized and named many different types of stone, each with specific qualities and associations. The green-grey andesite of Qorikancha was considered appropriate for the high-status ceremonial buildings of Cusco because of its specific color, texture, and hardness, qualities that the Inca associated with permanence and divine presence. The pink granite of the Ollantaytambo monoliths has a different character, warmer in color, coarser in texture, that was considered appropriate for the specific site and the specific deity being honored there. The huanca, standing stones set upright in fields and plazas as markers and as spiritual presences, were often chosen for their unusual geological character, distinctive colors, unusual shapes, minerals that sparkled in the light. These stones were understood as natural manifestations of spiritual power, and their selection from specific locations was itself a ritual act. The Inca also had specific preferences for stone that had particular acoustic properties, stones that rang when struck, or stones that produced specific resonance effects when placed in certain configurations. The spotted dolerite of the Welsh Preseli Mountains, which we discussed in the Stonehenge videos, has similar acoustic properties and was also transported a remarkable distance to its final destination. Whether the Inca and the Neolithic Britons were independently responding to the same acoustic properties of specific stones, or whether this is a coincidence, is an interesting question that the available evidence does not answer. The quarrying of sacred stone was preceded by specific rituals that acknowledged the spiritual presence of the mountain and asked for permission to extract the stone. These rituals were performed by designated specialists, the same Quipucamayos and ritual specialists who oversaw other aspects of the construction program, and they were understood as essential elements of the construction process rather than as optional preliminaries. The specific quarry at Machu Picchu deserves mention here because it is one of the most interesting quarry sites in the Inca world, and it illustrates an aspect of Inca construction practice that is often overlooked. Machu Picchu was built on a granite ridge at approximately 2,430 meters altitude, substantially lower than Cusco, which explains the site's specific microclimate and vegetation. The granite bedrock of the ridge was the primary building material for the site. Rather than quarrying stone at a remote location and transporting it to the site, the builders of Machu Picchu quarried directly from the natural outcrops on the ridge itself. The main quarry at Machu Picchu is visible today as a large area of exposed bedrock with extraction marks, partially extracted stones, and numerous stone fragments from the shaping process. This quarry is located within the site, not outside it, but in the middle of the sacred city. Visitors walk past it without necessarily recognizing it as a quarry rather than a natural rocky area. The proximity of the quarry to the construction sites at Machu Picchu provided a significant logistical advantage. The stones only needed to be moved short distances from the point of extraction to their final positions, but it also meant that the quarrying and the construction were happening simultaneously and in close proximity. The site was being shaped by extraction from the rock face even as it was being built up from the extracted material. This simultaneity of extraction and construction is characteristic of how the Inca approached sites where the building material was in place. Rather than treating the quarrying as a preparatory phase and the construction as a subsequent phase, they treated both as part of a continuous process of shaping the landscape, removing material from where it was not needed and placing it where it was. The specific arrangement of quarry and construction at Machu Picchu has been studied by the architect and archaeologist Johann Reinhard and by the archaeologist Gary Ziegler, among others. Their investigations have identified the specific routes by which stones were moved from the quarry to their final positions, the specific equipment marks on stones that indicate how they were moved, and the specific sequencing of the construction phases that can be inferred from the positions of partially completed and completed work. One of the most informative findings from the Machu Picchu quarry investigation is the identification of what researchers call erratic stones, naturally occurring boulders incorporated into the site rather than quarried and shaped. The Inca did not always shape their stones from scratch. Where a naturally occurring boulder had the right size, shape, and position to serve as a building element, they incorporated it directly, sometimes with minimal modification. This pragmatic use of naturally available stone alongside carefully shaped quarried stone is characteristic of the Inca approach to construction more broadly. The goal was not to impose a predetermined design on an unresponsive material. It was to work with the specific qualities of the specific material available to find the design in the stone rather than imposing the design onto it. Now let me talk about something that is rarely discussed in the popular literature about Inca stonework: the quarries that were never used. Across the Andean highlands, there are numerous sites where Inca extraction work was begun and then abandoned. Partial cuts into rock faces, half-extracted blocks still attached to the parent rock, tool marks without finished products. These abandoned quarry sites are interesting because they reveal the conditions under which quarrying was discontinued. Some were abandoned because of unexpected fractures in the rock. The block being extracted cracked along an unintended line and was ruined. Some were abandoned because the rock type turned out to be unsuitable, too soft, too variable in texture, too prone to exfoliation. Some were abandoned when the construction project they were supplying was completed or interrupted. The abandoned quarries tell a story of trial and error, of a quarrying tradition that was searching for the best available material, testing different sources, abandoning unsuccessful attempts, and gradually building up the knowledge of which quarries produced the best stone for which purposes. This empirical search for the right material is not the behavior of a tradition that had access to lost technology that made any stone workable in any way. It is the behavior of a tradition that had to work within the specific constraints of the materials available, and that developed, over many generations, a sophisticated practical knowledge of which materials worked best. The quarries are where the Incas' relationship with stone began, not at the construction site, not at the wall, but at the face of the mountain, where someone first looked at a specific rock and decided it was the right one, and began the long process of bringing it to the place where it would stand, for centuries, as it still stands. Let me close this part with a thought about the full picture that the quarry evidence provides, and what it means for the alternative history tradition's claims about Inca stonework. The quarries at Rumicolca, Qorikancha, Machu Picchu, and many other sites across the Andes provide a continuous chain of evidence from the extraction of the stone to its final placement in the wall. The extraction methods, the transport infrastructure, the tool marks, the abandoned stones at various stages of completion, the prepared roads, the earthen ramps. This evidence is specific, physical, and consistent with a construction tradition using the materials and methods available in the Inca world. There are no anomalies in the quarry evidence that require a non-conventional explanation. No evidence of cutting methods inconsistent with stone and bronze tools. No evidence of levitation or acoustic lifting. No evidence of materials that would be unavailable in a pre-industrial Andean context. The quarries show what happened. They show stone being extracted by skilled workers with appropriate tools, transported by organized labor using ropes and sledges and earthen ramps, and moved to where it was needed by the specific methods that the physics of the problem required. The alternative history tradition prefers to skip the quarries, because the quarries answer the question. Let me survey what we actually know about Inca construction methods. Our knowledge comes from three primary sources: the documentary accounts of Spanish chroniclers who observed Inca construction practices or who spoke with Inca people who had participated in them, the physical archaeological evidence at quarries, construction sites, and along transport routes, and the experimental archaeology that has attempted to replicate specific elements of Inca construction using the methods and materials available in the Inca world. Each of these sources has specific strengths and specific limitations. The documentary sources are the most immediately informative, but also the most difficult to evaluate. The Spanish who wrote about Inca construction were generally not engineers or architects. They were soldiers, administrators, priests, and occasionally historians, observing an unfamiliar technology from outside its cultural context. Their accounts are sometimes detailed and sometimes vague, sometimes internally consistent and sometimes contradictory, and almost never focused on the specific technical details that would be most valuable for understanding the construction methods. The most important documentary sources for Inca construction are Cieza de Leon's Crónica del Perú, written in the 1550s. Pedro Sarmiento de Gamboa's Historia de los Incas, written in 1572. Garcilaso de la Vega's Comentarios Reales, published in 1609, which draws on Garcilaso's own Inca family connections. And the Huarochiri manuscript, a Quechua language document written by an indigenous informant around 1600 that provides a specifically Andean perspective on religious and cultural practices. Cieza de Leon is perhaps the most valuable of these sources for construction, specifically because he was an unusually careful observer who paid attention to the physical reality of what he saw. His descriptions of Sacsayhuaman, Cusco, and other sites include specific details about the scale of the stones, the quality of the fitting, and the organization of the workforce that are consistent with the archaeological evidence. He is also honest about the limits of his knowledge. He admits when he does not understand how something was done. Cieza de Leon's account of the construction of Sacsayhuaman is worth quoting in some detail for what it reveals. He describes the stones as being moved by the labor of an enormous number of men, pulling on ropes and levers, with the process being extraordinarily slow and arduous. He mentions that many men died in accidents, ropes breaking, stones rolling. He describes the stones as being brought from far away, and he expresses wonder at the scale of the achievement. He does not describe any technique that is inconsistent with the methods of a pre-industrial society. Sarmiento de Gamboa provides additional detail on the transport system, describing the use of wooden rollers beneath the sledges carrying the stones, a technique consistent with what experimental archaeology has confirmed as effective. He also describes the use of ramps built from earth and stone to allow the stones to be raised to their final positions, again consistent with experimental evidence. Garcilaso de la Vega's account is different in character from those of the Spanish-born chroniclers. Garcilaso was half Inca and had heard detailed accounts of construction from Inca nobles who had supervised the work. His account of Sacsayhuaman describes the workforce as numbering more than 20,000, working in rotation, with the construction taking decades. He describes the foremen, the Inca supervisors, directing the work and maintaining strict organization. He also describes the songs and rituals that accompanied the work, which is consistent with what we know of the Inca integration of ceremony into labor. Garcilaso's description of the final placement of the largest stones is particularly interesting. He describes the stones being moved on wooden sledges along prepared routes, with thousands of men pulling on ropes attached to the front and sides of the sledge, with other men using levers to assist over difficult sections. He describes the final approach to the wall as the most dangerous part. When the stone was being raised to its position, ropes could break and the stone could fall. He mentions specific incidents of injury and death at this stage. This description, thousands of men pulling on ropes, stone mauls and bronze chisels for shaping, wooden sledges for transport, earthen ramps for elevation, is entirely consistent with the material evidence and with what experimental archaeology has shown to be feasible. It is also consistent with the accounts of large-scale stone construction in other pre-industrial societies. The Egyptian evidence for pyramid construction, the Stonehenge experimental projects, which all converge on the same basic toolkit of ropes, sledges, levers, and organized human muscle. Now let me describe the experimental archaeology that has tested Inca construction methods directly. The most significant experimental project was carried out in 1997 by a team led by Jean-Pierre Protzen, an architect at the University of California at Berkeley, who had spent years studying Inca stonework, and Stella Nair, in collaboration with Peruvian engineers and archaeologists. The project attempted to demonstrate the feasibility of moving and placing an Inca stone, using methods consistent with the available evidence. The team selected a stone of approximately 1 ton, small by Inca standards but sufficient to test the basic methods, and attempted to move it using ropes, wooden sledges, and a team of workers without mechanical assistance. The stone was successfully moved, but the project revealed several important things about the challenges involved. The first finding was the critical importance of surface preparation. On unprepared ground, the friction forces required to move the sledge were prohibitively high. The available workforce could not maintain forward movement. On a prepared surface, smooth, slightly moistened, the movement was manageable. This confirmed what the archaeological evidence suggested. The Inca invested significantly in preparing the transport routes before moving the stones. The second finding was the difficulty of controlling the stone on slopes. Moving a 1-ton stone downhill required significant braking force to prevent the sledge from running away from the workers. For stones of 10 or 100 times this weight, the braking problem would be proportionally more severe. The team concluded that the descent of very heavy stones from quarries required a sophisticated system of anchor ropes and controlled release, a system for which there is indirect archaeological evidence but no surviving physical demonstration. The third finding was the importance of coordination. Moving a heavy stone with a large team of people requires that all the pulling and levering efforts be synchronized, that everyone contributes force in the same direction at the same time. Achieving this synchronization requires a specific rhythm, a call and response, a chant, a drum beat that coordinates the team's effort. The experimental team found that working without a rhythm coordinator significantly reduced their efficiency. This last finding is particularly interesting because it connects to what Garcilaso and other chroniclers describe about the songs and chants that accompanied Inca construction work. These were not merely cultural traditions grafted onto the practical work. They were functionally necessary, the specific mechanism by which the coordination of large teams was achieved. A subsequent experimental project in 2000, carried out by a Peruvian team at a different site, attempted to replicate the fitting process for a polygonal joint. The team selected 2 stones of moderate size and attempted to achieve the characteristic Inca fitting using stone tools, hammerstone percussion, and abrasive grinding. The project was successful in producing a tight joint, but the time required was considerably greater than had been expected. The team concluded that achieving the finest Inca joint quality with stone tools requires not just skill, but a sustained patience and attention to detail that is difficult to maintain under the normal pressures of a construction schedule. This finding is consistent with the organization of Inca construction as described by the chroniclers. The dedicated craftspeople, the stone fitters, were not the general Mitta workforce rotating in and out every few months. They were specialists who worked continuously on the most demanding elements of the construction, developing and maintaining the specific skills that the finest work required. What the experimental archaeology has not yet demonstrated is the full-scale movement of stones of the size found at Sacsayhuaman. Moving a 270-ton stone over 35 kilometers of Andean terrain is a logistical operation of a different order of magnitude from moving a 1-ton stone in a controlled experimental setting. The physics are the same, but the scale introduces challenges. The management of ropes that must be hundreds of meters long, the coordination of thousands of workers, the engineering of braking systems for multi-hundred-ton loads. That the experimental projects have not been able to address directly. This is the genuine gap in the current understanding, not a gap that requires alien technology, but a gap that requires more experimental archaeology at larger scales, and more careful analysis of the specific terrain and logistics of specific transport routes. The methods are known. the scale has not yet been fully demonstrated, and that specific gap is more interesting and more honest than the alternative history tradition's substitution of mystery for the patient work of investigation. Let me develop Jean-Pierre Protsen's scholarly work on Inca stonework more fully, because he is the most important single figure in the scientific study of Inca construction methods, and his findings are worth understanding in detail. Protsen spent approximately 15 years studying Inca stonework at various sites in the Cusco region, beginning in the early 1980s. His methodology was empirical and specific. He identified the tools evident in the archaeological record, recreated those tools from the same stone types used by the Inca, and attempted to use them to replicate the specific operations, quarrying, shaping, fitting, visible in the finished stonework. His results were published in a series of academic papers and eventually in a comprehensive monograph, Inca Architecture and Construction at Ollantaytambo, published in 1993. Protsen's key finding was that all the operations visible in Inca stonework, extraction, rough shaping, fine shaping, surface finishing, and fitting, could be replicated using the tools available in the Inca world, primarily stone hammers of varying sizes and hardnesses. He demonstrated this through direct experiment, producing replicas of specific Inca joint faces using only stone tools, and comparing his replicas to the originals. The time required for these operations was the most significant variable in Protsen's experiments. He found that producing the precise fitting surfaces of a large Inca stone joint, a mating area of perhaps 1 or 2 square meters, required many hours of sustained work with stone tools. Scaling up from his experimental stones to the largest stones at Sacsayhuaman suggested that the fitting work alone for a single large stone could require weeks of work by a team of skilled craftspeople. Protsen also identified specific evidence in the stones themselves for the fitting process. At Ollantaytambo and at Sacsayhuaman, he found stones that showed evidence of the progressive modification of the fitting surfaces. Traces of earlier contact patterns partially obscured by later work, indicating multiple cycles of trial fitting and adjustment. This evidence directly confirms the iterative nature of the fitting process and is consistent with the time estimates derived from the experimental work. One of Protsen's most important contributions was his analysis of what he called the toolkit of Inca stone working. The specific range of tools used for different operations, and the specific evidence for each tool type in the archaeological and architectural record. He identified at least 4 distinct types of tool: the heavy hammerstone used for initial extraction and rough shaping, the medium hammerstone used for more refined shaping, the small hammerstone used for detailed work, and the abrasive rubbing stone used for final surface finishing. Each tool type left characteristic traces in the stone. The heavy hammerstones left large, irregular pounding marks. The medium hammerstones left smaller, more controlled marks. The small hammerstones left fine scratches and shallow depressions. The abrasive rubbing stones left smooth, polished surfaces with no visible individual marks. By identifying which tool marks were present on different parts of the same stone, rough marks on the hidden faces, polished surfaces on the visible faces, specific fitting marks on the joint faces, Protsen was able to reconstruct the specific sequence of operations that each stone went through. The findings from Protsen's work have been confirmed and extended by subsequent researchers. The Peruvian archaeologist Alfredo Valencia Zagara and the architect Arminda Gibaja Oviedo have conducted detailed studies at multiple Inca sites that are consistent with Protsen's analysis of the toolkit and the construction sequence. International research teams working at Machu Picchu, Moray, and other sites have produced findings that confirm the same basic picture. Now let me say something about what the documentary sources and the experimental evidence together tell us about the organization of the Inca construction workforce, because the human organizational dimension is as important as the technical dimension. The construction of Sacsayhuaman, according to Cieza de Leon's estimate of 20,000 workers, was an operation that required the movement, feeding, housing and organization of a small city's worth of people at a construction site above Cusco. This was not a spontaneous gathering. It required advanced planning, the accumulation of food stores, the construction of temporary housing, the establishment of lines of command, and the continuous management of the workforce during the construction period. The Inca state had the administrative infrastructure to manage operations of this scale. The METR system, with its decimal organization and its regional administrators, provided the mechanism for mobilizing the workforce from across the empire. The state storehouses, the kolkas, provided the food and material supplies. The Inca road network provided the logistics for bringing both workers and materials to the site. What is less well documented is the specific management structure within the construction workforce. The chain of command that directed the different specialized tasks, the systems for quality control that ensured the fine-fitting work met the required standards, and the systems for integrating the work of different teams on different parts of the site. The chroniclers mention supervisors, foremen, but do not describe the management structure in detail. The archaeological evidence provides some clues. The consistency of the masonry quality across large areas of the finest Inca construction implies that quality control was effective, but the specific mechanisms of that quality control are not visible in the physical record. One aspect of the construction organization that is particularly interesting is the evidence for prefabrication, the preparation of stones off-site before they were brought to their final position. At several Inca sites, researchers have found stones that show evidence of having been shaped and prepared to near final dimensions at or near the quarry, rather than being brought rough to the construction site and shaped there. This prefabrication approach makes sense from a logistics perspective. It is easier to transport a finished stone, whose weight cannot be reduced further, than a rough stone that still has significant excess material. If the shaping is done at the quarry, the transport burden is minimized. But prefabrication requires a higher level of precision in the initial shaping and a more sophisticated management system to ensure that the prepared stones will fit their intended positions when they arrive. The evidence that the Inca used at least some degree of prefabrication suggests a level of advanced planning and coordination between the quarrying operation and the construction operation that is impressive even by modern project management standards. The overall picture that emerges from combining the documentary sources, the archaeological evidence, and the experimental findings is of a construction enterprise that was well organized, technically sophisticated, and operating at the limits of what a pre-industrial society with access to the Inca's specific tools and resources could achieve. It was not easy. It was not done quickly. It was not mysterious. It was the product of patient, organized, skilled human effort, sustained over many years, under the direction of a state that had the administrative capacity to make it happen. And the results, the walls that are still standing in Cusco, the fitted stones at Ollantaytambo, the curved wall of the Qorikancha, are the evidence that the effort succeeded. Let me close this part with a thought about what the combination of documentary sources and experimental archaeology reveals about the relationship between knowledge and achievement. The Inca stonework was not the product of a single moment of inspiration or a single discovery of a better method. It was the product of accumulated knowledge. The gradual refinement of techniques across many generations of construction in a seismically active landscape. The progressive improvement of quarrying methods, transport systems, and fitting techniques as each generation built on the work of the previous one. This kind of generational accumulation of knowledge is one of the most powerful forces in human cultural development. It is the same force that produced the astronomical knowledge of the Babylonians, the mathematical knowledge of the ancient Egyptians, the navigational knowledge of the Polynesian voyagers. In each case, what appears from the outside as an extraordinary achievement was the product of centuries of careful observation, trial and error, and the transmission of knowledge from those who had learned to those who would build on what they had learned. The Inca stonework is the visible evidence of that accumulated knowledge, not a mystery, a tradition, built over generations, in stone. Let me lay out the ramp and lever hypothesis in full. The ramp and lever hypothesis is not unique to Inca construction. It is the general model that engineers and archaeologists have developed for understanding how pre-industrial societies moved and placed very large stones. It was applied to Egyptian pyramid construction, to Stonehenge, to the Easter Island Moai, and to every other ancient megalithic construction tradition that has been seriously studied. The same basic toolkit, ropes, sledges, earthen ramps, wooden levers, and organized human labor, appears to underlie all of them, with specific variations for specific sites and specific materials. The fundamental physics of moving a large stone are straightforward, even if the execution is demanding. A stone resting on a flat surface resists horizontal movement, with a force equal to its weight multiplied by the coefficient of friction between the stone and the surface. For a stone on rough ground, this coefficient is approximately 0.6 to 0.8, meaning that you need to apply a horizontal force of 60 to 80% of the stone's weight to begin moving it. For a 270-ton stone, this means a horizontal pulling force of approximately 160 to 215 tons, requiring several thousand people pulling on ropes, even allowing for the mechanical advantage of the rope arrangement. On a prepared surface, a smooth, slightly moistened wooden sledge track, the coefficient of friction drops to approximately 0.3 to 0.4, halving the required force and therefore halving the required number of people. This is why the preparation of the transport surface was so critical to the Inca construction system. The investment in surface preparation directly reduced the labor requirement for the transport itself. The specific calculation for moving a large stone requires knowing the stone's weight, the coefficient of friction of the transport surface, the available pulling force per person, and the organization efficiency of the team. If we assume each person can contribute approximately 80 kilograms of sustained pulling force, consistent with the known capabilities of trained workers, then moving a 270-ton stone on a prepared surface requires approximately 800 to 1,000 people pulling simultaneously. This is a large number of people, but it is well within the scale of the Mita workforce available for the construction of Sacsayhuaman. With 20,000 workers at the site, dedicating 8 to 10% of the workforce to the transport of a single stone at any given time is entirely plausible, especially since the overall construction operation involved many different activities happening simultaneously, with the stone transport being one element of a much larger program. The ramp system addresses the problem of elevation, of raising a stone from a lower level to a higher one. An earthen ramp has a specific advantage over any kind of lifting system. It converts the problem of raising weight against gravity into the problem of moving weight horizontally along a slope. The mechanical work required to raise a mass to a given height is the same regardless of the path taken to get it there. It equals the mass multiplied by the gravitational acceleration multiplied by the height. But the force required is inversely proportional to the length of the path. The longer the ramp, the shallower the gradient, and the smaller the force required at any given moment. A ramp with a gradient of 1 in 10, 1 meter of elevation for every 10 meters of horizontal distance, requires a horizontal pulling force of approximately 10% of the stone's weight to maintain motion, in addition to the friction force on the ramp surface. For a 270-ton stone on a well-prepared ramp with a friction coefficient of 0.35, the total pulling force required is approximately 35% of the stone's weight, about 95 tons. This still requires a very large team, but it is within the range of what a well-organized MITA workforce could achieve. The practical constraint on ramp construction is the volume of material required. A ramp long enough to have a 1 in 10 gradient and high enough to raise a stone to the required position involves an enormous volume of earth and stone. For the 3 terrace system at Sacsayhuaman, where the largest stones are at the lowest level and the ramp height required is relatively modest, the ramp volume is manageable. For a building with a tall wall that requires stones to be raised to a significant height, the ramp can become more material than the building itself. Archaeological evidence for Inca ramp construction has been identified at several sites. The most direct evidence comes from traces of earthen deposits at the base of walls. Deposits that are inconsistent with the natural stratigraphy of the site, but that are consistent with the remains of ramps that were partially removed after construction was complete. At some sites, the ramps appear to have been left in place for extended periods during construction and then removed when the relevant wall section was finished. The removal of ramps is one of the most underappreciated aspects of ancient construction logistics. A ramp large enough to have raised the stones at Sacsayhuaman would have required a significant labor effort to remove, comparable in scale to the effort required to build it. This removal effort is often ignored in estimates of the total labor required for Inca construction, but it should be included. Now, let me describe the lever system, which was used in conjunction with the ramp for fine positioning of stones. A lever is a simple machine that provides mechanical advantage by trading force for distance. A 3-meter wooden lever with its fulcrum placed close to the load can provide a mechanical advantage of 20 to 1, meaning that one person applying their full body weight to the end of the lever can lift approximately 2 tons of stone by a small amount. A team of 10 people working coordinated levers can lift 20 tons by a small amount. The application of the lever to Inca construction was not for primary lifting, for raising stones from the ground to the wall. It was for fine adjustment, for nudging a stone that had been raised approximately to its position into its final, precise position. Once a stone was close to where it needed to be, it could be moved laterally, tilted or adjusted vertically in small increments using levers, allowing the fitting process to be completed with the precision that the finished walls display. The specific advantage of the lever for final positioning is control. A ramp raises a stone along a fixed, inclined surface with limited ability to adjust the stone's orientation or lateral position. A lever can apply force in any direction and can be used to make very small, controlled adjustments. For the precise fitting of polygonal masonry, where the stone needs to be settled into an exact 3-dimensional position relative to its neighbours, the lever is the critical tool. The combination of ramp for primary movement and lever for final positioning is consistent with the evidence from the construction sites and from the Chronicles. Sarmiento de Gamboa explicitly describes levers being used in the construction process. The tool marks on stones at various sites are consistent with lever use for fine positioning. Where the ramp and lever hypothesis leaves genuine gaps is in accounting for specific elements of Sacsayhuaman's construction that appear to require engineering beyond the standard toolkit. The most discussed gap is the movement of the largest stones, the 270-ton blocks in the lowest terrace, from the Qorikancha quarry to the site. The standard ramp and lever toolkit is, in principle, adequate for this task. But the specific application of these methods to stones of this scale, over this distance, across the specific terrain between Qorikancha and Sacsayhuaman, involves challenges that have not been directly demonstrated by experimental archaeology. The second gap is the fitting of the stones that are below the current ground level. Stones at the base of the walls that are partially buried in sediment that has accumulated over 5 centuries. These stones are visible only in sections where excavation has exposed them, and they show the same quality of fitting as the visible stones above. How the Inca managed the fitting process for stones that were being set into a prepared foundation, where the lower face of the stone needed to match the bedrock or prepared foundation surface with the same precision as the faces matching neighbouring stones, is not fully documented. These are real gaps. Not gaps that require exotic explanations, but gaps that require more investigation. The ramp and lever hypothesis is the right hypothesis. It just needs more detailed testing at the specific scales and specific conditions of the most demanding Inca construction challenges. And that testing is ongoing, slowly, patiently, as the Inca themselves built. Let me develop the rope system more fully, because the specific mechanics of rope pulling for heavy loads are more interesting and more demanding than the simple calculation suggests. The pulling force available from a large team of people is not simply the number of people multiplied by the individual force per person. The total available force depends critically on the organization of the team and the geometry of the rope arrangement. A rope can only transmit force along its own axis. If the rope is angled relative to the direction of movement, the effective pulling force is reduced by the cosine of the angle. For a rope at 30 degrees to the direction of movement, the effective force is only about 87% of the total tension in the rope. For a large team pulling on ropes attached to a sledge, this means that the people closest to the sledge, pulling nearly in line with the movement direction, are contributing nearly their full force. The people further back, at a steeper angle to the direction of movement, are contributing proportionally less. And the people at the very end of the rope, pulling at a sharp angle, may be contributing only a fraction of their potential force to the useful work. This geometric effect means that the optimal rope arrangement for a large pulling team is not a single rope pulled by a long file of people. It is a fan arrangement, multiple ropes of different lengths attached to the sledge, each pulled by a smaller team, arranged so that all teams are pulling at a similar angle to the direction of movement. Evidence for this fan arrangement is visible in some Inca transport contexts. At sites where multiple rope attachment points are visible on stones and sledge platforms. The management of multiple rope teams working simultaneously on a single load requires a specific kind of coordination. The teams must start their pulls simultaneously. If one team starts before the others, the load may rotate rather than move straight. They must maintain their pull at the same rate. If one team falls behind, its rope goes slack and its contribution is lost, and they must all stop simultaneously. If one team continues to pull while others stop, the load can be redirected dangerously. This coordination requirement reinforces the evidence that rhythmic chanting or drumming was not merely ceremonial, but functionally essential. The rhythm provided the timing signal that all teams responded to simultaneously, ensuring that the pulling forces were synchronized and that the load moved in the intended direction. Ancient Egyptian evidence for rope pulling coordination is particularly interesting in this context. An inscription from the tomb of Jehuti-Hotep, a Middle Kingdom official who lived approximately 1900 BCE, shows a scene depicting the transport of a colossal statue, estimated to weigh approximately 58 tons. On a sledge, pulled by 172 men arranged in 4 rows. In the inscription, a man standing on the statue's base is clapping, providing the rhythmic coordination for the pulling teams. This is direct pictorial evidence for exactly the coordination mechanism that the Inca construction accounts and the experimental archaeology suggest was used. The specific Egyptian evidence is relevant to the Inca discussion for a different reason as well. It provides independent confirmation that rope pulling of heavy loads at this scale was a known and documented pre-industrial technique, used in a completely different cultural context, with completely different political organization. The same basic approach, organized rope teams, rhythmic coordination, prepared transport surfaces, appeared independently in at least two major ancient construction traditions, which is strong evidence that it was a robust and effective solution to the universal problem of moving heavy stones. Now let me describe the specific evidence for water or other lubricants used to reduce friction in Inca stone transport, because this is an aspect of the technology that is sometimes overlooked. In the Jehutihotep inscription from Egypt, a figure at the front of the sledge is pouring liquid, almost certainly water, under the sledge as it moves. This liquid lubrication would significantly reduce the friction between the sledge and the prepared surface, reducing the required pulling force. The same technique appears in other ancient contexts where heavy loads were transported on sledges. For the Inca, the evidence for lubrication is indirect but suggestive. The prepared transport roads at Inca quarry sites were designed with drainage channels on the sides, not simply to prevent erosion of the road surface, but to allow water to be applied to the road surface during transport operations, without the water running off the road and making the sides muddy. This is consistent with intentional lubrication of the transport surface. Additionally, the Andean environment provides abundant water in the wet season. The Urubamba River and its tributaries are substantial year-round sources, and the many springs and streams in the Cusco region would have made water available along most transport routes. The seasonal timing of transport operations may have been planned to coincide with periods when water was readily available for lubrication, while avoiding the wet season floods that would have made road surfaces too soft for heavy loads. The specific coefficient of friction for a wooden sledge on a wet, smooth surface is significantly lower than on a dry surface, approximately 0.1 to 0.2, compared to 0.3 to 0.4 for a prepared but dry surface. This difference is substantial. Using water lubrication reduces the required pulling force by approximately 50 to 60% compared to a dry prepared surface. For a 270-ton stone, this means the difference between needing 500 people and needing 250. At the scale of Inca construction, this kind of force reduction is operationally significant. The difference between needing 500 people simultaneously and needing 250 is not just a matter of numbers. It affects the width of the road required, the organization of the teams, the management complexity of the operation, and the overall duration of the transport program. Let me now address directly the comparison between the ramp and lever hypothesis for Inca construction and the same hypothesis applied to other ancient construction traditions, because the comparison is illuminating. The construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza required moving approximately 2.3 million stone blocks, averaging about 2.5 tons each, with some blocks weighing up to 80 tons. The specific method by which this was accomplished has been studied for 2 centuries, and the current consensus is that ramps, sledges, and organized labor were the primary means. The specific design of the ramps has been debated: straight external ramps, spiral ramps, internal ramps. But the basic mechanism is agreed. The construction of the largest trilithons at Stonehenge required moving stones of up to approximately 40 tons from quarries in Wales, approximately 240 kilometers away, and raising them to a height of approximately 5 meters. As we discussed in the Stonehenge video series, The current consensus is that sea and river transport, sledges, rollers, and timber cribbing were the primary means. In both cases, the Egyptian pyramids and Stonehenge, the scholarly consensus is that the methods were pre-industrial but effective, that the scale of the achievement was primarily a reflection of the scale of the organized human effort applied to the problem, and that no explanation beyond ordinary human capability and organization is required. The same conclusion applies to Inca stonework. The stones at Sacsayhuaman are larger than most stones at Stonehenge and smaller than the largest stones in Egyptian construction. The fitting quality is superior to most Egyptian construction and comparable to the finest examples. The distance of transport is comparable to the Stonehenge bluestones. There is nothing about the Inca achievement that places it outside the range of what pre-industrial human societies have been documented to achieve. There is much about it that should command respect and careful attention. But respect and careful attention are not the same as mystery. The ramp and lever hypothesis explains what happened. The physics are the physics, and the physics do not require ancient astronauts. Let me close this part with a reflection on the specific quality of intellectual honesty that the ramp and lever hypothesis embodies. The hypothesis does not claim to explain everything. It does not claim that every specific challenge of every specific Inca construction operation has been fully resolved by experimental archaeology. It claims that the general principles are known, that the specific methods are within the capabilities of the Inca world, and that the remaining gaps are gaps of detail rather than gaps of fundamental principle. This is an honest position. It acknowledges uncertainty where uncertainty exists. It does not fill the gaps with speculation beyond the evidence. It identifies the specific questions that remain open and points toward the specific investigations that could address them. This kind of honest, limited claim is harder to communicate than the grand claims of alternative archaeology. It does not have the dramatic appeal of ancient astronauts or lost technology, but it has the specific appeal of being true, or at least being the best current approximation of truth. And in the small hours of the night, that is worth more than drama. Let me address the alternative hypotheses directly. The alternative history tradition offers several explanations for Inca stonework that go beyond the conventional ramp and lever model. The most prominent of these are the acoustic levitation hypothesis, the idea that the Inca used sound waves to move and shape stones, and the vibrational softening hypothesis, the idea that some lost technique was used to temporarily soften stone so that it could be shaped more easily. Both of these hypotheses appear regularly in YouTube videos and alternative history books, and both deserve to be examined honestly. The acoustic levitation hypothesis proposes that the Inca, or a pre-Inca culture with access to lost knowledge, used specific sound frequencies to levitate or reduce the effective weight of stones, making them easier to move. This hypothesis is usually cited in connection with ancient Tibetan or Peruvian traditions that describe monks or priests using instruments to move large stones through sound. The specific Tibetan account most frequently cited in this context was recorded by a Swedish engineer named Kjell Eriksson in the 1930s, who claimed to have witnessed monks levitating stones using drums and trumpets at a monastery in Tibet. The account describes stones of approximately 1.5 meters diameter being lifted to a height of approximately 250 meters, using coordinated sound from large numbers of musicians. This account has been extensively examined by physicists and acoustical engineers, and has been found to be physically impossible. The acoustic energy required to levitate a stone of this size to this height would be so enormous that the sound would be lethal to anyone in the vicinity. The specific sound levels required, well above 200 decibels, would cause immediate death to any human being present. The physical basis of acoustic levitation is well understood in modern acoustical science, and it operates at scales many orders of magnitude smaller than the stones described in the Tibetan account. The vibrational softening hypothesis proposes that specific frequencies or intensities of sound or mechanical vibration can temporarily alter the crystalline structure of stone, making it easier to work. This hypothesis has no basis in materials science. The crystalline structures of the stone types used in Inca construction, andesite, granite, limestone, are stable at the temperatures and pressures present at the Earth's surface and are not affected by acoustic or mechanical vibration at intensities that could be generated by pre-industrial technology. Stone can be shaped by vibration. This is the basis of ultrasonic machining, which uses high-frequency mechanical vibration to cut hard materials. But ultrasonic machining requires industrial equipment operating at frequencies and powers far beyond anything achievable without modern technology. There is no plausible mechanism by which the specific frequencies audible to or producible by human beings could replicate the effect of industrial ultrasonic machining on granite or andesite. The specific evidence cited for acoustic or vibrational stoneworking in the Inca context, the resonance effects at certain Andean sites, the acoustic properties of specific stone types, the references to music in Inca construction accounts, does not support the hypothesis. As we discussed in Part 4, the acoustic properties of Inca stonework are real phenomena, and the use of rhythmic sound in construction work is well documented. But resonance and coordination are not the same as levitation or softening. The stones resonate because they are hard and well fitted. The construction work was rhythmically coordinated because coordination is essential for large team operations. Neither phenomenon requires or implies acoustic stoneworking. The Pumapunku connection deserves particular attention because it involves a genuine and interesting archaeological puzzle that is frequently conflated with, and misrepresented in terms of, the Inca construction tradition. Pumapunku is a platform mound site within the Tiwanaku complex, located on the shores of Lake Titicaca in Bolivia, approximately 70 kilometers from the city of La Paz, at an altitude of approximately 3,850 meters. The site is associated with the Tiwanaku culture, which flourished from approximately 300 CE to 1000 CE, predating the Inca Empire by several centuries. The Inca later incorporated elements of the Tiwanaku tradition into their own cultural identity, treating Tiwanaku as a place of sacred origin. But the Tiwanaku culture was distinct from the Inca and had its own independent construction tradition. The stonework at Pumapunku is genuinely extraordinary and genuinely different from Inca polygonal masonry. The stones at Pumapunku, primarily red sandstone and andesite, were cut into regular geometric forms with right angles, straight edges, and smooth, flat faces. Some of the stones have complex rectilinear profiles with multiple planes and angles, cut to tolerances that appear remarkably precise for pre-industrial work. The most frequently discussed features of the Pumapunku stonework are the H-blocks, a specific class of stone element with a characteristic H-shaped cross-section, produced by cutting identical interlocking recesses into the faces of large sandstone blocks. These H-blocks were apparently used as interlocking elements in the construction of the platform, fitting together in a specific way to create a rigid structure. The precision with which the H-blocks are cut, the regularity of the recesses, the consistent dimensions of the interlocking features, has led to claims that they could only have been produced using machine tools. These claims are not supported by the available evidence. The sandstone used for the Pumapunku H-blocks is a relatively soft rock, softer than the andesite used at Inca sites. and can be shaped with abrasive tools to tight tolerances without requiring metal cutting tools or machine processes. Experimental trials have confirmed that stone tools, bronze chisels, and abrasive finishing can produce the geometric precision visible in the Pumapunku stonework, though the time required is considerable. The specific construction purpose of the H-blocks is still debated. Their function within the overall building design is not entirely clear. But the fact that their production is explicable using period-appropriate tools and methods is well established. The claim that they could only have been produced by machine tools rests on an intuitive assessment of the precision involved, rather than on a rigorous analysis of what is achievable with manual tools on sandstone. The Tiwanaku and Pumapunku sites do raise genuine archaeological questions. The specific logistics of transporting very large stones to the site, some blocks weighing over 100 tons, across Lake Titicaca or along its shores are not fully resolved. The cultural connections between Tiwanaku and the earlier Chavin culture and the later Inca culture involve specific questions about the transmission of architectural and cosmological knowledge that are genuinely open. But the genuine mysteries of Pumapunku are different from the mysteries the alternative history tradition attributes to it. The genuine questions are about the specific logistics of construction, the specific cultural transmission of architectural knowledge, and the specific cosmological significance of the site within the Tiwanaku religious framework. The alternative history tradition's questions about machine tools and lost technology and alien assistance are not genuine archaeological questions. They are questions that arise from treating the precision of the stonework as evidence of non-human capability, when the actual evidence shows that human capability with appropriate materials and sufficient time is entirely adequate. The conflation of Pumapunku with Inca stonework in popular discussions is itself a source of confusion. They are different sites, different cultures, different periods and different construction traditions. The Inca did not build Pumapunku. The Tiwanaku culture did, approximately 500 to 800 years before the Inca emerged as a major power. The Inca may have been inspired by the Tiwanaku tradition, but they developed their own distinctively different approach to stonework. Treating Pumapunku and Sacsayhuaman as the same phenomenon, as if they are both expressions of a single mysterious pre-Inca tradition that the conventional account cannot explain, misrepresents both sites and the very different archaeological evidence relevant to each. Each site deserves to be understood on its own terms, with its own specific evidence and its own specific genuine mysteries, which are interesting enough without the overlay of alien technology, and which point toward genuinely fascinating questions about the specific human cultures that created them. Let me develop the Tiwanaku culture more fully, because it deserves to be understood on its own terms, rather than primarily as a foil for the alternative history discussion. The Tiwanaku culture was one of the most important civilizations in the pre-Columbian Andes. At its peak, between approximately 500 CE and 900 CE, the Tiwanaku state controlled a territory stretching from the Lake Titicaca Basin into parts of what are now Bolivia, northern Chile, northern Argentina, and southern Peru. Its capital city, Tiwanaku itself, covered an area of approximately 4 square kilometers and may have had a population of between 10,000 and 20,000 people, making it one of the largest cities in the pre-Columbian Americas. Tiwanaku's power base was the raised field agriculture system developed in the Lake Titicaca Basin, an agricultural technology that converted the seasonally flooded pampas around the lake into extremely productive farmland through a system of raised platforms separated by water channels. The water in the channels moderated temperature fluctuations, protecting crops from the frost that was otherwise a constant threat at this altitude. and provided a rich nutrient source when channel sediment was periodically dredged and spread on the raised fields. The agricultural productivity of the raised field system supported the population that built Tiwanaku's monumental architecture. The Gateway of the Sun, a massive carved sandstone gate that is one of the most famous artifacts of pre-Columbian South America. The Acapana Pyramid Mound, the Kalasasaya ceremonial platform, and the Pumapunku platform were all products of this agricultural surplus, directed into monumental construction. The Gateway of the Sun is particularly interesting as an example of the Tiwanaku construction tradition because it shows a different kind of stoneworking achievement from Pumapunku. Not the rectilinear precision of the H-blocks, but the deeply carved iconographic relief that covers the gate's upper section. The central figure, usually called the staff god or the sun gate deity, is a frontal figure with a large headdress, holding staffs in each hand, surrounded by running figures with condor heads. The carving is deep and detailed, executed in the hard andesite of the gate, and it represents a sophisticated tradition of monumental sculpture that was transmitted to subsequent Andean cultures. The Tiwanaku iconographic tradition, the specific symbols, figures, and compositional conventions visible in the Gateway of the Sun and in the other carved stones of Tiwanaku, influenced the artistic and religious traditions of several subsequent cultures, including the Wari culture that was contemporary with the late Tiwanaku period, and subsequently the Inca, who incorporated elements of the Tiwanaku visual tradition into their own imperial iconography. Now let me return to Pumapunku and describe the specific construction challenges at the site more accurately than the alternative history tradition typically does. The largest stones at Pumapunku weigh approximately 130 tons, large but smaller than the largest stones at Sacsayhuaman. They are sandstone blocks, quarried from deposits approximately 10 kilometers from the site. The transport of 130-ton sandstone blocks across 10 kilometers of terrain at the altitude of the Lake Titicaca Basin would have been a significant undertaking using ramps, sledges, and ropes. But it is within the range of what is known to be achievable. Some researchers have proposed that part of the transport route for the largest Pumapunku stones involved water transport across Lake Titicaca or along its shores. Lake Titicaca is a large body of water, approximately 190 kilometers long and up to 80 kilometers wide. And reed boats of the type still made by the Uros people of the lake are a traditional Andean technology. However, the specific dimensions and weight of the largest Pumapunku stones exceed what the traditional reed boat technology could plausibly support. If water transport was used, it was probably for smaller stones or for the andesite stones that were quarried from the opposite shore of the lake. The andesite at Pumapunku, the harder, darker stone used for some of the most precisely cut elements, was quarried from a source approximately 90 kilometers away on the opposite shore of Lake Titicaca. If water transport was used for these stones, it would represent one of the longest stone transport operations in the ancient Americas. The specific mechanism of this transport, whether by large wooden rafts, by reed boats, or by overland routes around the lake, has not been definitively established. The precision of the Pumapunku stonework, while impressive, should be evaluated against the specific properties of the materials involved. Sandstone is softer than andesite. It is on the lower end of the hardness scale for construction stones, and can be worked to relatively tight tolerances with abrasive tools. The specific tolerances visible in the H-blocks, while impressive by handcraft standards, are achievable with careful work using bronze tools, stone abrasives, and the specific quality of attention that the Tiwanaku craftspeople brought to the work. The comparison that the alternative history tradition makes between Pumapunku and modern machined parts is fundamentally flawed. because it compares the finished product to modern machining tolerances without accounting for the specific properties of the material being worked. A modern machine tool working metal produces tolerances of fractions of a millimeter. A skilled craftsperson working sandstone with bronze chisels and abrasive stones can produce tolerances of a few millimeters, which is precisely what is visible in the Pumapunku stonework. The comparison to machine tools is not supported by measurement of the actual tolerances involved. There is one genuinely interesting aspect of the Pumapunku stonework that the conventional account does not fully explain, and it is worth acknowledging. The specific H-block design appears to have been produced in multiple identical copies, the same shape repeated many times with similar dimensions. This standardization of stone elements is not typical of Inca polygonal masonry, where each stone is unique. It suggests a different construction philosophy, one that involved the design and production of standard components, rather than the iterative fitting of unique elements. This modular approach is interesting because it implies a specific kind of design thinking, the ability to conceive of a building as an assembly of standard components that is associated in the modern world with industrial production. It does not require machine tools to achieve, but it does require a specific design approach and a specific quality control system to ensure that the produced components are sufficiently consistent to assemble correctly. How the Tiwanaku craftspeople achieved this standardization using pre-industrial methods is a genuinely open question that deserves more attention than it receives in both the conventional archaeological literature and the alternative history tradition. The conventional literature tends to describe the achievement without explaining the specific mechanism. The alternative history tradition explains the mechanism incorrectly, attributing it to machine tools that did not exist. What is needed is a more careful investigation of what specific pre-industrial methods could produce the standardization visible in the H-blocks. That investigation would be more productive than the debate about machine tools, and more respectful of the genuine achievement of the people who built Pumapunku. Let me close this part with a broader reflection on what the alternative hypothesis tradition reveals about the specific difficulty of accepting that pre-industrial people were simply very good at what they did. The acoustic levitation and vibrational softening hypotheses, the machine tool claims about Pumapunku, the ancient astronaut claims about Sacsayhuaman. All of these alternative explanations share a common underlying assumption that the achievements of ancient construction traditions are too impressive to have been produced by the methods those traditions actually used. This assumption is the source of the problem. It starts from incredulity about human capability and works backward to an exotic explanation. The correct approach is the opposite. Start from the specific evidence of the methods used, the tool marks, the abandoned stones, the experimental results, the documentary sources, and assess the achievability of the claimed results using those methods. When you do this, when you start from the evidence rather than from incredulity, the achievements of the Inca and the Tiwanaku are not less impressive. They are more impressive, because they were done by people with stone tools and ropes and patience and the accumulated knowledge of many generations, and the specific devotion of people who believed they were doing something sacred. That is the story. It is enough. Let me give Tiwanaku the full attention it deserves. We touched on Tiwanaku in Part 9, primarily in the context of distinguishing it from Inca construction. But the Tiwanaku culture deserves to be understood in its own right, as one of the most important and most fascinating civilizations in the pre-Columbian Americas, with a specific character and a specific set of achievements that are distinct from, and in some ways more remarkable than, the Inca stonework. that is the main subject of tonight's journey. Lake Titicaca sits at 3,810 meters above sea level in the Andes, straddling the border between Bolivia and Peru. It is the highest navigable lake in the world, and its altitude gives it specific climatic properties. Despite its location at a latitude that would otherwise support tropical agriculture, the altitude makes it a cold, high-altitude environment where agriculture is challenging and where the risk of frost is a constant concern. The Tiwanaku people addressed this challenge with one of the most impressive agricultural engineering achievements in the pre-Columbian Americas. The raised field system, the Suca Colus, consisted of thousands of raised rectangular platforms of earth and sediment, separated by water-filled channels, covering an area of approximately 70,000 hectares around the lake. The water in the channels absorbed solar heat during the day and released it at night, raising the temperature above the platforms by several degrees, enough to protect crops from the frost that would otherwise destroy them. The specific productivity of this system was extraordinary. Archaeological investigations and modern reconstructions have found that the raised field system can produce yields of potatoes and quinoa far exceeding those achievable on unmodified high-altitude ground. The system also produced abundant fish and waterfowl from the channels, providing additional protein to the Tiwanaku diet. The agricultural surplus generated by the Suca Colus was the material foundation of the Tiwanaku state. Tiwanaku, the city, grew on the eastern shore of Lake Titicaca, approximately 15 kilometers from the lake's edge, in a position that gave it access to both the agricultural lands around the lake and the highland pastures above, where the llama and alpaca herds that provided wool, meat, and transport were raised. At its peak, the city covered an area of approximately 4 to 6 square kilometers, with a ceremonial core of monumental architecture surrounded by residential areas. The ceremonial core of Tiwanaku contains several major structures whose construction represents a significant achievement of planning and organization. The Kalasasaya is a large rectangular platform, approximately 130 meters by 120 meters, bounded by upright sandstone monoliths set in earthen walls. The Akapana is a stepped pyramid approximately 17 meters high, with a cross-shaped depression on its summit that may have been a reservoir. The semi-subterranean temple is a sunken court approximately 26 meters by 23 meters, whose walls are studded with carved stone heads of different styles, perhaps representing the diverse peoples who came to Tiwanaku. The Gateway of the Sun, which we discussed in Part 9, stands at the northwest corner of the Kalasasaya. It is a single massive block of andesite, approximately 3 meters high and 4 meters wide, weighing approximately 10 tons, with an opening cut through it to create the gateway and carved iconographic relief on the upper face. The carving on the Gateway of the Sun is one of the most complex pieces of iconographic sculpture in the pre-Columbian Americas, densely packed with specific figures, symbols, and compositional elements that represent the Tiwanaku cosmological system. The central figure on the Gateway of the Sun, usually called the staff god, the sun god, or the gateway god, is a frontal figure with a large headdress composed of circular elements, interpreted as stylized condor heads. The figure holds staffs in each hand that terminate in condor heads. Below and flanking the central figure are 3 rows of running attendant figures, each with a condor head, arranged in a specific compositional order that appears to encode astronomical or calendrical information. The specific meaning of the Gateway of the Sun imagery has been the subject of extensive scholarly analysis. One influential interpretation proposes that the imagery represents an agricultural calendar encoded in the condor iconography. The condor being a bird closely associated with the cycles of life, death, and renewal in Andean cosmology. Another interpretation focuses on the astronomical significance of the specific positions and numbers of the attendant figures. The exact meaning of the iconographic program remains a subject of scholarly debate. What is clear is that the Gateway of the Sun was the product of a sophisticated cosmological system, one that integrated astronomical observation, agricultural practice, and religious belief into a comprehensive framework for understanding and ordering the world. This integration of knowledge domains is characteristic of the most sophisticated pre-Columbian Andean cultures and represents an intellectual achievement of the same order as the architectural achievements. Now let me describe the Pumapunku platform in more detail than was possible. In Part 9, Pumapunku is located approximately 1 kilometer southwest of the main Tiwanaku site, on a large artificial platform mound approximately 167 meters by 116 meters and about 5 meters high. The platform was built up from layers of earth and stone, and on its surface were constructed several large stone buildings whose remains, many now collapsed and scattered, are the source of the extraordinary stonework that has attracted so much attention. The stones at Pumapunku fall into two categories. The first is red sandstone, a relatively soft, even-grained stone that was quarried from deposits approximately 10 kilometers from the site at Qorikancha. The second is grey andesite, a much harder, fine-grained volcanic stone, quarried from deposits on the Copacabana Peninsula on the opposite shore of Lake Titicaca, approximately 90 kilometers away. The use of two different stone types for different purposes is characteristic of sophisticated Andean construction traditions. The sandstone was used for the large platform elements and for the H-blocks and other precisely fitted structural elements. The andesite was used for smaller, more finely worked elements. Carved decorative pieces, precise fitting elements, and the large carved monoliths that stood on the platform. The largest single stone at Pumapunku is a sandstone block weighing approximately 130 tons. This is smaller than the largest stones at Sacsayhuaman, but substantial, and its transport from the quarry to the site involved the same general methods: sledges, ropes, large organized labor teams that characterized Andean construction generally. The specific dimensions of the H-blocks are informative. The typical H-block is approximately 80 centimeters long, 35 centimeters wide, and 20 centimeters thick. The H-shaped profile is created by a rectangular recess approximately 15 centimeters wide and 8 centimeters deep, cut into each long face of the block, centered on the block's length. The recesses are cut with flat bottoms and straight sides, and the corners between the bottom and sides of the recess are remarkably sharp. The specific tolerances of the H-block recesses, the consistency of dimensions from one block to the next, are the feature most cited as evidence of machine production. Measurements of multiple H-blocks show consistent dimensions within approximately 2 to 5 millimeters across blocks from the same production group. This is tight tolerance for handcraft work, but it is achievable. The mechanism by which Tiwanaku craftspeople achieved this consistency is an interesting practical question. One plausible hypothesis is the use of a template, a master form made from wood or stone from which the dimensions of each block were measured and verified at each stage of production. Templates are used in traditional craft traditions worldwide to achieve dimensional consistency, and there is no reason they could not have been used at Pumapunku. A template-based production system for the H-blocks would explain both the dimensional consistency and the standardized form. It would also explain one of the more puzzling aspects of the H-blocks: the fact that they appear to have been produced in a limited number of standardized sizes, suggesting that specific designs were developed and then produced in quantity, rather than each stone being designed and produced individually. The specific construction purpose of the H-blocks within the platform buildings is still debated. Their H-shaped profile suggests that they were designed to interlock with each other or with other stone elements in a specific way. The recesses in each face presumably engaging with a corresponding projection on an adjacent element. Several researchers have proposed specific reconstruction models for how the H-blocks were used, but the collapsed and scattered state of the building remains makes definitive reconstruction difficult. The genuine mystery of Pumapunku is not the machine tool question. It is the reconstruction question. What did the buildings on the platform actually look like? And how did the specific stone elements relate to each other in the completed structure? This is a genuinely open archaeological question, and resolving it would require a detailed three-dimensional study of all the surviving stone elements and their possible assemblies. This kind of careful, patient-specific archaeological investigation is how genuine understanding of Pumapunku will develop. Not through claims about machine tools or ancient astronauts, but through the slow accumulation of evidence, measured, documented, analyzed, in the tradition of scholarship that has been recovering the pre-Columbian Americas from historical silence for the last 2 centuries. Let me describe the collapse of the Tiwanaku culture, because understanding how it ended illuminates what it was. The Tiwanaku state collapsed around 1000 CE after approximately 700 years of growth and florescence. The collapse was rapid and apparently catastrophic. Archaeological evidence shows a dramatic decline in population, the abandonment of the raised field agricultural system, and the cessation of monumental construction within a relatively short period. The cause of the collapse is debated, but the most widely accepted explanation involves a prolonged drought. Paleoclimatological evidence, ice cores from the Qorikancha ice cap in the Peruvian Andes, lake sediment cores from Lake Titicaca, and archaeological evidence of reduced agricultural productivity all point to a severe and prolonged drought beginning approximately 1000 CE that would have dramatically reduced the agricultural output of the raised field system. The raised field system was highly productive under normal conditions, but it was vulnerable to drought because it depended on a specific balance of water levels in the channels. If the lake level dropped, as it would during a prolonged drought at altitude, the channels could not be maintained at the water levels required for the frost protection function. Without frost protection, the crops would fail. Without the agricultural surplus, the state could not maintain its administrative and construction programs. Without the state, the population dispersed. The specific evidence for the drought is compelling. Lake Titicaca's shoreline dropped significantly between approximately 1000 and 1100 CE, exposing large areas of previously productive raised field land to the conditions under which the frost protection system could not function. The timing of this lake level drop corresponds closely to the archaeological evidence of Tiwanaku's collapse. This is a remarkably informative collapse, not because it is mysterious, but because the mechanism is so clearly visible in multiple independent lines of evidence. Climate change, specifically a drought that disrupted the specific agricultural system on which the Tiwanaku state depended, ended one of the most sophisticated civilizations in pre-Columbian South America. The buildings remained. The knowledge was dispersed with the population, and the stones, cut to extraordinary precision, laid with extraordinary care, were left standing or scattered on the platform mounds, waiting for the next civilization to arrive and try to make sense of them. The Inca, when they incorporated the Lake Titicaca basin into their empire in the 15th century, found the ruins of Tiwanaku already ancient, abandoned for approximately 4 centuries. They treated Tiwanaku with considerable reverence, incorporating it into their own origin mythology. One version of the Inca creation myth held that Viracocha, the creator god, had created the first humans at Tiwanaku and sent them underground, from where they emerged at different locations around the empire to people the world. This mythological appropriation of Tiwanaku is characteristic of how the Inca related to the ancient sites they encountered. Rather than simply abandoning or dismissing the evidence of earlier sophisticated cultures, the Inca incorporated them into their own historical and cosmological narrative. Tiwanaku became part of the Inca creation story, giving the Inca legitimacy by connecting them to a tradition of divine creation that was visibly older and more ancient than themselves. The specific architectural knowledge of Tiwanaku, the specific techniques for cutting and fitting stone, may also have influenced Inca construction practice. The relationship between the Tiwanaku construction tradition and the Inca tradition is a genuinely interesting question that the archaeological evidence does not fully answer. The two traditions are different in their specific approaches. Tiwanaku uses regular geometric forms, the Inca uses polygonal interlocking, but they share a common commitment to the highest possible quality of stone fitting and a common cultural understanding of stone as a spiritually significant material. Whether the Inca learned specific techniques from the Tiwanaku tradition directly through contact with people who preserved Tiwanaku knowledge, or indirectly through exposure to the earlier culture's architectural legacy, is uncertain. What is clear is that the Inca emerged in a region with a long tradition of sophisticated stone construction, and that their own tradition built on and developed this heritage. The Andean highlands in the centuries between the Tiwanaku collapse and the Inca expansion, approximately 1000 to 1400 CE, saw the development of several regional cultures whose construction traditions show elements that bridge the Tiwanaku and Inca styles. The Chanca, the Lupaca, the Colla, and various other polities of the Lake Titicaca Basin and the Cusco region each developed their own approaches to stone construction. The Inca, as they expanded from the Cusco Valley, encountered and absorbed these traditions. The specific mechanism by which craft knowledge was transmitted in the Inca Empire was the Aquila system, the institution of the chosen women who were selected from across the empire for various specialized functions including weaving, brewing, and the production of luxury goods. The parallel institution for craftsmen, the Kamayok, or specialist workers, included stone workers who were attached to the Inca state as hereditary specialists, their knowledge passed from father to son within specific family lineages. This hereditary specialist system was the specific mechanism by which the finest craft knowledge, including the knowledge of the finest stone fitting, was preserved and transmitted across generations. The master stone fitters of the Inca world were not generalists who happened to develop skill. They were hereditary specialists who had been trained from childhood in a specific tradition, whose knowledge came from the accumulated experience of their lineage, and whose work expressed that accumulated knowledge at its highest level. Understanding this specific social context of craft knowledge in the Inca world, the hereditary specialist system, the lineage-based transmission of knowledge, the integration of craft practice with ritual and cosmological understanding, is essential for understanding how the finest Inca stonework was produced. It was not produced by people who had access to lost technology. It was produced by people who had access to something more valuable. A living craft tradition, transmitted across generations by the specific mechanism of teaching, parent to child, master to apprentice, in stone. Let me close this part with a thought about what the juxtaposition of Tiwanaku and the Inca tradition reveals about the long trajectory of Andean civilization. The Andean highlands supported sophisticated cultures for more than 3,000 years before the Spanish conquest. The Chavin culture of the first millennium BCE, with its sophisticated iconography and its influence across a wide area of Peru. The Wari culture of the first millennium CE, which developed one of the most extensive road networks in the pre-Columbian Americas. The Tiwanaku culture with its raised field agriculture and its extraordinary stonework. The Chimu culture of the northern coast with its elaborate platform cities. And finally, the Inca, who synthesized elements of all these earlier traditions into the most politically organized and geographically extensive empire in the history of the Americas. Each of these cultures developed specific technical and intellectual achievements, each built on or was influenced by what came before it. The specific craft knowledge of stoneworking, agricultural engineering, astronomical observation, and political organization did not appear suddenly with the Inca. It was the accumulated product of 3,000 years of Andean civilizational development. The Inca stonework is the culmination of this trajectory, not a sudden mystery, but the apex of a long tradition. That began with the first person who looked at a mountain and saw in it the material for something that would outlast them. Let me address the pre-Inca question. One of the most persistent claims in the alternative history tradition about Inca stonework is that the finest examples, the most precisely fitted, the most structurally sophisticated, the most visually extraordinary, predate the Inca and were built by an earlier, more advanced culture whose specific identity and capabilities have been lost. In this version of the story, the Inca did not build Sacsayhuaman and the finest walls of Cusco. They simply inherited them, or built on top of them, or in imitation of them using cruder methods, from a predecessor culture that possessed knowledge the Inca did not. This claim appears in various forms across a wide range of alternative history sources. Some versions attribute the finest stonework to a pre-Inca culture called the Qorikancha, after the Inca creator deity. Some attribute it to the survivors of Atlantis. Some attribute it to the Tiwanaku culture. Some are more vague, simply asserting that the finest stonework is clearly older than the Inca based on its quality and scale. The specific archaeological evidence bearing on this question is worth examining carefully, because the pre-Inca hypothesis is not entirely without basis in legitimate scholarly debate. There are genuine questions about the dating and attribution of specific elements of Inca construction that the alternative history tradition exploits by overstating their significance. The legitimate scholarly debate concerns the dating of the earliest phases of construction at certain Inca sites. The conventional dating of Sacsayhuaman places the primary construction in the reigns of Pachacuti, 1438 to 1471 CE, Topa Inca Yupanqui, 1471 to 1493 CE, and Huayna Capac, 1493 to 1527 CE. This dating is based primarily on the chronicle accounts of Cieza de León, Sarmiento de Gamboa, and Garcilaso de la Vega, all of which attribute the construction to these rulers. However, the site of Sacsayhuaman and the hill on which it stands was almost certainly occupied before the construction of the major walls. The site is a natural defensive position above Cusco, with access to water, the kind of location that would have been recognized and used long before the empire-building era of the 15th century. Some researchers have proposed that earlier, cruder stonework at the site predates the main Inca construction, and that the Inca built their magnificent zigzag walls on a foundation that had earlier, simpler construction. The evidence for this earlier construction is limited and ambiguous. Some researchers have identified what they believe to be earlier stonework at Sacsayhuaman. Less precisely fitted stones, different stone types, construction techniques that differ from the characteristic Inca polygonal style, that they attribute to pre-Inca occupation. But distinguishing between genuinely pre-Inca construction and lower quality Inca construction is methodologically challenging, because the Inca themselves used different quality levels of stonework for different purposes. The utilitarian construction at Inca sites, the agricultural terracing, the storage structures, the basic residential compounds, was always less refined than the finest ceremonial stonework. A section of wall at Sacsayhuaman that uses less refined techniques does not necessarily predate the Inca main construction. It may simply have been built for a less prestigious purpose within the same overall construction program. The Cusco Valley more broadly does show evidence of pre-Inca occupation going back several thousand years. The Quilque culture, which was the predecessor culture in the Cusco Valley before the Inca emerged as a dominant power around 1400 CE, built stone structures whose remnants have been identified at several sites, including beneath or adjacent to Inca construction. The Quilque stonework is stylistically and technically different from the finest Inca work. It is less precisely fitted, uses different stone types, and follows different constructional logic. Some researchers, most prominently the independent researcher and author John Anthony West and later Clifford Mowahan, have argued that the variation in stonework quality at Sacsayhuaman and other Cusco sites reflects genuinely different building phases from different cultural periods, with the finest work being older and the cruder work being Inca. This argument has been developed more recently by other alternative history writers. The mainstream archaeological community has not found this argument convincing for several specific reasons. First, the distribution of the finest stonework at Sacsayhuaman is consistent with the architectural logic of Inca construction. The finest work is at the most visible and most ritually significant parts of the structure, while cruder work is at less prominent locations. This distribution reflects the Inca quality gradient we discussed in Part 4, and is consistent with a single construction program using different quality levels for different purposes. Second, no artifacts or material culture from a pre-Inca advanced culture have been found at Sacsayhuaman or at any other Inca site where the alternative history tradition proposes earlier construction. If the finest stonework was built by a pre-Inca culture with a significantly different material culture from the Inca, we would expect to find evidence of that material culture at the construction sites. Different tool types, different pottery, different administrative artifacts. No such evidence has been found. Third, the stylistic parallels between the finest Inca stonework and the construction traditions of the immediately pre-Inca cultures of the Cusco Valley, the Quilque, the Chanca, the Luca Basin cultures, suggest a continuous developmental trajectory rather than a radical discontinuity. The finest Inca work does not appear from nowhere. It appears at the end of a long sequence of progressively refined Andean construction traditions. The specific experimental archaeology that Jean-Pierre Protzen and others have conducted at Ollantaytambo is particularly relevant here. Protzen's detailed analysis of the stonework at Ollantaytambo, including the identification of specific tool types, the analysis of construction sequences visible in unfinished work, and the experimental replication of specific operations, consistently produces findings consistent with Inca period construction. There is no evidence in the tool marks, the stone types, or the construction sequences at Ollantaytambo of construction by a different, earlier culture. Now let me develop the specific question of the Qorikancha, the Temple of the Sun in Cusco, because it is at this site that the pre-Inca claim is most frequently advanced and where the archaeological evidence is most directly relevant. The Qorikancha was the most sacred building in the Inca Empire, the central temple of the sun god Inti, the cosmic focus of the imperial religious system. It was built on a site that had previously been occupied by an earlier temple structure, the Qorikancha, or enclosure of the sun, attributed to the mythological early Inca rulers before the empire-building era. The Qorikancha that the Spanish encountered was almost certainly built or substantially rebuilt by Pachacuti in the 15th century. After the Spanish conquest, the Qorikancha was given to the Dominican order, which built the convent of Santo Domingo directly on and around the existing Inca structure. The curved outer wall of the Qorikancha, one of the most celebrated examples of Inca stonework, with its invisible joints and its smooth curving profile, survived this colonial construction and can still be seen today forming the lower courses of the Dominican convent. The alternative history tradition sometimes claims that the Qorikancha walls are of pre-Inca origin, built by an earlier, more advanced culture, and then adopted by the Inca as the location for their most important temple. The evidence for this claim is essentially the exceptional quality of the stonework. The argument being that work of this quality could not have been produced by the Inca in the relatively short construction period of Pachacuti's reign. The counter-argument, which is the position of the mainstream archaeological community, is that exceptional quality at the most sacred site in the empire is exactly what you would expect from the finest Inca craftspeople working under the direct patronage of the Sapa Inca. The Qorikancha was not built on a typical Inca construction schedule. It was built by the best available craftspeople, working with the finest available materials, under the direction of the emperor himself. If exceptional quality is to appear anywhere in the Inca world, it should appear here. The specific stylistic consistency between the Qorikancha stonework and the finest examples of Inca construction at other sites, Machu Picchu, Ollantaytambo, the royal estate at Chinchero, supports the mainstream interpretation that all of these are products of the same Inca imperial construction tradition, rather than inheritances from an earlier culture. The Pre-Inca Question, honestly assessed, does not undermine the conventional account of Inca stonework. It refines it. The Inca built on a long tradition. They inherited a landscape shaped by earlier cultures. They incorporated elements of those earlier traditions into their own. But the finest stonework of the imperial period, the polygonal masonry of Sacsayhuaman, the curved wall of the Qorikancha, the monoliths of Ollantaytambo, these are Inca, produced by Inca craftspeople, in Inca time, with Inca tools and Inca methods, and Inca devotion. Let me develop the Quilque culture more fully, because understanding the immediate predecessor to the Inca in the Cusco Valley helps clarify what the pre-Inca construction evidence actually shows. The Quilque culture occupied the Cusco Valley from approximately 900 CE to 1400 CE, the period between the collapse of the earlier Wari culture in the region and the emergence of the Inca as the dominant power. The Quilque are identified primarily by a distinctive pottery style, geometric, with specific decorative conventions, that has been found at numerous sites in the Cusco region. Quilque stonework has been identified at several locations in Cusco, and at the hilltop above the city, where Sacsayhuaman now stands. The Quilque walls are stylistically and technically distinct from the finest Inca polygonal masonry. They use smaller, less regularly shaped stones, fitted with less precision, without the characteristic interlocking profiles of the imperial Inca style. They are competent stonework, but not exceptional by the standards of what the Inca would later produce. The presence of Quilque material at the Sacsayhuaman hilltop is consistent with the interpretation that the site was occupied before the Inca imperial construction, that the Inca built their magnificent walls on a hillside that had been occupied and perhaps fortified by the Quilque before them. This is entirely consistent with the conventional interpretation. The Inca chose a site with a pre-existing history of human use and built something far more impressive on it. The radiocarbon dating evidence for Inca construction is limited but informative. Radiocarbon dating of organic material from the fills of Inca construction contexts. Organic material deposited during or after the construction, which can be dated to establish the earliest possible date of the surrounding construction, has been used at several sites to establish the timing of construction phases. At Machu Picchu, radiocarbon dating of the organic material associated with the construction phases has produced dates consistent with the conventionally accepted Inca construction period of the mid to late 15th century. These dates are consistent with the traditional attribution of Machu Picchu to the reign of Pachacuti and are inconsistent with the alternative history claim that Machu Picchu was built by a pre-Inca culture thousands of years ago. The specific radiocarbon evidence from Machu Picchu is worth describing in some detail because Machu Picchu is one of the most frequently cited examples of supposedly pre-Inca construction in the alternative history tradition. Machu Picchu is a royal estate, an agricultural and residential complex built for the personal use of the Sapa Inca Pachacuti and his Panaka. This identification was established not by the conventional romantic story of Machu Picchu as a secret last refuge of the Inca. That narrative, developed after Hiram Bingham's 1911 discovery, was largely invented, but by careful analysis of the site's architecture, its inscriptions, and historical documents. The research of the archaeologist John Rowe in the 1940s and 1950s, and the more recent work of Mariana Florentino Machuca and Donato Amado Gonzalez, has established the most plausible historical account of Machu Picchu. It was built as a royal estate for Pachacuti around 1450 to 1470 CE, was used by his descendants as a pilgrimage site after his death, and was abandoned in the early colonial period, probably around 1537, when the Spanish were consolidating their control of the Cusco region and the royal estates of the Inca became strategically indefensible. The radiocarbon dates from Machu Picchu, combined with the osteological analysis of the human remains found at the site, consistently support a construction and occupation period in the mid-15th to early 16th century, exactly the period the conventional historical account predicts. This specific evidence, the radiocarbon dates, the historical documents, the architectural analysis, is directly contrary to the alternative history claim that Machu Picchu was built thousands of years ago by a pre-Inca culture. The alternative history tradition typically dismisses this evidence by arguing that the organic material used for radiocarbon dating is not reliably associated with the construction itself, or that the radiocarbon dates have been misinterpreted. These objections are not supported by the specific methodological assessments of the researchers involved. The broader pattern across all Inca sites is consistent. The radiocarbon evidence, where it exists, supports the chronology established by the chronicle accounts. The stylistic analysis supports the identification of the finest stonework as Inca imperial production. The toolmark analysis supports the identification of the construction methods as consistent with the Inca toolkit. The absence of pre-Inca material culture at sites proposed as pre-Inca contradicts the pre-Inca hypothesis. The pre-Inca hypothesis is not supported by the evidence. It is supported by the incredulity that the Inca produced what they demonstrably produced. But incredulity is not evidence. And the evidence is consistent and clear. The Inca built these things. Not a mysterious predecessor culture, not ancient astronauts, not survivors of Atlantis. The Inca, in the 15th century, with the methods, the tools, and the organization that the evidence documents. The evidence is there for anyone willing to read it. Let me close this part with a thought about what the pre-Inca hypothesis reveals about the specific cultural anxiety that drives the alternative history tradition. The pre-Inca hypothesis is, at its root, an expression of discomfort with the idea that a non-European, pre-literate culture could have produced construction of such quality. This discomfort is not always conscious. Many people who find the pre-Inca hypothesis compelling are not explicitly denying Inca capability. But the logic of the hypothesis is, this is too good for the Inca, so it must have been made by someone else. This is the same logic we discussed in the Atlantis video in the context of pre-Columbian American civilizations and transoceanic contact. It is a logic that consistently underestimates the capabilities of non-Western cultures and overestimates the probability of external influence as an explanation for impressive achievement. The Inca were fully capable of building what they built. The evidence demonstrates this. And accepting the demonstration is not just a matter of archaeological accuracy. It is a matter of intellectual honesty about what human beings, all human beings from all cultural backgrounds in all historical periods, are capable of when given sufficient motivation, sufficient organization, and sufficient time. The answer in the Inca case and in every other case is extraordinary things, without mysterious help. Let me tell you about the earthquake of 1950. On May 21st, 1950, an earthquake measuring approximately 5.9 on the Richter scale struck the Cusco region. By the standards of the modern seismic record, this is a moderate earthquake, not unusually large, not the kind of event that would generate global headlines today. But at Cusco, the damage was significant. The colonial buildings around the main plaza, the cathedral, the administrative offices, the residences built in the European style, were damaged. Some were destroyed. Several people were killed. The Inca walls in the streets of the old city were unaffected. This was not new. The same pattern had been observed in the major earthquake of 1650. Spanish buildings damaged, Inca walls intact. It had been observed in smaller earthquakes throughout the colonial period. It was observed again in subsequent earthquakes after 1950. The pattern is so consistent that it has become a cliché of Cusco architecture. The Spanish build on top of the Inca, the earthquake comes, and the Inca walls continue to stand while everything above them shakes apart. Why is this? We discussed the general mechanics in Part 4, the dry joints, the interlocking geometry, the ductile behavior of the polygonal masonry system. But the earthquake resilience of Inca walls deserves a more detailed treatment because the engineering principles involved are sophisticated and because understanding them challenges some common assumptions about the relationship between technology and achievement. A typical mortared masonry wall, whether brick, regular stone with lime mortar, or concrete block, behaves in an earthquake as a rigid body. The mortar joints hold the elements together in a fixed configuration. When the ground shakes, the rigid wall tries to move as a unit, but the different parts of the wall experience different accelerations. The top of the wall moves differently from the bottom because of the amplification of ground motion with height. The result is that the mortar joints experience shear forces, forces that try to slide one part of the wall relative to another, and tensile forces, forces that try to pull the wall apart. Mortar is weak in tension and shear. It can resist compression. It does not collapse under the weight of the stones above it, but it fails relatively easily under tension and shear. When the mortar joints fail, cracks form. The cracks propagate through the wall. The wall loses its integrity. In severe shaking, it collapses. Inca polygonal masonry behaves differently because it has no mortar, and therefore no single weakest element. The stones are held in place by their own weight and by the mechanical interlock of their fitted surfaces. When the ground shakes, the forces are transmitted between the stones through their contact surfaces. Each stone can move fractionally relative to its neighbours, redistributing the applied forces across the full contact area rather than concentrating them at specific joint lines. The specific mechanical behaviour that engineers call rocking is particularly important in the earthquake performance of Inca walls. In a rocking system, the structural element, the wall or a large stone within the wall, can pivot slightly about its base rather than transmitting the full overturning force up through its mass. The rocking motion absorbs energy from the earthquake by converting it into potential energy. The energy stored as the wall tilts slightly, and then releases it gradually as the wall returns to its upright position. The polygonal masonry of Inca walls is particularly well suited to rocking behaviour, because the fitted contact surfaces between the stones allow controlled pivoting without the kind of sudden failure that occurs when mortar cracks. Each stone can rock slightly within its fitted position, the contact geometry constraining how far it can move, and then return to its resting position as the earthquake energy dissipates. The specific contribution of the joint geometry to earthquake resistance can be described in engineering terms as follows. In a flat joint between two rectangular ashlars, the standard joint in European masonry, the contact surface provides no geometric restraint against sliding. The stones can slide horizontally relative to each other, constrained only by the sheer strength of the mortar. In the curved, interlocking joint of Inca polygonal masonry, the contact geometry itself resists sliding. The curves and angles of the fitted surfaces redirect horizontal forces into compressive forces at the contact, which the stones can easily withstand. This geometric mechanism, converting applied shear forces into compressive forces through the specific geometry of the contact, is one of the most elegant features of the Inca construction system. It is the same mechanism used in modern interlocking concrete blocks for retaining walls and in certain engineered timber connections. The Inca discovered it empirically through the accumulated experience of building in earthquake country, centuries before the formal engineering analysis that explains why it works. The specific scale at which the earthquake resistance operates also matters. In Inca polygonal masonry, the interlocking geometry is present at every joint in the wall, not just at specific engineered connections, but throughout the entire structure. Every contact between every stone provides some geometric resistance to seismic forces. The total earthquake resistance of the wall is the sum of all these individual resistances, distributed throughout the structure rather than concentrated at specific points. This distributed resistance is significantly more robust than the concentrated resistance of engineered connections. If a single engineered connection fails, a bolt shears, a weld cracks, the entire structural system may be compromised. In Inca polygonal masonry, the failure of any single joint does not compromise the rest. The wall continues to resist the earthquake through all its other joints, while the failed joint undergoes whatever adjustment it needs. The resilience of the Inca walls is also enhanced by their specific mass and geometry. The large stones of the lower courses at Sacsayhuaman have enormous inertia. They resist acceleration and therefore resist the imposed forces of the earthquake. A 100-ton stone requires a much larger force to accelerate it than a 100-kilogram block, and the larger force requirement means that the stone remains effectively stationary relative to the earthquake-induced ground motion for much longer, giving the seismic energy time to dissipate before the stone accumulates enough velocity to damage the structure. The combination of large mass, geometric interlocking, distributed resistance, and rocking behavior creates a seismic performance system of considerable sophistication. It was not designed by engineers who understood the physics of earthquake behavior in formal terms, but it was shaped by the empirical knowledge of a construction tradition that had learned over many generations of building in earthquake country what kinds of construction survived and what kinds did not. Now let me describe what modern structural engineers who have studied Inca stonework have concluded about its seismic performance. Several engineering research teams have investigated the earthquake resistance of Inca masonry using both physical testing of replica walls and computational simulation of earthquake response. The most comprehensive study was carried out by researchers at the Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú and at various international universities, investigating the dynamic behavior of polygonal masonry under simulated seismic loading. The results confirm what the historical record shows. Polygonal masonry without mortar performs significantly better under seismic loading than equivalent mortared masonry. The studies found that the fitted dry joint masonry maintained its structural integrity at earthquake intensities that caused significant cracking in mortared masonry specimens. The polygonal masonry also recovered its original configuration after the shaking ceased, the rocking and sliding behavior described above, while the mortared masonry retained the cracks and deformations it had accumulated during the earthquake. The computational simulations allowed the researchers to investigate the specific mechanisms responsible for the observed performance. The most important mechanism, as the simulations confirmed, is the energy dissipation through sliding at the dry joints. The friction between the stone surfaces converts seismic energy into heat, reducing the energy available to cause structural damage. This energy dissipation mechanism is absent in mortared masonry, where the mortar either holds rigidly or fails completely, with no intermediate energy-absorbing behavior. The engineering community has increasingly recognized that the Inca masonry system represents a sophisticated, empirically derived solution to the earthquake engineering problem. A solution that achieves seismic performance comparable to some modern engineered systems through elegantly simple means. This recognition is not a concession to the alternative history tradition's claims about lost technology. It is the mainstream engineering community acknowledging what the evidence shows, that the Inca solved a difficult engineering problem through observation, experience, and the accumulated wisdom of many generations, without writing it down, without formal analysis, but writing it into the stone, where it has been standing through every earthquake for 500 years. Let me develop the comparison between Inca earthquake engineering and modern earthquake engineering more fully, because it illuminates something important about the relationship between empirical knowledge and formal knowledge. Modern earthquake engineering is a relatively young discipline. The first formal building codes specifically addressing seismic design were introduced in California in the 1930s, following the Long Beach earthquake of 1933, which caused significant damage to school buildings. International seismic design codes developed substantially after major earthquakes. The 1964 Alaska earthquake, the 1971 San Fernando earthquake, the 1989 Loma Prieta earthquake, each revealing deficiencies in the then current design approaches and driving updates to the codes. The specific principles that modern seismic design codes encode, ductility, energy dissipation, distributed resistance, connections that can accommodate relative movement, are principles that the modern engineering community developed through theoretical analysis and empirical testing over several decades. The Inca had implemented these same principles empirically through construction practice rather than formal analysis, approximately 500 years earlier. This parallel is not unique. It appears repeatedly in the history of engineering. Formal scientific analysis rediscovers principles that traditional construction had arrived at empirically. The specific proportions of traditional Japanese timber framing, which gives Japanese historical buildings their characteristic earthquake resistance, were arrived at through centuries of building experience before modern structural mechanics could explain why they worked. The specific geometry of traditional dome and arch construction in the Middle East, which gives these structures their remarkable structural efficiency, was understood intuitively by medieval builders long before the formal theory of funicular structures was developed. In each case, the empirical tradition had developed good solutions to specific problems through the accumulated experience of building and observing what worked. The formal theory came later and provided explanations for what the tradition had already discovered. The Inca earthquake engineering follows this pattern. The polygonal masonry system worked. The Inca could see that it worked. They could compare the performance of their construction style against the earlier Quilque construction and against the various other masonry traditions they encountered in the course of their imperial expansion. And they could observe that their system survived earthquakes that damaged other systems. They refined and developed the system based on this observation, arriving at the highly sophisticated form visible at Sacsayhuaman and the Qorikancha. They could not have explained in formal engineering terms why it worked, but they knew that it did. Now let me describe a specific modern earthquake that tested Inca stonework and produced particularly interesting data. On June 23, 2001, a magnitude 8.4 earthquake struck southern Peru, one of the largest earthquakes in South America in the 20th century. The epicenter was near the coast at Oconcha, approximately 320 kilometers from Cusco, but the shaking was felt strongly across the southern Peruvian highlands, including in Cusco itself. The 2001 earthquake provided a large-scale natural experiment in the comparative seismic performance of Inca and colonial masonry in Cusco. Post-earthquake surveys documented the specific damage patterns in different construction types across the city. The results were striking but entirely consistent with the historical record. The colonial masonry buildings, constructed with mortared rubble walls and heavy timber roofs, showed significant damage in many cases, including wall cracking, partial collapse of upper floors, and in some cases, total failure. The older Spanish colonial buildings, with their massive mortared stone walls, showed the characteristic crack patterns associated with shear failure in the mortar joints. The Inca walls in the old city showed essentially no damage, no cracking, no displacement, no distress of any kind visible in the walls that had been standing for 500 years. The buildings that had been constructed on top of or beside the Inca walls showed damage patterns that correlated with the quality of their connection to the Inca structure below. Where the colonial building was well integrated with the Inca wall, it performed better. Where it was poorly connected, it performed worse. The 2001 earthquake data was analyzed by the Engineering Research Group at the Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú, and their findings were published in the journal Engineering Structures in 2004. The analysis confirmed the basic conclusions that engineering intuition would have predicted. The dry joint polygonal masonry system outperforms mortared masonry under dynamic seismic loading, and provided specific quantitative data on the energy dissipation and force redistribution mechanisms. One particularly interesting finding from the 2001 earthquake analysis was the behavior of the Inca walls at the corners and at the junctions between walls. In mortared masonry, corners and junctions are typically the most vulnerable points. The points where different wall orientations meet and where the mortar joints are subject to complex combined forces. In the Inca polygonal masonry, the corners and junctions performed as well as the straight wall sections, because the same interlocking geometry that provides resistance in the straight sections also provides resistance at the corners. This corner behavior is not trivial. Many historical and modern buildings that survive moderate earthquakes fail at their corners. The characteristic diagonal crack pattern of seismic damage in masonry typically initiates at corners. The Inca system avoids this vulnerability because the specific geometry of the cornerstones, the stones at the junction of two walls, is designed to interlock with both walls simultaneously, creating a continuous three-dimensional interlocking network rather than a planar array of stone courses. The engineering of the Inca corner junction is perhaps the most technically demanding aspect of the entire polygonal masonry system. Each cornerstone needs to be shaped to fit the contours of the stones on both wall faces. A three-dimensional fitting problem of considerably greater complexity than the two-dimensional fitting problem of the straight wall sections. The fact that the corner junctions at the finest Inca sites, the Qorikancha, Sacsayhuaman, the royal estates, are executed with the same quality as the straight wall sections is evidence of the highest level of craft mastery. The earthquake resilience of Inca stonework is, in the end, not just an interesting engineering fact. It is a specific form of legacy. These walls have been through 500 years of Andean earthquakes. They have survived the shaking that collapsed everything that the Spanish built on top of them. They are still standing. And the people who built them, the craftspeople who shaped the joints, who fitted the cornerstones, who developed over many generations the specific knowledge encoded in every fitted surface, are gone. But their work remains, and their work still works. Every time the earth shakes, the joints settle, the stones redistribute the force, and the wall stands. Let me close this part with a thought about what the earthquake performance of Inca stonework tells us about the relationship between knowledge and power. The Spanish who conquered the Inca Empire had more powerful weapons than the Inca. Their steel swords and their firearms were decisively superior to anything available in the Andes in 1532. But they did not have better building technology. Their masonry, the mortared stone and brick construction of the European tradition, was inferior to the Inca polygonal masonry for the specific conditions of the Andean environment. The Spanish built their colonial city on the ruins of the Inca capital, placing their cathedral and their government buildings on and around the Inca walls. This felt, to the Spanish, like triumph, like the replacement of a pagan civilization with a Christian one. And in political and military terms, it was a triumph. But every time the earth shook, the judgment of the geology was different from the judgment of the conquerors. The Inca walls stood, the Spanish buildings fell, and the stones that the Inca had fitted with such care 500 years ago are still there, still working, still standing, as they will stand long after every political empire has risen and fallen. Let me read the Spanish chroniclers more carefully. We have referenced the Spanish accounts of Inca construction several times across tonight's journey, but the specific character of these sources, who wrote them, when, under what circumstances, and with what purposes, is worth understanding in some detail. The Spanish accounts of Inca construction are among the most valuable documents for understanding the construction process, but they are also among the most complex to interpret accurately. The earliest accounts come from the soldiers of the conquest itself, men like Francisco Pizarro's secretary, Francisco de Jerez, who wrote about the conquest within a few years of the events, and Pedro Sancho de la Hoz, Pizarro's other secretary, who wrote a detailed report for the King of Spain in 1534, barely 2 years after the capture of Atahualpa. These early accounts are the most direct observations of the Inca world at its moment of first European contact, but they are also the least analytically developed. The soldiers were primarily concerned with military and political events and gave only passing attention to the architecture they were encountering. The more detailed accounts come from the next generation of Spanish observers, historians, administrators, and priests who arrived in Peru in the decades following the conquest, and who made deliberate efforts to document the Inca world before it was further transformed by Spanish colonialism. This generation includes Cieza de León, Sarmiento de Gamboa, and the priest Blas Valera, whose writings have been partially preserved through subsequent authors. Pedro de Cieza de León arrived in Peru in 1547, approximately 15 years after the conquest, and spent several years traveling through the Andes and documenting what he observed. His Crónica del Perú is one of the most valuable sources for understanding both the physical landscape and the cultural practices of the Inca world. Cieza de León was an unusually careful observer. He noted things that other chroniclers overlooked. He compared what he was told against what he observed, and he was explicit about the limits of his knowledge. His description of Sacsayhuaman is worth quoting at length, not the exact words which are under copyright in modern translations, but the substance. Cieza de León describes the 3 terraced walls as being made of enormous stones, larger than anything comparable in Spain or elsewhere in Europe. He expresses genuine astonishment at the scale of the stones and at the precision of their fitting. He describes the process of construction as requiring an enormous number of men over many years, with great effort and with many accidents. Critically, Cieza de León attributes the construction explicitly to Inca rulers, specifically to Pachacuti and his successors, and describes in some detail the labor organization involved. He explains the MITR system, the rotation of workers, the state provision of food and materials, the direction of the work by Inca supervisors. His account is not a mystery that requires supernatural explanation. It is a description of large-scale organized construction that he finds impressive, but not inexplicable. Cieza de León also describes the demolition of the upper parts of Sacsayhuaman that was occurring during his lifetime, the systematic quarrying of the site for colonial building stone. He notes with sadness that the Spaniards were using the material for their new buildings in Cusco, effectively destroying one of the most remarkable monuments he had ever seen. His account of this destruction is one of the earliest recorded expressions of archaeological regret, the recognition that something of great value was being lost through carelessness. Pedro Sarmiento de Gamboa's Historia de los Incas, written in 1572, provides a more systematically historical account than Cieza de León's more observational work. Sarmiento de Gamboa was commissioned by the Viceroy Francisco de Toledo to produce a history of the Inca that would serve specific political purposes, primarily to justify the Spanish conquest by demonstrating that the Inca themselves had been illegitimate rulers who had conquered and oppressed the earlier inhabitants of the Andes. This specific political purpose means that Sarmiento de Gamboa's account should be read critically. He had reasons to present the Inca in a particular light. Despite this political motivation, Sarmiento de Gamboa's account contains valuable information about Inca construction practice. He provides more specific detail than Cieza de León about the methods used to move stones. His account of wooden sledges and ropes is one of the most specific descriptions of the transport system. He also provides information about the organization of the construction workforce and the specific administrative mechanisms that supported it. Garcilaso de la Vega is the most complex and, in some ways, the most valuable of the Spanish-era chroniclers for understanding Inca construction. Garcilaso was born in 1539 in Cusco, the son of a Spanish conquistador captain, and an Inca princess named Chimpu Oclo, a descendant of the Inca royal family. He spent his early years in Cusco, where he learned Quechua as his first language and absorbed the oral traditions of the Inca nobility through his mother's family. He moved to Spain in 1560 and spent the rest of his long life there, eventually writing the Comentarios Reales, published in 2 parts in 1609 and 1617. The Comentarios Reales is a remarkable document, part history, part cultural memoir, part nostalgic reconstruction of a world that was already disappearing when Garcilaso was a child. Garcilaso's Inca heritage gave him access to oral traditions and cultural knowledge that no purely Spanish observer could have possessed. But his distance from Peru, he was writing about events and places he had left nearly 50 years earlier, from memory and from other written sources, means that his account needs to be used carefully. Garcilaso's description of Sacsayhuaman is the most detailed of any chronicler and the one most often cited. He describes the stones in vivid, specific terms: their size, their surface finish, their relationship to each other. He describes the labor organization with specific numbers, more than 20,000 workers, rotating in shifts and specific roles. The most skilled stone fitters working continuously, the larger force of Mita laborers providing the heavy work. He describes the construction as taking many decades and being unfinished at the time of the conquest. One of the most discussed passages in Garcilaso's account is his description of the Inca workers singing as they pulled the stones. He records specific lyrics, a lament about the suffering of the workers, the enormous weight of the stones, the deaths of men crushed in accidents. This passage is often cited for its poignancy, but it is also informative technically. The singing confirms the rhythmic coordination mechanism we discussed in Part 8, and the lament content confirms that the workers were aware of the dangers of the work and that accidents were a regular occurrence. Another notable passage in Garcilaso is his description of a specific incident during the construction. A stone that was being moved towards Sacsayhuaman slipped and killed more than 3,000 men. This number is almost certainly exaggerated. The loss of 3,000 workers in a single accident would be catastrophic and would presumably have interrupted the construction significantly. But the incident itself and the specific number of deaths may preserve a genuine memory of a serious transport accident that became part of the oral tradition of the construction. The specific rhetorical purposes of the Comentarios Reales are also worth noting. Garcilaso was writing in Spain as a marginalized figure whose Inca heritage was both a source of pride and a social liability in the Spain of his time. His account of Inca achievement, including the construction of Sacsayhuaman, is partly a defense of the civilization his mother's people had built, a counter-narrative to the Spanish tendency to portray the conquered Inca as savages. This rhetorical purpose may have led Garcilaso to emphasize the most impressive aspects of Inca construction and to present it in the most favorable possible light. Understanding the specific rhetorical contexts of these accounts is essential for reading them accurately. Cieza de León was trying to be a comprehensive historian. Sarmiento de Gamboa was trying to serve a specific political agenda. Garcilaso was trying to defend the dignity of his mother's people. Each of these purposes shapes the account in specific ways, and reading the accounts critically, asking what each author was trying to do and how that purpose might have shaped what they wrote, is the necessary first step in using them as historical sources. What all 3 accounts agree on, despite their different purposes and perspectives, is the basic fact that the construction of Sacsayhuaman was an organized human achievement, accomplished by a specific state, using a specific labor system in a specific historical period. None of them describes the construction as mysterious or as requiring explanation beyond the capabilities of the Inca world. None of them hints at pre-Inca predecessors or lost technology or alien assistance. They describe what happened: a large number of people, over many years, moving and fitting enormous stones under the direction of an organized state to build something extraordinary, which is still there. Let me describe the Huarochiri manuscript because it provides a perspective on Andean construction and culture that is entirely absent from the Spanish accounts. The perspective of an indigenous Andean person writing in their own language. The Huarochiri manuscript was written in Quechua around 1600 CE by an anonymous indigenous informant, apparently at the direction of the Spanish priest Francisco de Avila, who was engaged in the extirpation of idolatry in the region of Huarochiri, southeast of Lima. The manuscript records the oral traditions, religious beliefs, and cultural practices of the Huarochiri people, one of the many ethnic groups absorbed into the Inca Empire and subsequently converted, at least nominally, to Christianity. The Huarochiri manuscript is not primarily about construction. It is about the huacas, the sacred places and sacred beings of the Andean world, and about the specific relationships between the Huarochiri people and these sacred presences. But it illuminates the cultural context in which Andean construction took place in ways that no Spanish source can. The manuscript describes construction work as a sacred activity, not in the abstract sense, but in specific terms. The building of certain structures is described as the work of specific deities, or as an act of service to specific deities. The specific organization of construction work, the rotation of different communities contributing their labor, is described as a religious obligation as well as a political one. The boundaries between the religious and the practical are essentially absent in the manuscript's understanding of construction. This integration of the sacred and the practical in Andean construction is one of the things that the Spanish accounts written from an outside perspective cannot fully capture. Cieza de Leon can tell us how many workers were at Sacsayhuaman and what materials they were moving. He cannot tell us what the workers understood themselves to be doing, whether they experienced the work as a burden, as an honor, as a form of worship, or as some complex combination of all three. The Huarochiri manuscript suggests that the combination was more complex than the Spanish accounts typically allow. The work was genuinely hard and genuinely dangerous. The deaths, the accidents, the long periods away from home are real features of the Mita experience. But the work also carried a specific meaning that the danger and the hardship did not negate. Building for the Sapa Inca, building a temple, a palace, a road, was building for the divine order that the Inca Empire embodied. The danger was real, and so was the meaning. Now let me say something about the specific problem of reading colonial sources about conquered peoples, a methodological issue that affects every attempt to understand the Inca through the Spanish accounts. The Spanish who wrote about the Inca were writing from a position of power over a defeated culture. This position shaped their accounts in specific ways. They tended to describe the Inca in terms that were intelligible within the Spanish cultural framework, comparing Inca institutions to Spanish or Roman equivalents, interpreting Inca religious practices through the lens of Christianity, describing Inca society in terms of the European social hierarchies they understood. These frameworks were sometimes genuinely illuminating. The comparison of the Inca road system to Roman roads, for example, or the comparison of the Mita to the Roman corvée, helped Spanish readers understand what they were encountering by relating it to familiar contexts. But the frameworks also sometimes distorted what they were meant to illuminate, imposing European categories onto Andean realities that did not fit neatly into those categories. The specific question of Inca construction is one where the Spanish framework both helps and distorts. The Spanish understood large-scale organized labor. They had used it themselves in their own monumental construction projects. They understood the role of state power in directing construction. The Spanish crown organized enormous construction projects. The comparison of Inca construction to European construction is therefore not entirely inappropriate. But the specific cultural meaning of the work, the animistic relationship with the stone, the ritual context of quarrying and building, the specific understanding of the walls as sacred objects that expressed cosmic order. These dimensions are largely invisible in the Spanish accounts. The Spanish saw the physical achievement. They did not see the spiritual framework within which the achievement was embedded. Understanding the full story of Inca construction requires holding both dimensions simultaneously: the physical and engineering reality that the archaeological and experimental evidence reveals, and the cultural and spiritual context that the indigenous sources, however fragmentary, illuminate. The Spanish accounts give us the first dimension. The Huarochiri manuscript and the surviving oral traditions of Andean communities give us something of the second. Neither alone is sufficient. Together, they give us something closer to the full picture. The walls were built by people who were physically capable and socially organized. They were also built by people who believed they were doing something sacred. And the specific quality of sacred attention, the care that comes from understanding your work as an act of worship, may be part of why the joints are so precise and the walls so durable. Not a supernatural explanation, but a deeply human one. Let me close this part with a thought about what the Spanish accounts, read in their full complexity, reveal about the specific tragedy of the Spanish conquest. The conquest of the Inca Empire was one of the most destructive events in the history of the Americas. Not just in the military sense, the killing, the disease, the forced labor that killed millions in the subsequent decades, but in the cultural and intellectual sense. When the Spanish dismantled the upper structures of Sacsayhuaman to build their colonial city, they were not just removing stone. They were destroying a monument that encoded the most advanced construction knowledge in the pre-Columbian Americas. When Chiesa de Leon described this destruction with sadness, he was expressing something real. The loss was real. The knowledge encoded in the walls, the specific empirical understanding of earthquake-resistant construction that the Inca had developed over generations, was not fully transferred to the Spanish colonial tradition. The colonial tradition continued to build with mortared masonry, continued to have its buildings collapse in earthquakes, continued to rebuild on top of the Inca walls that remained intact below. 500 years later, structural engineers are rediscovering in formal terms what the Inca had understood empirically. The irony is sharp. The Spanish won the conquest. The Inca won the earthquake test. The stones that remain are the evidence of both facts, and they are worth sitting with, in the quiet, in the dark, at this hour. Let me describe the modern experimental archaeology of Inca construction. Experimental archaeology is a specific methodology, the deliberate attempt to replicate ancient technologies using the materials and methods available in the ancient context, in order to test hypotheses about how specific achievements were accomplished. It is not the same as demonstration. A demonstration shows that something is possible in principle, while experimental archaeology tries to understand the specific details of how it was actually done and what constraints and requirements that entailed. The application of experimental archaeology to Inca construction methods has been ongoing since the 1980s, primarily driven by the work of Jean-Pierre Protzen and by various Peruvian research teams. The body of experimental work now encompasses quarrying operations, stone transport at various scales, surface finishing and fitting, and the placement and raising of stones to different heights. The most systematic body of experimental work was conducted by Protzen and his collaborators at the Ollantaytambo site, where the unfinished construction and the preserved quarry complex provided ideal conditions for experimental investigation. The experiments were conducted in the 1980s and early 1990s and were published in a series of papers in the Journal of the Society of Architectural Historians and in Protzen's 1993 monograph. For the quarrying experiments, Protzen and his team collected the same types of stone that appear as hammerstones in the archaeological record at Inca quarry sites, primarily quartzite and diorite cobbles of varying sizes, and used them to attempt to extract and shape andesite blocks from natural outcrops. The results were informative in several ways. First, the experiments confirmed that all the operations visible in the quarried stone could be replicated with the available tool types. The specific cut marks, extraction channels, wedge slots, and surface textures characteristic of Inca quarry work could all be produced using the hammerstones and simple wooden or stone wedges that are found in the archaeological record. No tool types beyond those documented in the archaeological record were required. Second, the experiments established specific rates of material removal for different operations. For rough extraction, the initial separation of a block from the parent rock, the rate depended on the specific fracture characteristics of the rock and the tool used, but was in the range of several kilograms per hour of sustained work. For fine shaping of fitting surfaces, the iterative grinding and pecking that produces the precise contact faces. The rate was much lower, perhaps 100 grams per hour for the finest work. Third, the experiments revealed the specific skills required for different operations. Rough extraction was physically demanding but relatively straightforward. Any able-bodied worker with training could do it effectively. Fine fitting was highly skilled work requiring years of practice to develop the ability to read stone surfaces accurately and to modify them efficiently. The combination of large quantities of unskilled labor for heavy work and small numbers of highly skilled specialists for fine work is exactly the organization that the Chronicle accounts describe. The transport experiments conducted by Protzen and other teams provide useful but limited data. The experiments that have been conducted have generally worked with stones in the range of 1 to 5 tons, substantially smaller than the largest stones at Sacsayhuaman, because the logistics of larger experiments were prohibitive. Within this range, the experiments have consistently confirmed that rope pulling on a prepared surface, coordinated by a rhythmic signal, can move stones of this size with workforce numbers consistent with the available evidence. Several specific findings from the transport experiments deserve mention. The surface condition of the transport route is the single most important variable affecting the required pulling force. The experiments showed that on unprepared ground, the required force was approximately 4 times higher than on a well-prepared surface, highlighting the critical importance of the transport infrastructure investment. This is consistent with the archaeological evidence of prepared roads at Inca quarry sites. The management of gradients, both descents and ascents, was considerably more challenging than level transport. On moderate descents, the experiments required dedicated braking teams, whose sole function was to control the speed of the moving stone, preventing it from accelerating and becoming uncontrollable. For steep descents, the experiments found that anchor ropes attached to fixed points in the ground, the same technique used in the Stonehenge experiments we discussed in the earlier videos, were essential for safe operation. For ascents, the experiments confirmed that a ramp gradient of approximately 1 in 8 to 1 in 10 was the practical working limit for sustained rope pulling. Steeper gradients required prohibitively large teams, or had to be overcome by levering in small increments rather than continuous pulling. This finding suggests that the earthen ramps at Inca construction sites would have been designed to achieve gradients in this range, which in turn implies specific dimensions for the ramps that can be tested against the available space at different sites. The fitting experiments conducted by the Peruvian team in 2000 provided specific data on the time required to produce the characteristic Inca joint quality using period-appropriate tools. The team selected 2 andesite blocks of approximately half a ton each and attempted to produce a joint meeting the specifications of the finest Inca masonry. Joints invisible at 1 meter, with contact across the full bearing area. The process required 8 working days for a team of 4 experienced stoneworkers, approximately 32 person days of skilled labor for a joint between 2 moderately sized stones. Scaling this up to the largest stones at Sacsayhuaman, which have multiple joint faces each covering several square meters, suggests that the fitting work alone for a single large stone could require months of continuous work by a dedicated team. This time estimate is informative for understanding the scale of the construction operation. If each large stone at Sacsayhuaman required months of skilled fitting work, and the site contains hundreds of large stones, the total fitting work alone represents decades of continuous employment for skilled stone fitters. This is consistent with the Chronicle accounts that describe construction extending over many decades and involving continuous employment of specialist craftspeople. Now let me describe what has not been experimentally demonstrated, the specific gaps in the experimental evidence, because honest assessment requires acknowledging these limits. No experimental project has successfully transported a stone of the scale of the largest Sacsayhuaman blocks, the 270-ton stones of the lowest terrace, over a comparable distance to the Qorikancha quarry. The practical challenges of organizing a workforce of the required size, managing the ropes and sledges for such a load, and controlling the descent over the specific terrain of the Cusco Valley have not been addressed in any controlled experimental setting. The specific braking requirements for a 270-ton stone descending the gradient between Qorikancha and Cusco are substantial. The analysis by Protzen and by the engineer Vince Lee suggests that a braking system using anchor ropes attached to buried deadman anchors, fixed points driven into the ground to which control ropes are attached, would be required for safe descent. This system is consistent with the available evidence but has not been directly tested at the required scale. The specific engineering of the earthen ramps required to raise the largest stones to the top of the Sacsayhuaman terraces has not been fully analysed. The total volume of earth required for ramps that could raise a 270-ton stone to the height of the 3rd terrace, with a gradient appropriate for pulling operations, would be very large, potentially comparable to the volume of the wall structure itself. Where this earth came from, how it was organised and how it was removed after the construction is complete are questions that have not been fully investigated. These gaps are real, and they are significant. They are the honest frontier of the experimental archaeology. The work continues. The specific challenges are known. The investigation is ongoing. And the gap between what has been demonstrated and what the Inca achieved is not a gap that requires supernatural explanation. It is a gap that requires more experimental work, of exactly the kind that patient, careful researchers are doing in the Cusco Valley, in the shadow of the walls. Let me describe some more recent experimental archaeology projects that have extended the body of evidence in specific ways. In the 2000s and 2010s, a research group led by the archaeologist Alexei Vranich at the Tiwanaku site conducted a series of experiments specifically aimed at understanding the transport logistics at Pumapunku. These experiments are relevant to the Inca discussion because they address a different construction tradition in the same cultural region using similar methods. and they provide additional data points for evaluating the plausibility of the general approach. Vranich's team built a replica of one of the smaller Pumapunku stone elements, a sandstone block of approximately 2 tons, and tested its transport using different methods on different terrain types. The experiments confirmed the basic findings from the Inca work. Prepared surfaces dramatically reduce the required pulling force. Coordinated teams are more efficient than uncoordinated ones, and gradient management is the primary challenge on sloped terrain. The Vranich experiments also tested a specific hypothesis about how the Pumapunku stones may have been transported across the soft ground of the Lake Titicaca shoreline, one of the most challenging terrain types on any proposed transport route. The experiments found that a system of temporary timber tracks, laid ahead of the sledge and recovered from behind, could significantly reduce the sinking and sinkage problems that would otherwise make movement across soft ground prohibitively difficult. The timber track system is interesting because it represents a specific adaptive solution to a specific terrain challenge, exactly the kind of practical problem solving that would characterize a construction tradition that had learned to adapt its methods to different conditions. The absence of physical evidence for timber tracks in the archaeological record is not surprising. Wood decays rapidly in most environments, but the experimental evidence confirms that such a system would have been functional. Another research thread that has expanded the experimental evidence is the work on the quarrying and finishing of curved surfaces in Inca masonry. The curved outer wall of the Qorikancha, with its subtle compound curvature, presents specific challenges for stone cutting that the standard experimental work on flat or simply shaped surfaces does not address. The question of how the Inca produced large-scale compound curves that change radius along their length, in hard andesite using stone tools, is genuinely interesting. Research at the Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú has investigated this through both experimental and analytical approaches. The experimental work found that compound curves can be produced in andesite using stone hammers and abrasive rubbing stones by a process of progressive material removal guided by flexible straight edges. Long strips of material that conform to the desired curve profile and indicate high spots that need to be reduced. The flexible straight edge approach is consistent with tool types available in the Inca world. Strips of flexible material, including leather, cordage, and thin wood, were all available, and produces results consistent with the accuracy visible in the Qorikancha wall. The time required is considerable but not implausible for a site of the Qorikancha's importance. Let me also describe the specific experimental work that has been done on the lifting of stones to height. The specific challenge of getting a large stone from the base of a wall to its intended position at height. The 2019 experimental project conducted by the archaeologist Nicola Terranato and a multidisciplinary team at a site in Peru attempted to raise a 2-ton stone to a height of approximately 3 meters using period-appropriate methods. The experiment used timber cribbing, the same technique proposed for raising the Stonehenge lintels, combined with a system of ropes attached to anchor points above and below the stone, allowing controlled raising in small increments. The experiment was successful, raising the stone to the required height in approximately 12 hours of continuous work by a team of 20 people. The specific time and workforce requirements for this relatively small operation provide a useful data point for scaling estimates to the larger operations required at Sacsayhuaman. The scaling from 2 tons at 3 meters to 100 tons at 6 meters, a rough approximation of the conditions for placing stones in the lower terrace of Sacsayhuaman, involves multiplying the loads by 50 and increasing the height by a factor of 2. The required workforce scales approximately linearly with the load, suggesting that an operation roughly 50 times larger 1,000 people rather than 20, would be required for the larger stones. A workforce of 1,000 people focused on the placement of a single stone is a substantial commitment of resources. But it is a small fraction of the 20,000 workers reportedly at Sacsayhuaman during the construction, and it would be required only for the relatively brief periods when specific large stones were being raised to their positions. The rest of the time, the same workforce would be engaged in the many other operations, quarrying, transport, shaping, preparation, that the construction required simultaneously. The cumulative picture from all of this experimental work, the quarrying experiments, the transport experiments, the fitting experiments, the raising experiments, is one of consistent feasibility. Every specific operation that the construction of Sacsayhuaman would have required has been shown, either directly in experiment or through scaling analysis, to be achievable using the methods and resources documented in the archaeological and historical record. The gap between the demonstrated scale and the required scale is real, but it is a gap of quantity rather than quality. More people, more rope, more time, more organization, but not different methods or different technology. This is the honest state of the experimental archaeology, and it is a state that justifies confidence in the conventional account. Not certainty. The specific details of the most demanding operations remain to be demonstrated at full scale. But reasonable confidence. The kind of confidence that comes from understanding the principles, even when the specific details of the application remain to be worked out, which is how most engineering knowledge works, from first principles to specific solutions. The Inca had the first principles. They worked out the specific solutions empirically, and we are still, carefully and patiently, working out the details of how they did it. Let me close this part with a thought about what the ongoing experimental archaeology of Inca construction represents as a form of human activity. The people who conduct these experiments, who spend their careers designing and conducting and analyzing experiments in stoneworking and stone transport, are engaged in a specific form of time bridging. They are trying to reach across 500 years of history to understand the specific movements of specific hands on specific stones. They are trying to recover knowledge that was not written down, knowledge that was carried in the bodies and the eyes of craftspeople who are long gone. This is patient, difficult, and deeply worthwhile work. It will not produce a complete answer to the question of how every stone at Sacsayhuaman was moved and fitted. The specific operations that the craftspeople performed in specific contexts, how they managed a particularly difficult descent, how they dealt with a stone that turned out to be too large for the prepared channel, how they corrected a fitting surface that had been taken down too far. These will remain beyond recovery. But the general picture, the toolkit, the organization, the principles, is becoming clearer with each experiment. And every bit of clarity is a small recovery of something that was almost entirely lost. The Inca did not write down how they built, but they built so well that their building still stands. And from the standing building, we can read backwards, slowly, carefully, with experiments and patience, toward the knowledge that the walls still carry. Let me place Inca stonework in the full sweep of Andean civilizational history. The Andes is one of the few regions of the world where an independent agricultural civilization developed from scratch, where the entire sequence from hunter-gatherer existence through early agriculture, through urban society, through empire was played out, without significant influence from other centers of civilization. The other cases are Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Indus Valley, China, and Mesoamerica. The Andean case is therefore one of the most important examples we have of how civilization develops when it is left to its own devices. understanding the full trajectory of Andean civilization, from the earliest monumental construction through the Inca Empire, is essential for understanding where Inca stonework came from and what it represents. It did not appear suddenly. It was the product of approximately 3,000 years of continuous civilizational development. The earliest monumental construction in the Andes dates to approximately 3000 BCE, roughly contemporary with the earliest phase of Stonehenge and approximately 500 years before the beginning of the Old Kingdom in Egypt. The Norte Chico civilization, which flourished in the valleys of the Peruvian coast between approximately 3000 and 1800 BCE, built ceremonial platform mounds of considerable scale using large quantities of stone and earth. These mounds are not the polygonal masonry of the Inca. They are primarily earthwork construction with facing stones laid without the precision fitting of later Andean traditions. But they represent the beginning of the Andean tradition of organized monumental construction. The Chavin culture, which flourished in the northern highlands of Peru from approximately 900 to 200 BCE, represents a significant advance in the sophistication of Andean stone construction. The temple complex at Chavin de Huantar, which we touched on briefly in the context of acoustic properties, is a massive stone structure with elaborate interior passages, chambers, and galleries. The stonework at Chavin is not polygonal masonry in the Inca sense, but it demonstrates sophisticated stone cutting, precise fitting of the interior wall stones, and a complex three-dimensional architectural design that shows advanced understanding of how stone structures can be designed to create specific spatial experiences. The acoustic properties of the Chavin galleries, which produce specific reverberation effects and standing waves, suggest that the builders had an understanding of how stone construction affects sound and that they used this understanding intentionally. The channeled water that ran through the interior passages produced sounds that were audible throughout the temple complex, creating a specific acoustic environment for the rituals conducted there. This integration of acoustic design into architectural design is a specific achievement that foreshadows the Incas' own integration of astronomical and spatial design. The Wari Empire, which flourished from approximately 500 to 1000 CE and was the dominant political and cultural force in the Peruvian Andes before the Tiwanaku collapse, developed a distinctive architectural tradition that contributed specific elements to the Inca construction knowledge base. Wari construction used regular-shaped stone blocks in certain contexts, not the polygonal masonry of the Inca, but a more regular course construction with careful fitting, and developed the orthogonal planned urban layouts that the Inca would subsequently elaborate. The specific contribution of the Wari tradition to Inca architecture is visible in the road network. The Wari developed one of the first extensive road systems in the Andes, which the Inca subsequently extended and refined into the Capac Ñan. The administrative traditions of the Wari, the use of standardized storage facilities, the deployment of specialist craft workers across a wide territory, were also absorbed and developed by the Inca. The Chimu culture of the northern Peruvian coast, which was the dominant power in that region from approximately 900 to 1470 CE, when the Inca conquered it, developed a distinctive approach to monumental construction using adobe, sun-dried mud brick, rather than stone. The Chimu capital, Chan Chan, was one of the largest cities in the pre-Columbian Americas, covering approximately 20 square kilometers, with massive adobe-walled compounds called ciudadelas that served as royal palaces and administrative centers. The Chimu stonework, where stone was used, was less refined than Inca polygonal masonry, but the Chimu administrative and economic traditions were sophisticated, and the Inca absorbed elements of them after the conquest of the Chimu state in the 1470s. The specific Chimu traditions of craft production, the highly skilled metalworkers, the weavers, the ceramicists, were relocated to Cusco to serve the Inca state, bringing their knowledge with them. What the full trajectory of Andean civilizational history shows is that the Inca emerged into a world that had been shaped by 3,000 years of accumulated cultural, technological, and intellectual development. The specific elements of Inca construction, the organized labor system, the road network, the agricultural terracing, the state storage system, and the specific craft traditions of stone working, all had predecessors in earlier Andean cultures. The Inca did not invent the Mita labor obligation from scratch. Comparable labor systems existed in earlier Andean states. They did not invent terraced agriculture. It had been developed by earlier cultures over many centuries. They did not invent the concept of the road network. The Wari had developed substantial road systems before them, and they did not invent sophisticated stone construction. The Tiwanaku, the Wari, and the Chavin had all built impressive stone structures using their own methods. What the Inca did was synthesize and develop these inherited traditions to a new level of scale and sophistication. The polygonal masonry system was the Inca's specific contribution to the accumulated knowledge base. Their particular solution to the Andean problem of how to build durably in earthquake country using the specific stone types of the Cusco region. And they refined this solution to a level of excellence that exceeded anything that had come before. The specific question of how the Inca achieved this synthesis so rapidly is genuinely interesting. The Inca Empire expanded from a regional polity to the largest empire in the pre-Columbian Americas in approximately 100 years, from around 1400 to 1532 CE. In this same period, the most impressive Inca construction, Sacsayhuaman, the Qorikancha, Machu Picchu, Ollantaytambo, was accomplished. The concentration of extraordinary achievement in such a short period is one of the things that makes the Inca case historically remarkable. One explanation is the split inheritance system we discussed in Part 2, the structural incentive for each new Sapa Inca to build and conquer, since the resources of previous rulers were maintained by their descendants rather than transferred to their successors. This system created a continuous incentive for the most ambitious possible construction projects, funded by an empire that was growing rapidly throughout the construction period. Another explanation is the specific quality of the Inca imperial administration, the decimal system, the emitter, the road network, the state storage system, which provided an unparalleled capacity to mobilize and direct human labor at scale. The Inca did not build better because they had better technology. They built bigger and faster because they had better organization. The combination of accumulated craft knowledge and extraordinary organizational capacity produced the results visible at Sacsayhuaman. Not in spite of being a pre-industrial society, but because of being a pre-industrial society with specific institutional advantages, a long tradition of craft knowledge, a uniquely effective labor mobilization system, a specific cosmological framework that made the finest possible craftsmanship a religious obligation, and a century of imperial expansion that generated the resources to apply all of these capabilities at unprecedented scale. Let me develop the Norte Chico civilization more fully, because it is one of the least known major civilizations in the ancient world, and it is the foundation of the entire Andean trajectory. The Norte Chico civilization, sometimes called the Corral Supe civilization, after its most extensively studied site, occupied the coastal valleys of north-central Peru from approximately 3000 to 1800 BCE. It is the oldest known complex society in the Americas, predating the better-known Olmec of Mexico by approximately 2,000 years. The sites of the Norte Chico are located in river valleys descending from the Andes to the Pacific coast, in a narrow band of desert between the ocean and the mountains. The Norte Chico civilization presents a specific puzzle for theories of civilizational development, because it arose in an environment very different from the riverine civilizations of the Old World. The Nile, the Tigris-Euphrates, the Indus, and the Yellow River valleys are all major river systems in fertile agricultural land. The Norte Chico valleys are small, semi-arid, and surrounded by desert. The agricultural productivity of the region is modest. What the Norte Chico had instead of large-scale grain agriculture was a uniquely productive fishery. The cold Humboldt Current that runs along the Peruvian coast supports one of the most productive marine ecosystems in the world. The Norte Chico people exploited this fishery intensively. Their diet was primarily marine protein, supplemented by the limited agriculture of the river valleys. The surplus from the fishery, rather than an agricultural surplus, appears to have been the economic foundation of the Norte Chico civilization. The monumental construction at Norte Chico sites is primarily platform mounds built from quarried stone and earth, with evidence of organized large-scale construction labor. The largest platform mound at Corral, the best-studied Norte Chico site, is approximately 18 meters high and covers approximately 160 by 150 meters at the base. The total volume of construction material at Corral is estimated at several 100,000 cubic meters, representing a substantial investment of organized labor. The Norte Chico does not show evidence of writing, pottery, or warfare, three features often associated with complex societies, which makes it distinctive and has led to debate about whether it qualifies as a civilization in the conventional sense. But it does show evidence of the key features associated with social complexity: monumental construction, long-distance exchange networks, administrative coordination across multiple sites, and the differentiation of labor into specialist roles. The Norte Chico tradition established several of the foundational patterns of Andean civilization: the platform mound as the central ceremonial structure, the use of large-scale organized labor for construction, the integration of different ecological zones, coast, river valley, highlands, through exchange networks. These patterns persisted in various forms through all the subsequent Andean cultures, including the Inca. Let me develop the Chavin tradition more fully, because it marks a specific transformation in the character of Andean civilization. The Chavin culture was not an empire. It did not have the kind of administrative and military infrastructure that the later Andean states possessed. It was more like a religious and cultural phenomenon, a specific iconographic tradition, a specific architectural style, and a specific cosmological framework that spread across a wide area of the Peruvian highlands and coast from approximately 900 to 200 BCE. The specific mechanism of the Chavin expansion appears to have been pilgrimage and elite exchange. The movement of people and goods toward the Chavin de Huanta temple complex, and the spread of the Chavin iconography through the objects that pilgrims brought back to their home communities. This form of cultural diffusion, through the movement of people and objects rather than through conquest, created a shared cultural tradition across a diverse range of ecological and ethnic groups. The Chavin iconography, the staff god, the fanged deity, the combination of jaguar and condor and serpent into composite supernatural beings, established a visual vocabulary that persisted in Andean art for 2,000 years. Elements of the Chavin tradition appear in the Tiwanaku iconography, in the Wari tradition, and in the Inca's own representation of their divine figures. The specific images were transformed and reinterpreted by each successive culture, but the underlying visual framework persisted. This persistence of iconographic tradition across 2,000 years of cultural change is remarkable It suggests a continuity of cosmological thinking, a consistent understanding of the fundamental categories of the Andean supernatural world that was preserved even as the specific political and social forms of Andean civilization changed dramatically. The Inca understood themselves as the inheritors of this long tradition. Their creation mythology connected them to the oldest sacred places of the Andes, to Tiwanaku, to Lake Titicaca, to the mountain Apus that had been sacred since long before the empire. Their cosmological framework incorporated elements from multiple earlier traditions into a synthesis that was distinctively Inca, but also deeply Andean. This deep Andean character of Inca civilization is important for understanding the construction achievements. The Inca were not building in isolation. They were building within a tradition of monumental construction that went back 3,000 years, that had developed specific technical knowledge over those 3,000 years, and that understood the purpose and meaning of monumental construction in specific terms that the Inca inherited and developed. The specific knowledge that the Inca inherited included the understanding of how different stone types behave under different working conditions, developed over many generations of building in different parts of the Andes. It included the specific logistical knowledge of how to organize large construction workforces, developed through the experience of the earlier Andean states. It included the specific astronomical knowledge of how to align buildings with specific celestial events, developed by generations of Andean astronomer priests. And it included the specific engineering knowledge of how to build durably in earthquake country, knowledge that the Inca refined into the polygonal masonry system, building on the earlier Andean experience of earthquake effects on different construction types. This is what 3,000 years of civilizational development looks like. Not a sudden mystery, not an alien gift, but the slow accumulation of specific knowledge over many generations, each culture learning from what came before, each adding its own contribution, until the Inca synthesized the tradition into its highest expression in the walls that are still standing in Cusco tonight. Let me close this part with a reflection on what the Andean civilizational trajectory reveals about the nature of cultural achievement. The conventional view of civilizational development, the view that dominated European historiography until relatively recently, treated the major civilizations of the world as independent inventions that arose separately and were connected only by diffusion from the most advanced centers. In this view, the Andean civilizations were peripheral, interesting but somewhat marginal to the main story of human cultural development, which was centered on the Mediterranean and the Near East. The better view, the view that the last century of Andean archaeology has made inescapable, is that the Andean trajectory represents an independent solution to the universal human problem of how to organize society, how to build durable structures, how to understand the cosmos and one's place in it. The Andean solution was different from the Mediterranean solution, different from the East Asian solution, different from the Mesoamerican solution. But it was a genuine solution developed through the same processes of observation, experimentation, and accumulated learning that produced the achievements of all the other major civilizational traditions. The Inca stonework is one of the highest expressions of this independent Andean solution. It deserves to be understood as such, not as a mystery that requires external explanation, but as an achievement that requires careful, respectful, sustained attention. The kind of attention it is getting tonight. Let me examine the alternative history claims honestly and directly. We have spent 15 parts of tonight's journey building a careful and evidence-based account of Inca stonework. We have described the Inca Empire and its organizational capacity, the specific sites and their specific characteristics. the quarrying and transport methods documented by archaeology, the experimental evidence for the feasibility of the methods, the historical sources describing the construction, and the 3,000-year Andean tradition within which the achievement sits. The conventional account is detailed, coherent, and well supported by multiple independent lines of evidence. The alternative history tradition, the tradition that attributes Inca stonework to ancient astronauts, lost technology, Atlantean heritage, or pre-Inca mystery cultures, is not. Let me be specific about the claims and the evidence because honesty requires specificity. The ancient astronaut claim is that beings from another planet visited ancient Peru and either taught the Inca construction methods or directly assisted in the construction of the major sites. The specific evidence cited for this claim is typically the scale of the stones at Sacsayhuaman, the 270-ton blocks that are held to be beyond the capability of pre-industrial technology, and the precision of the fitting, which is held to require tools more advanced than those available in the Inca world. The problems with this claim are multiple and serious. First, the scale of the stones at Sacsayhuaman, while extraordinary, is within the range of what pre-industrial societies have been documented to achieve. Egyptian pyramid construction involved stones of comparable weight. Stonehenge's transport of heavy sarsen stones across 25 kilometers and blue stones across 240 kilometers is comparable to the transport of Inca stones. The claim that Inca stone scale is beyond pre-industrial capability is simply not supported by the broader historical record. Second, the experimental archaeology we discussed in parts 7 and 8 has confirmed that the methods available in the Inca world, rope, sledge, ramp, lever, organized labor, are in principle sufficient to accomplish the transport and placement of the stones at Sacsayhuaman. The specific claim that these methods are insufficient to explain the achievement rests on an underestimation of what organized human labor can accomplish, not on a rigorous analysis of the physics. Third, if extraterrestrial beings had assisted in the construction of Inca sites, we would expect to find physical evidence of their presence, materials, tools, or construction traces inconsistent with Inca technology. No such evidence exists. The tool marks at Inca quarry sites are consistent with stone hammers. The construction sequences visible in unfinished work are consistent with the methods described in the Chronicles. The stones themselves show no evidence of cutting or shaping by any technology beyond what the Inca possessed. The lost technology claim is related but distinct. It holds that the Inca, or a pre-Inca culture, had access to specific knowledge or technology that has since been lost, which enabled them to achieve what they achieved. This claim is more vague than the ancient astronaut hypothesis, and therefore harder to refute directly. Its most specific version involves the acoustic levitation or vibrational softening of stone, which we addressed in Part 9. The fundamental problem with the lost technology claim is that it is not falsifiable in any useful sense. Any evidence that the conventional methods could have produced the observed results is simply dismissed by saying that perhaps the conventional methods were used, but enhanced by the lost technology. Any absence of physical evidence for the lost technology is attributed to the fact that the technology was lost. This is not how good explanatory hypotheses work. A good hypothesis makes specific predictions that can be tested. The lost technology hypothesis makes no specific, testable predictions. It is an unfalsifiable placeholder for mystery, a way of maintaining the sense that there is something more to the story without committing to any specific claim that evidence could challenge. The Atlantean heritage claim that the finest Inca stonework was inherited from the survivors of Atlantis combines the problems of both the ancient astronaut and the lost technology hypotheses and adds the specific problems of the Atlantis tradition that we examined in depth in the Atlantis video. There is no evidence for a literal Atlantis. There is no evidence of cultural transmission from an Atlantic source to the Andes. The archaeological record of Andean civilization shows the continuous internal development of the construction tradition from the Norte Chico through the Inca, without any evidence of external input. The pre-Inca mystery culture claim that the finest stonework was built by an earlier, more advanced culture. We address directly in Part 11. The evidence at every site where this claim has been made is consistent with Inca construction and inconsistent with any pre-Inca advanced culture. The radiocarbon dates are consistent with the Inca period. The tool marks are consistent with the Inca toolkit. The construction sequences are consistent with Inca methods. No material culture from a different culture has been found at any site proposed as pre-Inca construction. Now let me ask the question that the conventional account requires asking. Is there any genuine mystery that remains after the conventional explanation is fully and honestly applied? The honest answer is yes, a limited one. The specific gap in the experimental evidence for the transport of the largest stones at Sacsayhuaman, the 270-ton blocks over 35 kilometers of Andean terrain, is a genuine gap. The methods are known in principle. The specific application of those methods to stones of this scale over this terrain has not been directly demonstrated. The braking systems required for the descent of such loads have not been tested at scale. The ramp volumes required for raising such loads have not been fully calculated against the specific geometry of the site. This is a genuine gap in our knowledge. It is not a gap that requires supernatural or exotic explanation. The physics strongly suggest that the same methods used for smaller stones would work for larger ones, with appropriate scaling of workforce and equipment. But it is a gap that honest scholarship should acknowledge. There is also a genuine gap in our understanding of the social and ritual dimensions of the construction. The Chronicles tell us about the workforce numbers and the materials, but the specific cultural meaning of the work, the specific beliefs about the stone, the specific rituals that accompanied each phase of the construction, the specific cosmological understanding that motivated the finest possible craftsmanship. These are not fully recoverable from the available evidence. These genuine gaps are interesting and worth investigating. They are not evidence of supernatural intervention. They are evidence of the normal incompleteness of historical knowledge, of the specific ways in which the past does not fully reveal itself to investigation. The genuine mystery of Inca stonework is not how it was done. It is what it meant. What did it mean to the workers who pulled the ropes and pounded the stone and fitted the joints? What did it mean to the craftspeople who developed the specific skill over many years, and who understood the fitting of a large stone joint as the highest expression of their capability? What did it mean to the Sapper Inca who ordered the construction and who understood it as a physical embodiment of the divine order he represented? These questions are genuinely open, not because the conventional account is wrong, but because the physical evidence can tell us what was done, not what it meant. And meaning is always the deepest mystery. Let me develop the unfalsifiability problem with the lost technology hypothesis more carefully, because it is one of the most important methodological points in the entire alternative history discussion. A falsifiable hypothesis is one that makes specific predictions that can in principle be tested and found false. The claim that the Earth is approximately 4.5 billion years old is falsifiable. We could in principle find evidence inconsistent with this age, and if we found such evidence, we would need to revise the claim. The claim that the Inca used rope and sledge and ramp to move large stones is falsifiable. We could in principle find evidence that rope and sledge and ramp are insufficient to accomplish what the Inca accomplished, and such evidence would require revising the conventional account. The lost technology hypothesis, that the Inca had access to some specific capability that has since been lost, is not falsifiable in the same way. If you ask, what specific evidence would convince you that the Inca did not use lost technology? The answer is almost always either silence or an evasion. Any evidence that the conventional methods could have worked is interpreted as incomplete. Perhaps the conventional methods were used for the less impressive work, but the lost technology was used for the most extraordinary achievements. Any specific candidate for the lost technology that is shown to be physically impossible, acoustic levitation, for example, is simply replaced by a different, vague candidate. This pattern of unfalsifiability is not unique to the Inca construction controversy. It appears across the alternative history tradition generally, in the claims about the pyramids, about Stonehenge, about the Easter Island Moai, about ancient astronomical knowledge. In each case, the conventional explanation is dismissed not on the basis of specific evidence that it is insufficient, but on the basis of a general feeling that human beings without modern technology could not have accomplished what these ancient sites demonstrate. And in each case, when the conventional explanation is carefully tested by experimental archaeology, by detailed physical analysis, by the accumulation of specific evidence, it turns out to be sufficient. Not necessarily complete in every detail, but sufficient in principle, with specific gaps that require more investigation rather than exotic explanation. The alternative history tradition treats this pattern of investigation and adequacy as suspicious, as if the consistent finding that conventional methods are sufficient is itself evidence of a conspiracy to suppress the truth. This is a form of reasoning that is immune to evidence. Any evidence for the conventional account is reinterpreted as support for the alternative, and any absence of evidence for the alternative is attributed to suppression or loss. This is not how productive inquiry works. Now let me think about the specific appeal of the alternative history tradition in the context of Inca stonework. What specifically draws people to the alternative account, and whether that specific appeal reveals anything important about what is missing from the conventional account. The specific appeal of the alternative history tradition in the Inca context is, I think, primarily the scale. Standing in front of the 270-ton stones at Sacsayhuaman, it is genuinely difficult to imagine how they were moved. The scale exceeds what the ordinary human imagination can intuitively grasp. The intuitive response, "This could not have been done by people like us," is understandable even if it is wrong. The conventional response to this intuitive difficulty is to invoke the principle of sufficient time and sufficient organization. With enough people, enough preparation, and enough time, the physics works. This response is correct, but it is not intuitively satisfying. The abstract principle of sufficient organization does not bridge the imaginative gap the way that a vivid account of exactly how the stones were moved would. This is where the conventional account genuinely needs improvement. Not in its basic accuracy. It is accurate, but in its ability to make the process vivid and imaginable. What did it actually look like? What was the sound of 1,000 people pulling in coordinated rhythm? What was the smell of the wet, wooden sledge surface? What did the foreman standing beside the stone call out to manage the braking team on a descent? What did the stone fitter see in the surface of the stone when they knew it was ready for the next trial fitting? These specific, sensory, experiential details are what the experimental archaeology is gradually recovering. Each experiment adds specific knowledge about what the process looked, felt, and sounded like. each experiment brings the abstract principle of sufficient organization a little closer to the vivid reality that the imagination can grasp. The alternative history tradition does not fill this gap. It substitutes a science fiction scenario for the vivid reality. Ancient astronauts and sonic levitation are not more vivid than rope and sledge. They are just more dramatic. And drama is not the same as understanding. What would fill the gap is more and better experimental archaeology. Experiments at larger scales conducted with the specific attention to the sensory and experiential dimensions of the work that would allow them to be communicated not just as data but as experience. This is a genuinely worthwhile research agenda, more worthwhile than searching for alien technology, because the alien technology never existed. But the human experience of moving those stones, the specific physical reality of what thousands of people with ropes felt in their bodies as they pulled, the specific mental state of the stone fitter in the final hours of fitting a large joint. This experience was real, and recovering it, even partially, even approximately, would give us something of genuine value. A small piece of what was lost when the last Inca craftspeople who knew this work were gone. The stones, remember, in the joints, in the surfaces, in the specific geometry that has survived 500 years of earthquakes. And the experimental archaeology, patiently and carefully, is learning to read what the stones remember. Let me close this part with a thought about what honest engagement with the alternative history tradition requires. Honest engagement does not mean dismissal. The alternative history tradition raises real questions. Questions about scale, about precision, about the logistics of specific operations that deserve real answers. The conventional account, at its best, provides those answers. But the conventional account is not always presented at its best. It is sometimes presented in ways that are dismissive rather than explanatory, that assert adequacy without demonstrating it, that treat incredulity as ignorance rather than as a legitimate starting point for investigation. The alternative history tradition often asks better questions than it answers. The question of exactly how a 270-ton stone was moved from Qorikancha to Sacsayhuaman is a good question. It is a question that the conventional archaeology has partially answered, and that the experimental archaeology is still working to answer more fully. The alternative history tradition's answer, ancient astronauts lost technology, is not a good answer. But the question deserves a better answer than it has yet received from the conventional side. This is the specific contribution that honest engagement with the alternative tradition can make. Identifying the questions that the conventional account has not yet fully answered, and directing the attention of serious researchers toward those questions. The questions are good. The answers in the alternative tradition are not. The task is to take the good questions seriously and answer them honestly, with evidence. Let me ask the philosophical question. Tonight, we have been engaged in a specific kind of intellectual exercise. The attempt to understand, as clearly as the available evidence permits, how the Inca accomplished what they accomplished. We have worked through the construction methods, the quarrying techniques, the transport logistics, the organizational systems, the craft traditions, the cultural context. We have established what the evidence shows and acknowledged honestly where the evidence leaves genuine gaps. But there is a deeper question underneath all of this technical and historical investigation, and it is the question that makes the Inca stonework more than a construction history puzzle. The deeper question is, what does the Inca achievement tell us about human beings? Specifically, it tells us something about the relationship between technology and capability, about whether the specific tools and methods a culture has access to determine the limits of what that culture can achieve. The conventional modern assumption about this relationship is broadly progressivist. More advanced technology enables greater achievement, and therefore the most impressive human achievements are associated with the most advanced technology. In this framework, the Inca stonework is anomalous. It appears to represent a level of achievement that exceeds what the available technology should permit. This is the intuition that drives the alternative history tradition, even if the specific explanations it proposes are wrong. The more nuanced view, the view that the evidence from Inca stonework and from many other ancient construction traditions supports, is that the relationship between technology and achievement is not simply linear. Advanced technology enables certain kinds of achievement more easily, but it also constrains the range of approaches available and can limit the kind of attention that gets paid to specific problems. The Inca stone fitters had stone hammers and abrasive rubbing stones. They did not have metal cutting tools, power tools, or precision measuring instruments. What they did have, in abundance, was time. The time to learn over years of apprenticeship exactly how specific stone types respond to specific impacts, exactly how to read a stone surface to identify the high spots that need to be reduced, exactly how much material to remove at each stage of the fitting process. This time-intensive learning, this accumulation of embodied knowledge over years of practice, is what produced the fitting quality visible at Sacsayhuaman and the Qorikancha. Not the tools, but the knowledge embedded in the hands and eyes of craftspeople who had learned to work stone in ways that are no longer practiced anywhere in the world. This is one of the most significant losses that the Spanish conquest produced. The specific craft knowledge of the finest Inca stone fitters, the specific embodied understanding of how to fit polygonal masonry at the level of excellence visible at the Qorikancha, was not written down. It was carried in the bodies of craftspeople who, within a generation or two of the conquest, had died or had been diverted into other kinds of work. When the last Inca craftspeople who had practiced the highest level of the art died, that specific knowledge died with them. This loss is not unique to the Inca. It is a pattern that appears throughout the history of craft traditions. The specific embodied knowledge of a craft is always more vulnerable than the objects it produces. The objects survive. The knowledge that produced them often does not. The Greek marble sculptors who produced the Parthenon frieze are gone, and with them went the specific knowledge of how to achieve the subtle refinements of surface modelling visible in the surviving sculpture. The medieval stonemasons who built the Gothic cathedrals are gone, and with them went the specific knowledge of how to cut and set the specific stone types and joint profiles that give those buildings their structural and aesthetic character. In each case, the objects survive as evidence that the knowledge once existed, but the knowledge itself is gone. And in each case, modern craftspeople and researchers have worked patiently to recover something of the lost knowledge through careful study of the surviving objects and through experimental practice. This is the specific form of historical inquiry that the experimental archaeology of Inca construction represents. The attempt to recover, through patient investigation, something of the specific embodied knowledge that the conquest destroyed. Now let me think about what the Inca achievement says about the capabilities of human beings working with what we call primitive technology. The specific term primitive is worth examining. It implies a developmental stage, a stage before the more advanced state that has superseded it. It implies that the tools and methods of pre-industrial cultures are inferior versions of the tools and methods of industrial cultures, waiting to be superseded rather than having specific capabilities of their own. But the Inca polygonal masonry is not a primitive version of modern construction. It is a different kind of construction with different capabilities and different limitations. Its specific capability, earthquake-resistant wall construction through geometric interlocking, is in some respects superior to modern mortared masonry. Its specific limitation, the time required for skilled fitting, makes it impractical for modern construction at scale. The difference between the Inca masonry and modern masonry is not that the Inca masonry is less developed. It is that the two systems have different strengths and weaknesses, shaped by the specific conditions under which they were developed. The Inca system was developed in earthquake country, with abundant skilled labor, but no industrial machinery. Modern masonry was developed in a context of industrial machinery, scarce skilled labor, and construction schedules that make time-intensive fitting impractical. Each system is well adapted to its specific context. Neither is simply better or worse than the other. They are different. This specific insight, that pre-industrial technologies are not simply inferior versions of industrial technologies, but different technologies adapted to different conditions, is one of the most valuable contributions that the careful study of ancient construction can make to the modern world. The Inca understood earthquake engineering through empirical practice, and they developed a solution that has outperformed modern mortared masonry in every earthquake that has tested Cusco since the conquest. Modern seismic engineers have developed theoretical understandings of why the Inca solution works, and those theoretical understandings have influenced the design of modern earthquake-resistant construction. The direction of influence is not simply from modern to ancient, it is bidirectional. The knowledge embedded in the Inca walls is genuinely valuable, not as a mystery, not as evidence of lost technology, but as a specific empirical solution to a specific engineering problem, developed over many generations by people who understood their environment with great precision, even without the formal theoretical frameworks that would allow them to explain why their solution worked. The knowledge was in the hands, in the joints, in the specific feel of stone against stone, in the specific sound of the hammerstone when the surface was right, and in the walls that are still standing, when everything that was built on top of them has fallen. Let me develop the concept of embodied knowledge more fully, because it is central to understanding what the Inca craftspeople possessed and what was lost with the conquest. Modern cognitive science distinguishes between explicit knowledge, knowledge that can be articulated, written down, transmitted in language, and tacit or embodied knowledge, knowledge that is carried in the body, in the hands, in the pattern of sensory perception and motor response that develops through sustained practice. The philosopher Michael Polanyi described this distinction with the phrase, "We know more than we can tell." The specific knowledge of a master stone fitter, the knowledge that allows them to look at a stone surface and know exactly which spots need to be reduced, to feel through the hammerstone the specific resonance that indicates the surface is at the correct depth, to sense through the touch of fitted faces whether the contact is sufficient across the full bearing area. This is embodied knowledge. It cannot be fully articulated. It cannot be written down in a way that would allow someone to replicate it without years of practice. It can only be transmitted through apprenticeship, through the sustained process of working beside a master and gradually internalizing the specific perceptual and motor patterns that constitute the skill. This kind of knowledge is extraordinarily fragile. A written text can be copied indefinitely without loss. A piece of embodied knowledge can only be transmitted through direct human contact, and it dies when the people who hold it die and have not transmitted it to others. The specific embodied knowledge of the finest Inca stone fitting was not transmitted to the Spanish colonial world. There was no apprenticeship, no sustained learning relationship across the cultural divide of the conquest. The Spanish had no use for the specific knowledge of how to fit polygonal masonry. They were building in the European mortared masonry tradition, which required different skills. And within a generation, the traditional knowledge structures of the Inca world, the hereditary specialist families, the Kamayok system, had been disrupted by the colonial economy. By approximately 1600, perhaps a generation or two after the conquest, the specific knowledge of the finest Inca stone fitting was effectively gone. Some of the skills survived in diluted form. The tradition of working stone in Peru did not disappear entirely, and some elements of the Inca tradition were absorbed into colonial building practice. But the specific knowledge required to produce the fitting quality visible at the Qorikancha, the knowledge that represents the highest expression of the tradition, this was lost. This loss is one of the reasons why the Inca stonework remains so difficult to fully explain from the outside. We are looking at the product of a knowledge tradition that no longer exists, trying to reverse engineer its methods from the physical evidence. We can identify the tool types, we can confirm the general feasibility of the methods, we can reproduce individual operations at smaller scales. But the specific integration of skills that produce the finest work eludes complete reconstruction. This is not a mystery that requires alien explanation. It is a loss that requires acknowledgement. Now let me think about what the Inca achievement says about the relationship between time and capability, about whether the specific time investment of pre-industrial craft traditions produces a kind of knowledge that modern industrial production cannot replicate. The modern world is organized around the assumption that time is the scarcest resource. Industrial production is valuable because it reduces the time required to produce objects and structures. An industrial machine that can cut stone in a fraction of the time required by a human with a hand tool is valuable not because it produces better results, but because it produces sufficient results more quickly. The Inca stone fitting does not operate by this logic. The time invested in fitting a single large stone joint, weeks or months of sustained skilled work, is not the minimum time required to produce a functional joint. A much quicker process would have produced a joint that worked, that distributed load, that allowed the wall to stand. The extended time investment produced a joint that is essentially invisible, that maintains full contact across the entire bearing area, that is as good as it is possible to make it. This excess of quality beyond the minimum required for function, is characteristic of the finest craft traditions. The Inca stone fitters were not efficient in the modern industrial sense. They were devoted. They invested time beyond what function required, because the standards they were working toward were set not by functional requirements, but by something else. By the cosmological significance of the work, by the specific understanding that the quality of the joint was a direct expression of the divine order the building was meant to embody. This is a very specific kind of motivation for craft quality, one that is quite different from the motivations that operate in modern production contexts. It is not efficiency, it is not profitability, it is something closer to devotion. The willingness to invest time and attention beyond what any practical calculation would justify, because the work is understood as having a significance that transcends its practical function. This quality of devotion is one of the things that cannot be recovered by experimental archaeology. You can replicate the tool types, you can replicate the general process. You cannot replicate the specific state of mind of a craftsperson who understood their work as a form of religious practice, who understood the precise fitting of a stone joint as an act of participation in the cosmic order. And this is perhaps the most interesting and most human mystery about Inca stonework. Not how it was done, but what it was like to do it. What was the experience of being an Inca stone fitter, of spending years mastering a skill, of approaching each new stone as a specific challenge, of reading the surfaces and understanding what they required, of achieving the contact that made the joint invisible, of knowing that the wall you were building would outlast you and everything you knew? That experience is gone, but the walls are its monument. And standing in front of them, in the dark of the Andean night, you can feel the presence of that experience. Even if you cannot recover it, even if you cannot explain it, it was here. People did this, in stone, and the stone is still here. Let me close this part with a reflection on what the Inca achievement says about the relationship between human beings and the materials we work with. There is a specific tradition of thought, found in craft traditions across many cultures, that the skilled craftsperson does not impose their will on the material, but learns to work with the material's own nature. The woodworker learns the grain. The glassblower learns the specific viscosity and surface tension of the molten glass. The stone fitter learns the specific fracture planes and surface characteristics of the particular stone they are working. This tradition understands skill not as the domination of material, but as a relationship with it, as a progressive understanding of what the material wants to do, and an ability to work with those tendencies rather than against them. The Inca approach to stone has the specific character of this tradition. The polygonal masonry does not impose a predetermined geometric shape on the stone. It finds the shape the stone already has, or that it naturally tends toward, and works with that shape to achieve the fitting. The iterative trial and adjustment process is precisely a process of learning what the specific stone requires, rather than imposing a predetermined outcome on it. The specific Inca understanding of stone as having spiritual presence, as a waka, a being with its own nature that must be negotiated with, rather than simply cut, is the cultural expression of this technical reality. The stone fitter was not just processing material, they were in relationship with the stone. This relationship between the craftsperson and the material, understood simultaneously as a technical and a spiritual reality, is one of the things that the alternative history tradition replaces with alien technology. The alien technology model treats the stone as passive material to be processed by superior tools. The Inca model treats the stone as a presence to be engaged with through patient attention, skilled hands, and the specific understanding that comes from years of work. The Inca model is more interesting, and it produced results that the alien technology model cannot explain, because alien technology is a fantasy, and the relationship between skilled hands and specific stone is real. Let the night settle over the walls. We began tonight's journey in a narrow street in Cusco at dusk, with the specific quality of high-altitude Andean light falling on the stones and the colonial buildings rising above them. Let us return to those walls now at the end, and let everything we have explored across 17 parts of tonight's journey settle into the specific reality of what is there. The walls are in the dark. The light that illuminated them at dusk is gone. Cusco at night, the old city in the streets that follow the original Inca plan, has a specific quality of quiet. The tourist activity of the daytime has receded. The narrow streets are empty. The stones that line the streets are no longer lit by the specific quality of high-altitude afternoon light. They are darker, cooler, and in the dark they seem larger. The human scale references that the daytime provides are gone, and the walls take on their own scale. The specific scale of the stones is not diminished by the dark. If anything, in the dark, without the distraction of the colonial buildings above them and the tourist activity around them, the stones are more present. You can stand in front of a specific section of wall and attend to the specific reality of what is there. Large, irregular stones, fitted together with essentially no gap between them, forming a surface that is simultaneously rough in texture and precise in geometry. The joints are invisible in normal light. In the dark, with only the ambient light of the street, they are more visible. The slight shadow thrown by the edge of each stone against the face of the next becomes perceptible where it was invisible in direct light. The wall reveals its structure. You can see in the dark that each stone is separate, that each joint is a meeting of two specific surfaces, that each stone had to be brought to this specific position and fitted against its specific neighbours. This is what the craftspeople did. They brought each stone to this specific position and fitted it with the specific precision that the dark reveals. Let me try to say what I find most remarkable about the Inca stonework, after all the technical and historical detail of tonight. What I find most remarkable is not the scale, though the scale is extraordinary. It is not the precision, though the precision is extraordinary. What I find most remarkable is the specific decision to do the finest possible work, to fit the stones with essentially invisible joints, when functionally adequate joints would have been much less demanding to produce. The Inca could have built walls that stood. They built walls that are almost beyond the ability of the eye to see the joints in. The difference between standing and perfect is the difference between functional sufficiency and the specific quality that comes from caring about the work in a way that transcends the functional requirements. This excess of care, the investment of skill and time and attention that goes beyond what any practical calculation would justify, is one of the most distinctively human things that humans have ever done. It is what makes a cathedral rather than a large building. It is what makes a carefully made violin rather than an instrument that produces the required notes. It is what makes the joints at the Qorikancha rather than joints that merely hold the wall together. The Inca stone fitters cared about their work in a way that expressed itself in the walls they left behind. That care is one of the most moving things in all of human history, and it is in the joints, still in the dark. Now let me try to say what the full journey of tonight reveals about the specific character of the Inca achievement. The Inca were not mysterious. They were human beings living in specific historical and ecological conditions, working within the specific constraints of the materials and methods available to them. They had specific motivations, cosmological, political, economic, that drove them to invest in the finest possible construction. They had specific capabilities, organized labor on an extraordinary scale, accumulated craft knowledge over many generations, a specifically demanding physical environment that required the best available solutions to specific engineering problems. From these specific conditions, not from alien assistance, not from lost technology, not from a mysterious pre-Inca heritage, they produced the walls that are in the streets of Cusco tonight. The walls are the direct physical consequence of human beings deciding to do something extraordinary in a specific place at a specific historical moment with what they had. What they had was not nothing. They had 20,000 workers. They had generations of accumulated craft knowledge. They had stone, enormous quantities of high-quality stone in the mountains around them. They had the meter system that could mobilize the workers. They had the state infrastructure that could supply and direct them. They had the specific cosmological framework that gave the work its meaning and its motivation. They had what the situation required, and from what they had, they built what is there. Now let the night deepen over the mountains. The specific altitude of Cusco, more than 3,000 meters above sea level, gives the night sky a quality that lower altitude cities cannot produce. The air is thin enough that there is less atmosphere between you and the stars, and the stars are brighter and more numerous than they appear from most of the inhabited world. The Milky Way is visible not as a haze but as a structure, a specific river of stars that the Inca mapped and named, using the dark clouds within it as their constellations. The dark cloud constellations of the Inca astronomy, the llama, the fox, the toad, the serpent, are visible in the Milky Way above Cusco on clear nights. The Inca built their ceremonial calendar around these dark clouds, tracking the movements of the Milky Way and using its position in the sky to time the agricultural activities of the year. The same sky that is above you now was above the stone fitters who fitted the walls below. They looked up at the same stars. They worked in the same high, cold air. They moved through the same narrow streets. They laid their hands on the same stone that is in the walls now. The stone has not moved. The craftspeople are gone. The knowledge they carried is gone with them. But the specific consequence of their knowledge, the fitted joints, the curved walls, the stones that have survived every earthquake since they were placed, this consequence is still here. And this is the specific mystery of Inca stonework that matters. Not how the stones were moved, not what technology was used, but what it means that human beings built something this good with what they had, in the specific place and time that they occupied, and left it for us, in the streets, in the dark, still standing. Sleep well.